The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the pump for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krumah. Excuse me, let me clear my throat. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Corey. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. He'll be joining us here shortly. And then Lady Che is also with us, but she's asleep. So she'll be joining us when she wakes up. And on this Season 4, Episode 42, Part 3, or Part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is Tulsa Massacre, called Military-Style Attack and Federal Report. Then we got California EATON wildfire tragically claims the life of 95-year-old actress, Black actress, I believe she's FBA. And then we got California Democrats rather pay billions to illegal migrants in reparations to FBAs. California to spend $50 million in taxpayer funds to defend illegal migrants in court from deportation. Then we got what they don't want you to know about the 688. Those are the sisters that helped them pass out the mail during World War II up in Harlem. And then we got Fat Sloppy Joe steps down from BET Awards amid FBA backlash petitions. Great news. We're trying to get to that for a minute. And he faces backlash from FBA. Then Lord Jamar and Dwann B discuss the true origins of hip-hop. And then idiot mayor, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson wants homeless citizens to compete with migrants for resources. And then last but not least, we got our unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. So thank y'all for tapping in. We're running a little bit late. Is Kookeezy in here? Oh, yeah. Shout out to Kookeezy. Yep, he's the one that does the intro track. Peace, Mac 285. Peace, Twin. Yep, this is a tether-free zone. Yep, Tangibles 2025 all the way up to 2100. Peace, Twin. Peace, Mac. Yep, make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. And yep, welcome to Frontline Black News. Right on time, right on point, right on time. So we're gonna get straight to it. I was hoping Shabaka would have got in here by now. We'll give Shabaka about another 5 minutes. Let's see. Let's keep this up. This one. Yeah, it's probably this one. Yep. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on that. The Tulsa Massacre, called Military.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Ladies and gentlemen, when are these people going to stop insulting us with their studies and reports and everything on situations that we already know about? Yeah. So the federal government, the same federal government that took part in destroying Black Wall Street, has put a report out that they think we should trust. Let me just say this. The two survivors don't need a report.
Right.
They need reparations. We already know what you did. And we already know that these women have been fighting for years. And you still won't give them a dime. See, this is different. This is not, oh, well, you know, slavery was a long time ago. You know how y'all love saying that. Although, really, technically, it really wasn't.
No,
it wasn't that long ago.
1960s, 70s, really.
So these women are still
reparations.
living.
Max 45, that's right.
They don't need a report. They need to be compensated. And this is just another example of you'll do anything except for the right thing. That's all this is proving. And your report, all it makes me want to do is demand reparations even more.
Right.
So they're just confirming, y'all, what we have always known. They put on a military style attack by white poor citizens that were jealous that these melanated people did pull themselves up out of bootstraps and was able to earn so much money that most of them were in mansions. So instead of doing an identical thing, and they could have pulled themselves up out of bootstraps, they came to attack still and, you know, do what they always have done historically. So anyway, the report stemming from an investigation announced in September is the first that the federal government has given an official comprehensive account of the events of May 31st and June 1st, 1921. Again, think about this, y'all. It's like somebody unalive a person, and then that person that did the unaliving comes back with the autopsy report. And you're supposed to trust this from the one that unalived that person in the first place. So this government were full participants in the destruction of Black Wall Street, want us to look at their report. Y'all can shove this report. Where's the reparations?
That's right, Lisa.
Nobody was crying for no damn report, and you know it. Nobody was asking for no damn report. So,
at least giving us the update on the report.
Civil rights, which this government still don't care about, because they still show they don't care about our civil rights at all. Anybody else except for us.
Oh, Lisa Cabrera.
So they just talk about how barbaric and racist and hostility and the utter annihilation of a thriving Black community.
Right.
Yeah, we'll couple that with the over 200 that you took out for that very same reason. You know, we're supposed to be dumb and slow and low IQ and all that, but we had the nerve to crop up with some very prosperous cities that you had to come and take out. So anyway, in 1921, there were hundreds of white participants that were also residents of Greenwood. They came out to burn down homes, churches, loot the belongings, and lock the survivors up in internment camps. Well, why didn't those white mobs just go somewhere and pull yourself up by the bootstraps?
Right.
Isn't that what you run around and say to everybody? Well, why didn't your forefathers do it? So no one today could be held responsible. Well, you don't hold nobody responsible for what they do to this very day.
Right.
Look at the Sonia Massey situation.
There you go. That part.
Okay, y'all don't hold nobody accountable to this very day. It's not like you improved on that. You haven't improved at all.
Sandra Bland.
So The report's legal findings noted that if contemporary civil rights laws were in effect in 1921, federal prosecutors would have pursued hate crime charges against both public officials and private citizens. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You know, like I said, who needs this report? Who was asking for this report? Y'all do this all the time. You do it all the time. Who was asking for a damn report? Those women, the survivors, are asking for reparations, not a report. What they gonna do with a report?
Right.
Exactly. You see? And
City officials buried the story, and a few survivors talked about the massacre. The Justice Department began its investigation under the Emmett Till Unsolved Civil Rights Crime Act, which allowed the agency to examine such crimes resulting in the unaliving that occurred before 1980. Investigators spoke to survivors and their descendants.
And speaking of 1980, don't forget the Atlanta child
and examined the informal review by the Justice Department Bureau of Investigation. Y'all investigations don't add up to a pile of dog turd.
Right, we investigated ourselves and found we
I don't respect your investigations. I don't respect none of this stuff. So anyway, the precursor to the FBI and that 1921 report, the agency asserted that the riot was not the result of racial feeling and suggested that Black men were responsible for the massacre. This is what they concluded in 1921. Oh, Black Wall Street? Yeah, white mobs and the military and this government took it down, but it was Black men's fault. Yes, it was Black men's fault. See, this is why nobody reports. We don't need your reports. Okay? If you're going to present a report, put the money on the table too.
Right.
The 123-page report corrects the record while detailing the scale of destruction and its aftermath. The massacre began with an unfounded accusation. Yeah, we already know. A young Black man, Dick Rowland, was held in custody because of some accusation by a white woman. We got modern day Karen now that does the same exact thing. This is a nothing. This is a big piece of nothing. So anyway, according to the report, after a local paper sensationalized the story, an angry crowd gathered at the courthouse demanding that Mr. Rowland be lynched. The local sheriff was asking the men of Greenwood, including some who had recently returned from the military service, to come to the courthouse and try to prevent the lynching. Other reports suggest that Black neighbors offered to help, but they were turned away by the sheriffs. So, like I said, any account that we get from you, we already know it's going to be inaccurate. And number two, why so many accounts? Why so many? Only one thing could have happened. All right. So, of course, law enforcement, the same law enforcement that's trying to talk to the people were the same ones that participated in the whole thing. Again, why should we trust your word on anything? So the report just detailed the initial act that went on from May 31st until daybreak on June 1st. A whistle blew and the violence and arsons and, everything became, they said, chaotic, became systemic. So the reports there were up to 10,000 white people that lived in the Greenwood, Tulsa area that participated in the attack of burning and looting 35 city blocks. So they said the systemic and coordinated attack transcended mere mob violence. In the aftermath, survivors were left to rebuild their lives with little to no help from the city. The massacre's impact, historians said, is still felt generations later. And not to mention, they actually give tours through the area where this happened in Tulsa. And to this very day, the city is profiting off of the misery of Black citizens that were just trying to make a living for themselves. So even if you don't want to give reparations, why don't you give the survivors all of that money you have made off of the tours going through there? In the years since the attack, the survivors and their descendants and community activists have fought for justice. Most recently, the lawsuit seeking reparations filed on the behalf of the last two known survivors was dismissed by Oklahoma justices in June. And we talked about that, and I did a video on that when it happened. And like I said, the same stuff is going on to this very day. Y'all haven't changed. You haven't, not one bit. But you want us to look at this report and think you've done something great. You've done nothing great as long as the two survivors don't have their reparations. And that's where I stand on this whole thing. Y'all gonna have to tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video.
Get with us, Lisa Cabrera. We're trying to reach out to you, sister. Okay, those railroad tracks right there in the background, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that are the same rail systems of the video that I did from Black Wall Street. I think I sent you a copy of it, Brother Che, and if you got it in your archives, man, please show it if you're able to. Oh, YouTube won't let me post it. Boy, YouTube, boy, you guys stink. You really do. Yeah, they really do.
They didn't like when you said the first aerial bombing in American history with a triple K. They didn't like that.
Oh, they didn't like it. Okay, so what should I'm supposed to do? Kiss their ass and put a jigaboo picture up there and saying, you the boss. Maybe if I put a picture of Tim Scott up there, they'll approve that. Boy, they lousy. Man.
I think they'll tell you what that sheriff did in Blacc County, up in, is it Kern County or where the hanging judge is, where he said, that'd be mighty nice.
Yeah, no, that deal was El Dorado County. That deal was in Placerville.
Placerville.
Yeah, that was Placerville.
He said, would you like me to get out before sundown? That would be nice.
It'd be nice. Oh, and he wasn't smiling. He wasn't smiling at all, Brother Che. And this son of a bitch was every bit of 6'7", tipping a scale at 280. And then even seeing some of the undercover deputies up there with their badge on their shirts, just like in the cowboy days, they're up there with their cowboy boots on, man, and their weapons on the side of their hips. You know what I mean? Who knows, man? Maybe they was having Reminiscence Day up there in El Dorado County that day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Very, very intimidating. You know what I mean? Very intimidating. And then not to mention the fact that I think I had mentioned it, is that they was riding by me taking pictures. So, well, I'm a marked man, you know what I mean? Yeah. But this is when I was much younger than I am now. So maybe they said, well, this old gray-haired bastard, you know, nah, that ain't the same NGR, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he's been there for generations. He said, all these pictures on the wall, these are the grandparents
and the sheriff said them was our great uncles, you know, great granddaddies and all that. And I says, yeah, okay, man, you ain't never got to worry about me coming back to this motherfucker.
Yeah, that's in Northern California.
Yes, sir. That there is in El Dorado County. They even made a cowboy picture called El Dorado, and that's what they were talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I remember El Dorado.
Yeah, and that's where the gold was discovered.
Oh, Lord. How you keep getting in here?
It's not 1974 anymore. Rigo, let me tell you something, man. Okay, see, you one of them type of people with selective amnesia.
This
see, Rigo.
Talking that shit about he had a Cadillac and what do you drive and all that dumb shit. Then
and by the way, Regal, if you black, man, General Motors is thanking you Negroes tremendously, man, because for making their Cadillacs real popular. Now, how much goddamn money did you get in the rebates? How much motherfucking money did you get, man, for the fucking commercials? I already know the answer. Not one goddamn dime.
Yeah, he ain't gonna be saying nothing else, Shabaki.
No, he ain't, because there's no argument with undisputed truth. Hell, and like Tony Montana, even when I lie, I tell the truth.
He gonna have to set up another troll page.
Yeah, well, you know, that's his constitutional right for him. You know what I'm saying? And keep in mind, Regal. Yep. Now, Mac 285. I have to admit, man. I did own me a 10-year-old Cadillac at one time. You know what I'm saying? I have to admit that. You know what I'm saying? But however, though, you say, and from what I understand, speaking of Detroit, I think this is what didn't Barry Gordy, man, before he did Motown, used to work in the assembly lines.
Yes.
With a Google car. And Mac, did they ever get the dude out the car who was going around in circles, man, that had his whole world upside down? Or is that motherfucker still going around in circles? Damn.
He had to call him, remember? He had to call him and tell him this Google car is out of control.
Well, I certainly hope that motherfucker get paid, man, because if I was in that son bitch, man, yeah, first next stop, man, lawyer. You know what I'm saying?
That video up because that shit was hilarious. Then I thought of Shabaka and I was like, damn. This is what
man, I told you when I was up there the last time in SF, I'm crossing the street and I'm looking at this car sitting at the red light, getting ready to cross in front of it. I said, where the goddamn driver at? You know? And I'm like, oh, hell no.
I
said, oh, hell no.
What are you talking about? This shit right here. When I seen the video, I was like, I got to send this to Shabaka.
Like, yeah, oh boy, he going around in circles, getting nowhere fast. You know what I'm saying? And then just like that, the fool gonna tell me up there in Essex, we don't drive like this here in San Francisco, man. You got them Nevada plates. And I started to say, Trick, I was grown, man, when you was a twitch in your daddy's pants, man. I watched them build this bullshit, which I did. Because it took a long time, you guys, for them to build it up, man, because when they put the BART trains in there, they started building that, from what I understand, in the late 1940s, you know what I mean? So it started operation in the early 70s, so it's been up and running, man, at full capacity, man, for at least 55 years. You see what I mean? You know?
Yeah.
And then, as you know, Brother Parrish, you know, and when you get on the BART train, you don't pay a standard fare like you do in LA to ride it. The BART train, they're going to charge you according to your destination. So if you take that motherfucker from SFO up there to Concord, that's $22 one way. One way, $22.
Yeah, it's on the card. They got the little card thing now. You got a little card in there. It'll take it off the card when you get to your destination.
Yeah.
All right, here's the video, Shabaka.
The motherfucker going around in a circle. I got to see this bullshit.
A brother panics after being trapped in a self-driving car that kept.
Man, if that would have been me, man, they would have had to call the paramedics. I don't know nothing. Everything hurt. And then I need to call this lawyer in Beverly Hills.
Last month, a brother got stuck in a self-driving car. Check it out.
I got a flight
Yeah,
to
Bart,
catch.
change
Why
the
is the
game.
thing going in a circle? I'm getting dizzy. Look at what it's doing.
I understand. I'm really, really sorry, Mike. We're working with the situation of the vehicle. Is it circling around a parking lot, right?
It's circling around a parking lot. I got my seatbelt on. I can't get out the car. Has this been hacked? What's going on?
So it's been hacked and you've been kidnapped.
Is somebody playing a joke on me?
So as you saw there, he was trapped in the back of that self-driving car, an AI car, right? That's automatically driven, no human involved at all. And the car apparently was going in circles. Now, y'all saw him on the phone and he was talking to, I guess, customer service. And so they had to navigate, or help him rather navigate, stopping the car. He had to go on his app and this, that, and the other. And he was, almost missed his plane. That was there in Phoenix, Arizona. But the name of that car is Waymo. And I guess it used to be manned by Google. Now it's Waymo. But that also makes me wonder, why would anybody get in a car with no driver?
Just like that.
I wouldn't. If that thing would have showed up to take me somewhere and there was no human driving, because listen, humans drive bad by themselves, right? But a car with nobody, I'd be like, I'm not getting in that car. Y'all better send somebody else or whatever. But to me, that's more reason to say, hey, what's going on with AI? We all have been hearing for a long time that AI, artificial intelligence, the minute they become self-aware, sentient is a term, then they could take over.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Gates,
that's what
Elon
Musk was about.
Stephen Hawking, who is now gone, they all said they were terrified of AI because once it becomes aware, we're in trouble. They said it would behoove us, if we are going to delve into AI, to learn how to get along with it. But there that man is in the back of a car and it's driving the way it wants to drive. Yeah, that's very scary. Mm-hmm. I told y'all the story once before when I took my car to the dealer because I thought it was having bad transmission issues. And I sat down, and about 15 minutes later, the mechanic came out and says, okay, you're all good to go. I'm like, really? What was going on? He says, oh, your transmission is a computer, and it was driving the way it wanted to drive. And so we just kind of recalibrated it so you could drive it the way you want to drive. It freaked me out because I'm like, what do you mean it's driving the way it wants to drive? And so when I heard that, it made me become very aware of artificial intelligence, and I try to have as less to do with it as possible. I know nowadays we got to have it as kind of in everyday life, but getting in the car with no human,
driving if anybody recalls the old Star Trek series, an episode called The Changeling, about a computer that says, I am nomad, I am perfect.
That has
the creation of perfection is no error. And Kirk showed that motherfucker 3 errors that he made, and he did not correct his error, nor did he recognize his error, so he made 3 errors. So it blew itself up. What's to prevent this motherfucker from doing the same goddamn thing? What's to prevent that, hey, man, we don't dig you, we're going to blow you up. Oh, and not to mention, people, that if you get off in that motherfucker and they run your credit card that's attached to your name and they just so happen to run it through the criminal investigation division, man, of like running a warrant on you, what's to prevent that motherfucker from taking you to the county jail? I'll wait. Yeah, now we need some of our brilliant ass trolls to come up with that. So all trolls, come in with your brilliance and answer that goddamn question. That shit is diabolical.
Right.
Exactly, Mac 285. That's what I said, man. Them motherfuckers is crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now, if it was to do the right thing, that you would have a driver in that car, you know what I'm saying? You can go get a motherfucker, man, who's got to do community service for court. Just to be in there knowing how to drive that motherfucker and how to deal with it, man, you know, in the event of an emergency. Let an earthquake hit San Francisco and the motherfuckers on that stone bitch on the Bay Bridge.
They might send a Google card to make you do jury summons now. Don't give them no more ideas, Shabbat. You didn't report to jury duty. You're coming with us.
I don't do jury duty. It's because And the way to get out of jury duty, people, is this here. When you get your summons, you go down there to the court, you go to the jury commission and state the following words. Sir, ma'am, due to the kangaroo court system, I cannot be on the jury and partake in the sentencing of a possible innocent person. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of moral consciousness.
Right. Well,
in other words, you're a conscientious objector to this fake technology. Also, too, is that I don't have no faith in the kangaroo court system, because look at when a regime comes in 7 days. 7 days from now, ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna be in there with the regime. Dangerous.
No regime.
Mm-hmm. It is a goddamn regime.
Another.
It is a damn
one
regime
to another.
Mm-hmm. Except this is going to be a more severe regime. But one thing about this regime is going to be a blatant regime telling you of how they honestly feel. But hiding Biden, you know, he was hiding his shit. You see what I'm saying? And then,
he told us how he honestly feels. He said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black."
Yeah, right. Well, I'm a black man till the day. Yeah, and then of course his vice president. Well, I ain't gonna do nothing just for black people. No, I mean,
here it is.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No, because
see, that's sickening. That is sickening. Now, if a Latino got up there, or if an Asian got up there and says, well, of course I'm going to help my people, as well as you should, then I will deal with everybody else. Okay, fine. I respect that, because you're doing a universal law principle with your race first. You see, what's our problem? Oh, I know our problem. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me. Yeah.
Well, according to Rigo, he has plenty of everything, and he don't want us to have nothing. Let's see.
Exactly.
Go get some
rest.
Get some rest,
Sleepy Joe. Yeah, that motherfucker looks sleepy as fuck. You know, who knows? Maybe he's hitting some of that stash his son had. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, that might have been his cocaine that they found in the East Wing.
Safe bet. Mm-hmm.
White House,
safe
the
bet.
House that was built by slaves.
Yeah. And the whole daggone city of Washington, D.C., our man there, Benjamin Banneker. Benjamin Banneker, and also brought about the first Coke Boys. Yeah, the first almanac. You know what I'm saying? So once again, that's pulling power from our ancestors of Kemet. You know, they probably have had the celestial bodies all figured out. And according to Dr. Ashwa Kwesi, the Great Pyramid sits dead center of the Earth's land mass. And Dr. Kwesi, if you're out there, sir, we really would like to get with you, sir, and have you come on here and lecture us and resurrect these brain dead motherfuckers out here. You know?
Yeah.
You know, not saying that our viewers are brain dead, but the damn general public, my God, all they brain dead. Anytime that you sit up there and you're gonna justify a motherfucker 6 feet 2.5, tipping the scale at about 195 minimum for killing a man who only weighed 140 and only 5 feet 7, you're crazy. The man was yelling and screaming. Wasn't no harm to nobody. The man was hungry. The man was emaciated.
Yep, Jordan Nelly.
State-sanctioned homicide.
Yep, and we still ain't got no justice. They acquitted punk ass Daniel Penny.
Yeah, exactly. So which means is he cannot be charged with that crime again.
Mm-hmm. We can't do double jeopardy on his punk ass.
Right, exactly. And it was designed that way. You see what I mean? So now, if I can, Brother Che, not getting off topic, I'd like to get some comments out of our chat room. How does everybody feel about your president. What round is this? Number 47 rounds of being a convicted felon. Strike that. Multi-convicted felon. What great shit will come up out of this?
We were down if we don't, down if we didn't, Shabaka.
Yeah, I'm seeing robotic cops. I'm seeing Google cars taking motherfuckers to jail. You see what I'm saying? Robot dogs to bite you in the ass. Yeah, it's a slap in our faces, Mac 285. Really, man, putting all bullshit aside, man, that's exactly what it is. This one of these cases here, we got to laugh to keep from crying. This shit is so diabolical.
And these cases are happening under the Biden administration, under Democratic establishment right now.
Yeah, exactly. See, you know, they two sides of the same fucking coin. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Vote blue no matter who. Vote Democrat, 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 Democrat. You see what I mean?
That madness, at least at the federal level.
Exactly. And I will no longer be stepping into a poll place. I voted for the last time in 2024. I can't do it.
All right, Shabaka, what are your closing thoughts on the Tulsa Massacre? Did you take place in the tour?
No, sir. Oh, yeah. Let me say that they do have a tour right there that I saw from the video, and the tour is $35. And if I would have had the $35 to spare, I would have took it. You know what I mean? But however,
you took your own tour. You took your own tour.
Yeah, on the outside, but I think on the inside of the library, I think they got more in-depth articles, you know, stuff like that. I'm sure that they would have more in-depth photographs about it. You see what I mean? And the businesses that were there were real estate businesses, grocery stores, tax accounting offices, medical offices, pharmacies. You see what I'm saying? So you know, you had some professionals.
I didn't have, Shabaka, and that was a gun shop.
That they didn't have a what now?
A gun shop.
I don't recall seeing any gun shops. No, sir. I don't recall seeing any gun shops. You see what I mean? And then, of course, too, as we all do know, with the counterintelligence program, the object of it was to disarm Black organizations, and we're not going to say any names. You see what I'm saying? We know who they was talking about disarming, who were declared public enemy #1, and then, in fact, violated their own constitution about the inalienable right, the right to bear arms.
Well, that doesn't apply to us. The Bill of Rights doesn't apply to us. That's what we have
that part.
13th, 14th, and the 15th Amendment.
Now, let me ask you this here, Brother Chad. I've asked this question before. Has anybody got any documentation where we as a people, on a collective basis, had petitioned the U.S. government to be citizens here?
No.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, it had excluded so-called indigenous people here in the United States as well, too.
Yep. It sure did.
And then also, too, you had Andrew Johnson, the one after Honest Abe, who escaped impeachment or removal from office by one vote. And then you had old Lincoln up there, what they call Illinois, the land of Lincoln, who had stated, and it's documented, that if he could save the Union without signing the Emancipation Proclamation, he would have done it.
Yep. He was a stone cold racist, just like the rest of them, but he did have Black Aboriginal descent in his genealogy and his lineage. He belonged.
Okay, so which means there was a raping, slave trading pedophile there. You know what I'm saying? And calling it for what it is, like a therapist. Oh yeah, man, I'm a therapist. Divide the word therapist into two words, and you got the rapist. You see?
Yeah.
Not only could you
remember who his opponent was
in 1860.
Yeah.
Who was that motherfucker? Wendell Wiki, was it?
Yeah, Wendell Wiki. He made a lot of ads in the paper and the newspaper to disparage his melange background.
Melange, what's that? Sound like the name of a damn disease.
That's the name of the tribe that his mother belonged to.
Okay. And where were they located?
In the Midwest.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, another thing is that to expect, ladies and gentlemen, is that when the regime starts getting caught with his pants. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's pronounced Melangian.
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 Okay. Melangian. All right.
So, like I said, there's all kinds of different Aboriginal and Native tribes that occupied this land before, and that was one of many nations that had existed before, like the Iroquois.
Now, the Iroquois were up like in upper New York State, Maine, and I would imagine parts of Canada. Okay, now you got to keep in mind the Sioux Nation. Wait a minute, that's Cheyenne. You know, their land took up like about 2.5 states, or what they would call their nation. You know what I mean? And what have you. You say, and whatnot. And then what they would do, from what I understand, amongst the various nations, because I'm not going to use the word tribe because that's a primitive term. The goddamn European comes from a tribe. Okay. And they would have treaties, you know, of hunting, respect the land, fishing rights, you know, stuff like that. And also, too, I think when I was up there, too, Brother Che, I crossed a place called the Little Salmon River, and it was on a hill, you know, and the car I was driving was so fucking raggedy, man, going down the motherfucking hill, man, damn wheels got to vibrating, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was vast. The air was fresh, you know what I mean? And what have you. So I would imagine, man, it was about 100 times better back then before they had this industrialization. You see what I mean? Which has been chipping away at the ozone layer now, going on 1, 2, 3 centuries now. So this is what's fucking with the climate, you know what I'm saying? And all that space junk they got up there, because, you know, you got a bunch of metallic bits and pieces of space junk orbiting the Earth. So this could interfere, you know, with your radio transmissions, your Wi-Fi, you know, shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
then they need to get rid of these damn private launch pads like Verizon, I think, or Bezos with the private spacecrafts. So Bezos, you, Musk, the other motherfucker up there, why don't y'all get on that spaceship, fly that motherfucker directly to the sun and do humanity a favor? Because that's what the hell they trying to do with us. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Okay, Shabaka. So that's your closing thoughts on the Tulsa report?
Yes, sir. You know, it is a crime against nature. These racists do not want to be held accountable. You see what I mean? But yet, though, they still want our allegiance to them. And also, too, the actor Morgan Freeman. Mr. Freeman, I don't have no respect for you. You know what I'm saying? Get with us. And Morgan Freeman, yeah, I'm telling you, fuck you. How about that?
Can you enlighten the people on why you feel that way?
Well, the statements that he had made, okay, various roles that he had played, But if Mr. Freeman was to come out and mention about Malcolm X, Nat Turner, I'll give him his respect. But he kind of like avoids those issues. You see what I mean?
Yeah, he's too busy driving Miss Daisy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, so I'm putting it out there on public record, Mr. Freeman. Yeah, I said it. You know?
His name descends from the Freeman, too. So
yeah, that's what Freeman means. Like, I'm a free man and what have you. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And then for all you OTBs out there to talk about the Slavs and Alexander the Barbarian, he was a goddamn savage and a fucking practicing pedophile and homosexual who went on his routes across Kemet, okay? And he didn't take no women with him. He took little boys with him. At least Mansa Musa told his queen, hey, you got to come with me, honey. I ain't mad at Mansa Musa for taking his queen with him. You know?
That voyage took 3 months.
Yeah. And keep in mind the Sahara Desert, you know, man, it can get extremely uncomfortable temperature-wise. And being out here in 118-degree heat, yeah, you got to know how to hydrate and keep yourself cool. You see what I'm saying? But one thing I ain't never experienced before, people, that's sunburn.
Well, it shows up different on us, Shabaki. It don't show up. It don't show up the way it shows up on white people.
Right, but at least if you put yourself in water, man, your skin ain't gonna burn, because sometimes I had to come in just from the heat, you know, just to cool myself off, and that there is mainly due to my age, you know, as opposed to if I was in your age group. You see what I mean? And it's revitalizing. And keep in mind, to our viewers out there, this is not hatred. You see what I'm saying? This isn't bigotry, because we're in no position to implement any kind of hatred or bigotry in the United States. It's because the United States has policy enforcers to enforce their policy. They are commonly referred to as the police. You see what I mean?
Switching gears, Shabaka, we're going to head over to your old neck of the woods, California.
Yeah.
And
day after day, LA is shaking away. I forgot who made that record in the late 60s. Yeah. I forgot who.
We've heard about the tragedy that the EATON fire has brought to
Yes. It's because there was a man, 85 years old, who was hosing down his house. And he told his family, you know, to go on and I'm going to hose down the house. And they discovered his remains where he was still holding the water hose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So quite naturally, of course, he got overwhelmed by the smoke. And then not to mention all these chemical plants and stores that got chemicals in them that are burning up as well, too, is because they're saying that the air quality.
Isn't there a reactor close to the Palisades fire?
A reactor?
Yeah.
Like as in a nuclear power reactor?
Yeah.
To the best of my knowledge, no, but I'll research it. But keep in mind, man, it's been almost 20 years since I've lived in California. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't know. And then on top of it, too, they're calling for Gruesome Newsom to face criminal charges, being the governor and all this old type of shit. You know what I mean? And then they got GoFundMe's out there.
Well,
and I just can't do no.
But I got to play this real quick. We lost a famous actress. She was 95 years old. She was one of the casualties that was lost.
Who was she?
The person that did the video is going to tell her name.
All right.
What is up, YouTube? It's Coffee here with some sad news, man. We know these multiple fires just burning on, just continuing to rage like infernos out there in California. It's horrific. Multiple fires, right? Like they kind of came together as one big wildfire that just won't stop. And I'm not sure what the death toll is at currently, but we keep hearing that as they are finally able to put the fires out, the death toll will be much higher than what it's at, you know, because it's hard to get into the debris and the homes and find out the real devastation and damage. And that's what we're talking about here. This woman, I believe you say her name, pronounce it Delcy Curry. Listen to this, 95 years old. She was in films like The Blues Brothers,
you remember
10 Commandments. I mean, we're going way back. 95 years old.
Yeah, she looks familiar.
And everyone describes her as still having a lot of life in her. And I mean, if you look at her, it's like she doesn't even look that old, man. She looks like she's ready to go out and power walk it around the block, or, you know, just go out and get into something, go shopping. Like, I truly can just see that through the photos. And it's so sad because her granddaughter was her caregiver. And I guess through maybe an app she uses or something like that. Apologies, y'all, all the background noise.
He's where you're at.
We got sirens raging over here. They, you know, heard she got some kind of notification that the power went out at her mom's house, or grandmother's house, where she would be a caregiver from time to time. Her grandmother, Mama D, Delcy Curry, she pulled up trying to see what's going on, and it was barricaded off, and they just said, "I'm sorry, you can't go in." And I guess reportedly, allegedly, according to the news, when, you know, she finally was able to get to the house or near it or whatever, she saw that the house was just no more. And, you know, they ended up going in there and finding her grandmother's remains. But that's just so sad. A woman, 95 years old, she's being referenced by the news as like a part of old Black Hollywood, you know, 95 years old, Black actress, had been in these films like 10 Commandments. I forget what year that came out. That's way back. But
10 Commandments came out in the year 1950.
Probably was going to hit 100 years old, I feel like, when I look at her. You know, it's just so sad. I mean, listen, hitting middle age, I've been talking about this in videos, right? You think more about your mortality, and life ain't forever. This we know, you know, but it's not something maybe everyone thinks about every day. It doesn't change the fact that it is a fact every day. You know, get right with the Creator. Look out for your loved ones. Spend time with your family. This has just devastated this family. It's so sad, man. When I saw this, it truly brought a tear to my eye. But man, these wildfires, it's like, has there ever been ones this bad? Anyone out there in LA that just they couldn't stop like this? It just seems like there's no stopping these fires. The EATON fire is the one, you know,
the only thing that I could think of,
a woman's life. You know,
that could compare
I guess she had lived in that house a long time.
That was set during a rebellion.
Man, I truly feel for this family. Hopefully, they can put these fires out soon. Thanks for tuning in.
During what?
Okay, during a rebellion of 1992.
Okay.
Or commonly referred to as the LA riots. And keep in mind that damn Rebuild LA project was full of shit, just like Black Lives Matter was.
Yeah, well, they lost that house, Shabaka.
In Topanga Canyon?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did. And what they could have did with that mansion when they had it up there is that they could have went down there to downtown LA and got some of our unhoused neighbors down there and could allow them to come there, take baths, get medical exams. You see what I'm saying? Put them up, even if they had to put tents on the property itself. You see what I'm saying? Let them stay for about a week. And as I stated before, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and here on Frontline Black News, okay, you give the men 3 days, you give the women with children 10 days. Now, the men folk, you give them 1 day to come in there, another day, and part of that day to wash their clothes, shave, bathe, you know what I'm saying? Another day to get some rest. And then on that last day, he's got to start going out there, man, finding a job, making a goddamn job, you know what I'm saying, to get back up on his feet. Just because a person gets knocked down does not mean they have to stay down, and particularly if they're under the age of 50. You see what I'm saying? Because you still got a little bit of gumption left. You see what I'm saying? But when you start getting into 60 and 65 and shit like that, people, it gets very, very difficult every day. You see what I mean? So whatever you're trying to do in life, do it while you're young. Yeah, Patrice Cullors. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Black Lives Matter. Yeah. Lost 2 of her 3 mansions. Where you say, now that there proves my point even more so of what I just said, Brother Che. Got 3 goddamn mansions out there. You had 3 fucking mansions out there. So that could have been at least housing 200 people. You see what I'm saying? At least. You know, even if you got to go put tents on their state grounds, you know what I'm saying? And then if it does get to raining or something like that, then you got that mansion space. Okay, well, y'all are confined down here. When it starts raining, go back to your tent or put some cots on the inside. You see what I mean? And give them, you know, have medical personnel in there, one to give them a medical exam to see what elements they've been exposed to. See, medical care is a human right. You see what I mean? That is a human right.
Just like housing is a human right.
Exactly. You see, no person should be out there unhoused. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, if people got substance abuse problems, okay, then get them some type of counseling on that. You see what I'm saying? Well, you got to dig within sometimes. Hell, that's what the fuck we doing over here at Frontline Black News. Shit, we digging in.
Right.
And counting pennies and quarters and shit. So we need people to donate to us, please. Hey, we'll be happy to state your cause of what you're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? And what have you, you know? And this is not hatred. Preserving yourself on a singular basis or a collective basis is not hatred.
Right.
You see? Now, here's something. Here's something for you. Now, like the insurance scam that they got going out there, right? Now, the fire insurance is not paying off. And you know who else ain't going to pay off and they going to get fucked real good on it? The people out there with the abandoned cars that got all burned up. Oh, well, that's an act of God. Oh, we can't do nothing about that. So therefore, you lose your fucking car.
I thought Allstate would cover that. Wouldn't that be considered mayhem?
Yeah, you had some mayhem like a motherfucker out there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, where is that mayhem motherfucker at? Yeah, he should be coming out there advocating that them goddamn auto insurance companies pay the people. Them motherfuckers got the goddamn money, all that wealth that they accumulated. Well, you know, we can't cover them and all that. Okay, so to me, Gruesome Newsom, then you ought to have a goddamn state panel start picking up them goddamn CEOs, them damn preferred stockholders of them corporations, man, and start having them motherfuckers grilled. But that's too much like right.
It is too much like right. There it is.
Yeah, and please donate. Please donate. We need the money. We need
also,
the money.
Black family, don't be wooed by those damn commercials where they're talking about donate to the Red Cross. The money is to help the families. That's bullshit.
Right.
Don't do
it is. Yeah, because the goddamn district attorney of LA County came up on the national news and said that they got a task force going after these crooked bastards. Now, let's see what good it does. They might be paying that motherfucker just to say that bullshit.
Yeah, I watched the press conference and they didn't say nothing about the Red Cross. I said, why ain't y'all mentioning the Red Cross? That's all I kept saying while I was listening to it. I'm like, okay, you talking about we're going to crack down on scammers and people that's trying to capitalize the misfortune of the victims. But I ain't hear nothing about the Red Cross. I ain't hear nothing about any of these charity organizations.
Yeah, you see? And then I did wellness calls to people that I know out there. So far, everybody's okay. They shook up. They're devastated for losing everything. Okay, but as long as they're above dirt, okay, there's still a chance. You know. Exactly. So you can
replace material. You can't replace a human being. Oh, we got Kelly Ray in the building. Hey, Kelly.
Good evening, everyone. I hope all is well. I would expect America to take care of the people in North Carolina that are freezing, waiting on propane and these LA fires. I'm so disappointed in this country. Okay, Kelly Ray, you got a point. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because it ain't nothing worse than being cold. You know what I'm saying? That's why I cannot deal with the mile-high income city between the fucking months of October and May. Shit went out there and froze my ass off. You know what I'm saying?
Warned, he acted like it was unexpected, and he wasn't warned ahead of time.
Man, I've seen all 4 seasons in one day at any given time of the year in Denver, Colorado. Winter on one corner, spring on the other corner, summer on the other corner, and fall on the other corner. Now that is a phenomenon. You see what I mean?
That's our motto. You don't like the weather, just wait 15 minutes. It will change.
Yep. And then too, people, is that out here in California, what's happening in Southern California is mainly desert. All of Northern California is all green, okay? Be glad that this did not happen in the summer months, because had this would have happened in the summer months, people half the goddamn city of Los Angeles would have been gone.
Wasn't it in the summer months when the Paradise Fire was burning a few years ago?
It was late spring. Yes, sir. That is correct. And I did see a video on the Paradise Fire, and the ones that they're holding accountable for is PG&E, because one of his transformer stations had malfunctioned. You see what I'm saying?
And they still don't know what the cause of these fires were, but they did catch some south of the Baldarian starting fires.
And that's the worst thing you could do in the state of California. And then when they did have another group of fires, when I came back to Southern California, going through Northern California, where they had a huge fire up there that you saw all the way up to Montana, it broke my heart. It broke my heart. The trees.
They had a fire like that going on last time I was in California.
Yeah, the critters.
Yeah.
And then keep in mind, when I passed Mount Shasta, all the motherfucking ice of the glacier that's been up there every bit of 10,000 goddamn years was gone. And I asked the people at that place that I stopped at,
people are rich as fuck, should be able to hold it down, right? But apparently they're asking too much out of humanity. Yeah, especially the ones with the Paradise, the Palisades. Them mugs is really rich. The ones in Al Cadena, the ones that got affected by the Eaton fire, not as much. They're not really rich. They're just middle class. But the ones in Palisades, they millionaires and billionaires.
Exactly. You see, and then they got a lot of generational wealth out there in Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, because they got that generational wealth from the early movie actresses and actresses of Hollywood that transition on, and quite naturally, of course, they left their property, to their loved ones, and I'm not mad at them for it. You know what I mean? It's because if I had a goddamn mansion out there, that was in a safe zone, you can come on here, but security would be real tight. And you would be pat down, no druggies, you know what I'm saying? Hey, here's facilities to bathe. Here's the shit to clean out the bathtub, you know what I'm saying? Feed them, get you some rest. You'll say, but the men folk, 3 days, you get
the men folk, they got the damn prisoners out there fighting these fires.
Okay, now
Chris Brown and Kim Kardashian is making note of that and bringing light to that. Thanks to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was the damn attorney general. She kept people past their time and the wildfires that was going on in.
Yeah, and then keep in mind, if you keep somebody incarcerated past their time, man, that's kidnapping. That is kidnapping. You see? Oh, well, we made a mistake and all that. That's negligence. You see what I'm saying? Yep. And then they trying to put all this pressure on Karen Bass. She's just a figurehead, people. Yeah. Okay, it's up to the city commissions that have the power to enforce policies and changes and rules and regulations in the various city departments. So get up off of Karen Bass. I'm not a fan of hers at all, but I just know how the city of LA charter operates for living out there the majority of my goddamn life. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have a weak mayor out there.
Yeah, but it's but it's the way the city charter is set up that limits the mayor's power. Now, the city of Los Angeles told a flagrant, blatant lie, saying that she had fired the fire chief. She doesn't have the power to do it. Okay, the commission would have to fire the fire chief, not her. She's just a figurehead. You see what I mean?
Same thing with the sheriff, right?
The sheriff, let me see. No, sir, the sheriff is a law enforcement official. Oh, yes, sir.
So are they appointed? Are they appointed or are they voted in?
The sheriff of LA County is voted in, just like the DA, the one that fabricates the cases against you and shit like that.
Well, it's different in Denver. It's different in Denver. The chief.
Man, well, I ain't never seen a city, a major city, man, with 4 different counties in it.
It's surrounded by 7 different counties.
Yeah, that's a trip.
Douglas, Arapahoe, Jefferson, Adams, Broomfield, and there's one more, probably Boulder. Jay Miller's in the building.
Hey, what's cracking, Jay Millerton? How's things going up there in San Francisco? Watch out for the Google cars, man. They got a motherfucker going around there, and the Google car's out of control, man.
Oh, yeah, you just missed it because I played the video of the brother getting caught up in the Google car, and he was calling customer service like, hey, I'm trying to get to the airport, and this Google car keep doing donuts in the parking lot.
Yeah. And customer service says, well, where all our representatives are tied up right now. Please call back. You know what I mean? Fuck artificial intelligence.
Have the fires crept up north yet, or are they still contained to Southern California?
No, they still contained to Southern California. Okay. We've had the fires up here in 2017 where there was so much bullshit and that came with that. Yeah, that there's the Paradise Fire right there. If I'm right about that, Jay Millerton.
I was out there in 2017. I remember that just like it was yesterday because they had fires going on in Nevada too. That's part of the reason why I ended up stranded in the desert for a day and a half because we was we got redirected off of 80 onto the state highways. Ended up in the middle of the desert in Nevada. Directly where you're at, Shabaka.
Yep. And the Interstate 80 is 458 miles long from the Utah state line to California. I saw that guy going in circles laughing out loud. I'm not getting in a self-driving car. Smart woman, Kelly. Hell to the no.
Video because Shabaka's always talking about the Google cars. And I was like, man, I would not do it. He said,
whoa. Jay Millerton said that they were in a cloud of smoke and had to wear a mask. Now, is that currently going on, Jay, or is that there from the Paradise Fire?
He's saying current, I think. Oh, no, he's saying back in 2017. Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, that's the Paradise Fire. Yeah, there was so much smoke in the city of Oakland, it looked like early morning. Fuck them cars. And the reason why I remember, because I had to renew my driver's license that day. You know what I mean? And the air was bad, man. The air was bad. You know? So those in Southern California, up there in Altadena and what have you, get to the coast, okay? Get to the coast, okay? And pray that the wind shifts coming off the Pacific, because that there's going to be your source of your fresh air. You see what I mean?
Hold on, y'all. I gotta get Lady Chase on the east. She just woke up. Say hi to the people, Lady Chase.
Oh, God, no. Oh, you're Shabaka.
She said she don't want to hear me.
I know that's all I hear is Shabaka.
She said all she hears is Shabaka. Yeah, it's just me and Shabaka.
What's wrong with hearing me? All I do is speak the truth. Even when I lie, I speak the
truth. Yeah, please be safe. Yeah, see safe out there, Jay. Said I'm sorry to hear that.
She said she's sorry to hear that. Very scary. It was fires all over Northern California at that time.
Yep,
Yeah, Jay. Yeah, I remember. And also, too, Jay, that day is the fires, man, that burned up there in Shasta County, too, man, that melted all the ice on top of Mount Shasta.
Yep.
That was bad.
Yeah, that was
then,
bad.
Although that the fire was out, you could still smell the burnt wood. You know
and
what
the
I'm
smoke
saying?
mixed with Carl, and it was really bad. I was like, I ain't never seen shit like that.
Yeah.
It was like apocalyptic views.
Yeah, it was. And then, like I said, man, I was in, I started my trip at that time from,
It was apocalyptic views. The first time I went to SF.
Yeah. Yeah. But one thing about SF, I'm safe. We don't have no fires here. Okay. You're in Sacktown. Okay.
Yeah, he's in Northern California.
Yeah, he says he's in Sac, which is short for Sacramento. Hey, man, go tell Gruesome Newsom to sign them goddamn reparations checks, man.
Right. Well, we about to get on his punk ass here shortly.
Yeah, tell that motherfucker he can make mine now payable to cash.
Right. All right, so moving along, RIP to the sister who was acting around the same time as Cicely Tyson. RIP to her as well. She was 95 when she died. Her name was Delray. What was her last name, Shabaka? Do you remember?
I forgot it. But one thing, if she did a lot of films in old Black Hollywood, which I think she did, she had some residuals coming in. You know what I'm saying? Is because, see, in Hollywood, it used to be segregated. And they did not allow Black people to stay in Hollywood, per se, until 1964. So the majority of the Black actors were staying up there in View Park, Windsor Hills, and the Baldwin Hills.
In Baldwin Hills. Oh, yeah, in L.A., yeah.
Yeah, and keep in mind, they had them out there with the damn oil fields. And then this dude, on Facebook who cussed me out from there. Well, man, we got the oil fields, man. Them motherfuckers ain't pumped no goddamn oil, man, in over 50 fucking years that I know of. Nigga, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Shit.
All right, ladies, what's your thoughts on the Eaton fire killing one of the victims was a 95-year-old Black actress.
Fires are out of control. Like, I was watching something. He just like threw me in the mix, man.
They threw me in the mix.
Let me get my bearings.
They put me in the mix.
You can't control a fucking fire.
No, see, Lady J, the fire is a living being.
Shabaka, let Lady J. She ain't saying nothing all night. Go ahead, Lady J.
Why have you been talking all night? All right, hold on, Shabaka. Okay, I'm just kidding. Hold on.
Jay says he's safe.
When I was a little girl, I like fires, right? I like starting fires, and I like fire.
You damn pyromaniac.
And
that's pyromaniac.
Fire.
Hey, yeah, grand rising, Daniel.
But when it gets out of control, it gets out of fucking control. You know what I mean? And the shit has no mercy. So these fires are out of hand. Everybody's like, there's preventative measures, there's this and that. No, not when it gets out of hand. All you can hope for is that motherfucking shit, that spark don't touch you.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's all you can hope for. After a while, that shit it's on a mind of its own. And unless you get in front of it.
Well, we had our share of fires out here too.
Like, as soon as you get up, like,
yeah, go ahead, Lady J.
I go back to sleep. This is why I don't get up over here. So like, unless you get in front of it, you can stop it. But if you can't get in front of it, just go burn.
A young gay law. I guess he's trolling young pharaohs in the building.
Hotep, young gay row. But also too, you got to break the triangle. See, you got what they call the fire triangle, which is fuel, air, and heat. Okay. So quite naturally, of course, the water, kills the heat aspect of it. But like they say, when these gusts come up there, that's another thing in it is the air.
That's crazy. Like you're like they were showing the footage of the people like in Malibu and shit, and they right next to the water, and their house is completely burnt to the ground. Because they said they can't use the salt water from the Pacific, Shabaka, because it fucks the land up.
Man, fuck that. You're trying to put the goddamn fire out, man. If you don't put the fire out, you ain't gonna have no fucking land. So they had the super scoopers going out there, hitting it from the Pacific. So
they gotta desalinate the water before they can use it.
That's some fuckery right there, man. That's some fuckery. Shit.
I'll move to Africa. Yeah, like
whatever what that means. Now, what do you mean by that there, young Gabriel? Maybe they'll move to Africa. I don't get it.
The people that lost their homes.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I just thought about something. He got a point. You know what, man? What them motherfuckers might wind up doing, you all. Yeah, the musky man. The Boers. Yeah, the Boer might have them come over there. You see what I'm saying?
We don't even want to be there.
They don't even want to be there. Don't seem like anybody want to be there except people that's not originally from Africa.
Okay, but however, though, you do have some spectacular scenery there in Africa. When Mad Dr. D's daughter went there, and the thing is that Mad Dr. D's daughter did say on airs that she did feel a sense of the ancestral connection. See, so I give her propers on that.
Young Gabriel says, now you think it's sinister like them.
Now, how is that sinister, sir? Please explain that.
With the Boer, Elon Musk.
The Boer is a Dutch word. He's Dutch. He ain't no African. That motherfucker's a Boer.
Yeah. You get no argument from me, Shabaka, but they consider him African American now.
I don't give a goddamn what the fuck they think of him as. That there is like telling us shit don't stink. That motherfucker considered a lunch counter in Wilmington, North Carolina in 1963.
Yeah, because he's white.
Precisely. Move to the head of the class, my young friend. That's smart. You handling things.
I think sinister like them figure out their plan. Yep.
Well, young Gabriel, their plan is for us to be exterminated. You see what I'm saying? That's their plan, is to exterminate us because they cannot be like us. You see what I mean?
I didn't turn it off. It turned itself off. All right, moving along to Gruesome Newsome.
Recall his ass.
Well, that's another thing I want to get to before we get to the actual. So now they're accusing Black people of looting.
Oh, yes.
I've been debunked.
It has been.
Oh, yes.
But they're still running with the narrative. So bigots are falsely accusing Black people of looting, burning and looting during the LA fires. So it's one of the Twitter spaces.
Well, that's their revenge for saying that bullshit from 1992.
Communities can't simply just
that
point that was speaking before. That's bullshit.
Okay.
So some of the families been having to move, obviously, and they've been having, their relatives help them move their belongings to another location. Well, these damn white supremacists, and they suspected white supremacists, been posting all this shit on social media talking about they looting and they stealing. But you know who's looting and stealing? The damn illegal migrants. You know who's starting these damn fires? The illegal migrants.
Is that proven?
Yes.
You know, what was BS about this conversation?
A lot of that, but I'm not going to get into that. Here's my question.
Yes.
How come so many communities can't simply just name the booze?
Yeah, we know it's a lie, cuz, but that's what they're running with.
But they can. The booze is called white supremacy, and that booze is all over. That's the name of the booze. And it's got everybody drunk. Everybody's been drunk and subjugated by the booze of white supremacy. Right? Come on now. Right?
So, Twitter, they've been running.
I disagree.
You disagree?
Two videos right
That's
here.
either a true statement or it's not. What's not? What area of society is not dominated by white supremacy?
Right, and he's the
Zionism.
Brothers, I'm assuming.
What's Zionist? What's a Zionist?
And they're calling them criminals.
White supremacists don't like Zionism.
What's a Zionist? Define that.
Israeli supremacy.
There's black people in Israel. What are they supreme over? The black people are talking about white supremacy. So which ones you talking about? The black people in Israel are complaining about white supremacy. So who are they talking about?
Israelis are not white.
You got black Israelis. You got black people in Israel who are complaining about white supremacy. Who are they talking about?
Sometimes they're that, and other times they're really informational.
Come on now. Name that booze.
They're talking about the damn Hebes.
Which ones? Because the black ones, they ain't running nothing. They ain't got no Zionist power. How come the black ones ain't got no Zionist power? What's that about? Huh?
Yeah.
You have to ask Shlomo. I can't answer that for you. I don't have the answer.
Well, I have it. It's white supremacy. That's the answer. Global white supremacy. Just because there's some infighting between certain suspected white supremacist groups, that doesn't negate that it's white supremacy. That's just white supremacist infighting. And they might fight along religious or even ethnic differences. But at the end of the day, it's still white supremacy. All right?
Yeah.
Name that booze. Come on now.
So we're running a whole clinic on this damn.
You're very quiet.
The truth is, they aren't white.
They're white enough. Right? Come on now.
2015, 2017, somewhere around that time, and a Latino guy. I think he would call himself a mestizo, like some of those tan Latinos. And I forget offhand exactly everything about it, but it just didn't feel right. They were telling me, because I asked them, okay, this isn't my idea to split up cops, because they wanted to reform cops or whatever. So not defund the police, not end the police or do anything. What they wanted to do was, they said, since cops investigate themselves, split up the paperwork. So if a cop does something to somebody, instead of their own department doing it, have a separate office across town somewhere else. And they wanted me to push it. And when I asked them why, they said, well, nobody's going to listen to a pasty white boy, and nobody really wants to hear from a Latino guy either. But they listen to black people.
Yeah.
And that's something I just wanted to say here.
Yeah, that's heavy. Yeah, they always got to find us to push that agenda. We have to co-sign that nonsense, and that's why we shouldn't, because that police reform, that's a nothing burger. That is a nothing burger. That means they ain't gonna get punished. See, the name of the game, if they harm a black person, their asses need to go to jail, and there's some money that needs to be coughed up. Yeah. Police reform is basically having them do a damn sensitivity training, which is a nothing burger. That's nothing. You know how disrespectful that is. If you harm one of us, basically y'all got to go watch an episode of Roots. Okay, yeah, that's gonna really stop them. You know, if a black person harms somebody in the dominant society unjustly, their ass is going to jail. Yeah, so we got to stop playing that game.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
We got to stop going along with that. That's why we got to stop letting them reframe the words like police reform. No, police punishment. You punish these race soldiers. We have to stand.
Well, that's why you got to get the regime to end qualified immunity.
Yeah, trying to stop them from being anti-black racist. Not going to try to love them into getting rid of their racism. No, you sit your ass in a jail cell somewhere and think about it. Yeah, you dig?
Exactly.
You kill a black
Walk
person.
The fucking concrete.
Old boy who killed George Floyd. They need to get that treatment.
Right.
Yeah. Get some more calls in. Any LA people in here? How my LA family doing? Out here in LA, I was trying to talk about this earlier. People are proving that there are folks deliberately starting some of these fires out here in Los Angeles. Some people are deliberately starting these fires. They arrested one guy. There was a fire kind of close to Woodland Hills, West Hills, and they got this guy who looks like some South American migrant. And the word is, because out there, I think, where was this? It was in a certain area where the fires were, and you had people rolling through trying to get into folks' homes. And some people are saying that some of these fires are being deliberately set by some of these South and Central American gangs. And what they're doing is they got teams out here that'll set the fires, then people evacuate, and then they start running up in folks' homes, getting all of their valuables. So now people are saying there's a finesse game going on out here. And what I didn't like, these white supremacists sat up here. There was a news story. There was some black folks in Altadena, because a lot of black folks live in Altadena and their homes got harmed.
Right.
The brother called in last night from Altadena. So a lot of the black folks out there are helping each other. So there was a video of some black people helping some of their other neighbors move their furniture to safety.
Mm-hmm.
These white supremacists got a clip of that talking about, oh yeah, the blacks are already looting. So yeah, even in a tragedy, they're trying to flip it and spew their anti-black racism, where the people you see get arrested for looting are like Hispanic, Middle Eastern, white Hispanic, white Middle Eastern. It ain't us. You dig? Let's just be very clear. So there ain't no black folks out here looting. It's other people out here doing little weird stuff. But yeah, I don't want people to try to throw that negative shade on the black Los Angelinos, man. The black folks in LA are very cool people. I don't like that rap they try to throw on our folks out here, man. LA people, black folks in LA are very solid people, man. We got real good solid folks out here, man. The FBA family, solid ass people. So don't fall for none of that propaganda. We ain't nobody looting nothing. We're out here helping folks get it together. We got black folks out here trying to fight these fires themselves. Yeah. And shout out to Altadena. A lot of the brothers and sisters lost their homes out there. So condolences and prayers up to them. Let's get Arian G in here. Let's get Arian in the building. Brother Arian, what's up, fam? Brother Arian, what's up with you?
What's up, Trey? Thank you for having me up. Just had a quick question.
Yeah.
We know that every single prosperous black community was burned down by the white supremacists.
Yeah.
And I looked at Pacific Palisades, and it's completely gone.
Oh, yeah.
So could it be karma? I'll end with that.
Interesting. Yeah, I was near there today. They don't even let you drive up there. You can't drive through. I was over there by Santa Monica, but they got all that blocked off. Yeah, it's real. It's down bad right now.
Yeah,
all of Pacific Palisades. That shit burned to the ground, and many parts of Malibu. So it's
fucking beach houses.
It's a different thing.
A whole lot of unsavory Diddy type of tactics going on in the motherfuckers over the years.
The drunk monk. The drunk.
Oh yeah.
Building. The drunk monk. What's up, man? All right. Drunk Monk, hop in. All right. Unmute your microphone, Drunk Monk.
Oh, hey, can you hear me good, Tariq?
I can hear you. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? Yo, I know my name says the Drunk Monk Show, but this is basically like one of my old gaming accounts. But I was gonna say, man, there's been some interesting calls tonight, but I really missed those calls. Well, first thing I wanted to say is like I'm still cracking up months ago when you were talking about how old school brothers be having two first names, and I thought back to my grandfather on my mom's side. His name was Johnny Lee. You know what I'm saying? But no, I was gonna say like I wish that more people that were half FBA and half something else would call in because like in my case.
Go ahead.
FBA on my mom and all that. Can you hear me still? Hello?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I hear you. I hear you.
All right. Yeah, no, I was just saying like on my mom's side, it's like, okay, cool. Because I was gonna say like on my mom's side, like, you know, we were all born in New York, but it's like my grandparents, like my grandfather, I think he was born in Plant City, but he mostly was raised in Miami. And then my grandmother on my mom's side was also from Palatka and Weelaca, like south of Jacksonville. And then when they got together, they had moved up to Harlem, you know, and then they started having my mom, my aunt, and all of them or whatever, right? But anyway, it's like in my case, my father's side is from Barbados, and you know, they used to try to. I just wish that more people would call in and spill the tea and tell the truth. Because like all these tellers calling up playing dumb, acting like it's one-sided, like, oh, we're just taking on them and this and that. Dog, my family delineated on me. When I was a little kid, before I knew what was what, like they used to act like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, because my dad's nickname was Zach. They'd be like, oh, well, yeah, he's Zacky's son, but he's been Americanized, you know, as if like being American like made me tainted, like I wasn't as good as them or whatever. And like they used to just do a lot of passive aggressive shit with me growing up. So it's like, stop capping, dog. Like I wish that more people would call in and tell the truth. I mean, it's a bunch of other stories I could say. I don't want to top the line, but I just want to say I appreciate you, dog. I've been a long time listener for like 9 years now. You know, I got Hidden Colors 4, but I need to get many others and catch up. But I just appreciate your work and much love to that big family.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, a lot of these folks, man, some of the half and halves, the immigrant side will hate on the FBA side, which is crazy. They'll have a little attitude about the FBA side, which is, man, please. I wish they pulled that around me. Rico, what's up, brother?
Oh man, it's great to talk to you. Actually, I just wanted to ask you, like, why do you think that so many of like our reparations-based and like lineage-based like organizations have like such a divide?
Because they don't want to give up that money. That's obvious.
A lot of these non-FBAs in there, and the white supremacists did that because they understand lineage. I want y'all to understand something. The white supremacists, they understand lineage big time. Let me go back to those tweets that we were talking about earlier, where the white supremacist was with the Uber driver who was Nigerian. There's a lot of white folks who were tweeting under that because they were spilling the beans too. You know, they were talking about their experiences too. And there was one white guy, he made the comment, let me find that tweet. His comment was, let's be honest, as an American, meaning white, when a black person talks and has an African accent, we all feel a little relief. Yeah.
Hello, friends.
Yes, what's up, man?
I'm Nimatullah Stanikzai from Afghanistan talking to you now, guys.
Okay, what's going on?
Thank you for accepting me and giving me a mic. Thank you so much. I think that the issues you're talking are very fundamental and very fascinating issues.
Okay.
Keep talking, friends. I'm listening. Inshallah, I will be talking to you.
I'm going there and eat you a falafel. I don't know what you want. He just, okay. I don't know what he's talking about. He just wanted to call up. I think he's trying to get some Cash App money or something. He don't even know what we're talking about. I think what you're talking about is very nice. It is a very interesting topic. Keep on doing what you are doing. The conversation is really needed. He just saying he don't know what we're talking about. He just wanted to come up here to let his profile get seen so somebody can send him some Western Union or something. So if he DMs any of y'all, ignore his ass.
No, the
Don't let him
automatic
DM
deleting block.
Okay.
I get tired of motherfuckers coming in my inbox with that bullshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I was saying earlier about how the white supremacists allow these other groups into these organizations, understanding the lineage, just like this white guy was like, yeah, we feel a little relief when we hear an African accent, because they know foundational Black Americans, number one, y'all not going to have us up here talking crazy. Y'all not going to be talking at us. Y'all not going to be saying little slick, racist, passive-aggressive things. You're not going to be able to practice your racism all openly around us. Y'all not going to be able to underpay us because we're going to be hollering at y'all about our money. Y'all not going to have us working all these crazy hours and not giving us that overtime and not giving us our dental. Oh, yeah, you know, with us, you're going to have to come through. Yeah. Yeah, you're not going to underpay us. We're going to get what the hell we worth. Yes. And you're not going to be able to talk crazy at us. So, yeah, that's why you don't breathe easy around us. Because if you say the wrong thing, hands and feet might get thrown. So, yeah, they got an issue. Let's get Nat in here. Let's get Nat in the building. What's up, Nat? Nat in the building. What's going on, Nat?
First time on your channel.
Now, Nat, where are you from?
I live in Colorado, Texas originally, but I'm in Colorado.
You Hispanic guy?
No, my mom is white, my dad's Black.
Okay.
No, he's right here.
Your mom, what part of Europe is she from?
German.
German, and your dad is from where?
That's actually a good question. I recently was reacquainted with him. Didn't grow up with him.
Because you qualify for the option.
Was able to get back with him recently. So I had a quick
But
question.
our brother Che, they could borrow against his ass. They could take a loan out on him.
Is he Caribbean or African?
He is.
Everybody wasn't a slave.
African.
What part of Africa is he from?
Well, there's ties to Cherokee, so I'm not quite sure. Again, I don't quite know the heritage.
My brother wasn't a slave.
Damn, your mama done told you something about it.
My great grandma is Cherokee, right? She was.
On who's your dad's side or your mom's?
My dad's side. On my dad's side.
Okay, so he a light skinned Black man?
No, he's real dark. I'm the light skin. He's
white. Okay, what the hell? Okay. So his grandmother is Cherokee, or his mother's Cherokee, or part Cherokee?
Yeah, part. Yeah. So his grandmother, my great grandmother.
Okay.
Cherokee.
And what about his dad? Where's his dad from?
His dad wasn't really in the picture on his life.
So have you seen out of the family? Were you around any of them?
I met them all about 6 years ago.
Where are they from?
Right before COVID. We're all in Texas. My whole family's from Texas. Houston, San Antonio, Austin.
Got it. Okay. All right. So what's on your mind? What question do you have?
Yeah, it was my first time here. I'm more kind of intrigued, and I guess my question to you is, is there a solution in sight? Like, is there a light at the end of the tunnel with the division, or I kind of want to hear a little bit about not the compromise, but just more the solution to the division. It's clear it's there. There's polar opposites that don't really want to hear each other out. What's the end game here? Is it just going to be like this forever? Is there a way out of this?
Well, do you understand what the problem is? What do you think the problem is? It's not division. That's not the problem.
It's racism.
The problem is systematic white supremacy. That's the problem, and we gotta replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. Now, let me ask you this: your mom's side of the family, how does that side of the family treat you?
Great. Very well. Oh yeah. I'm closer. I mean, my godparents are white. They would be, they're rednecks from Texas.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Down there, good.
Very, very country, but very off the grid. They don't probably even know that X exists, kind of thing. They got well water. They're very out. They're good people. They don't worry about that, right? They adopted 2 Black daughters.
Yeah.
Foster care into adoption, and they grew up. I remember when my cousin took her first steps. So that's kind of what I'm saying. There's a solution there, certainly. I kind of want to explore what, I guess, have we identified the problem yet? I think we have, right?
Yeah. The problem is systematic
There's hatred.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. It's systematic white supremacy. Now, there's some white people individually who might be very hospitable, might be very nice people. But the thing is, we still got that system that's set up to be subjugative. It subjugates based on race, and it gives benefits and privileges based on race. But we got to do something about that janky system. That's the problem.
Sure.
And out of all fairness, we want to recognize Viola Louiso,
surprise
who made the ultimate sacrifice during the civil rights movement.
Accurate, or am I making that up?
And if
no, not really, because when you sit there down in Texas, a lot of people, even the red, Texas, very hospitable. Especially white. Yes, I was just down there. I talked about that recently.
And she herself,
my family, they have some redneck neighbors, very nice people.
Along with
very
Black civil rights work.
These are like right-wing Republican white people.
Very,
very hospitable people. And I was talking about the dichotomy between a lot of the right-wing whites and some of the so-called liberal white people. I live out here in liberal California. Mm-hmm. I go into certain neighborhoods, they'll call the police on me out here.
Yeah.
You too?
They're supposed to be all liberal, lovey-dovey, whatever. But yeah, it's a horrible racial politics out here in California and Los Angeles. Too. And it's supposed to be liberal. So I wasn't really that shocked when you said
I got you.
But but again, the problem is systematic white supremacy. So we have to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. So that's what it is. But thank you so much for the call.
Fuck the commercial.
Get you some root work. Yeah, so as he's shown and proved, that shit is a lie, that Black people are looting and stealing out of homes during these fires. In fact, the opposite is happening. Black people are helping other Black people and helping to fight wildfires.
Exactly. And then not to mention how many of those inmates that's out there risking their lives in them wildfires are Black. They got a demographic report on that?
Shit, I would say majority. Kim Kardashian, she posted a picture of her with a bunch of them on X. And then Chris Brown, he brought attention to it as well.
I'm going to X, and I just want to see what this bullshit they got up here, man. Xbox, man. Fuck your goddamn Xbox. Okay. No, let's see what's up on Stinky Bird right here. Okay, let's see here. Shabaka, they want you to pay money to go ad-free. Man, I ain't paying your motherfucker shit. Get Elon Musk to pay for it, the rich bastard. Right, got a message here from Brother Che. Oh, okay. All right. So okay, Brother Che, I got your message here, refining our codification for FBA. This here was, you sent it to me, it's 2 hours, 24 minutes, January the 5th. So I'll probably listen to it tomorrow.
Okay.
And let's see, any notifications in here. I remember this here. Blacc 0606 is following me. Okay, Jesse Parrish running for office. Okay. Somebody named Aaliyah is following you, Brother Che. Okay. Jesse Parrish. Let's see. Messages. Okay, Hakeem Jeffries. Hey, Hakeem, yeah. I sent a message to Hakeem Jeffries. It reads as follows. You are disgusting. All right. Okay. And he is.
Yep. It's a damn shame. His uncle is Leonard Jeffries.
Wow.
Dr.
I mean,
Leonard.
yeah, and black politicians, it ain't nothing wrong with you taking care of your people, man. All these other groups do it. So why don't y'all introduce a goddamn not take care of your black constituents for black ass politicians, you lousy motherfuckers, you. But you gonna come up there with old Clyburn. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. Nobody knows the sorrow I feel. Ass scratch, yassa boss, ass scratch.
So gruesome.
Anything you don't want to do, the color troops will do for you.
So gruesome Newsom demands answers from whoever is in charge of California. Wait a minute, gruesome Newsom. I thought that was you. Aren't you the governor of California?
See, this is what I'm talking about, people. That motherfucker's out there in Napa Valley drinking that goddamn wine. You know what I mean? I thought somebody. And motherfucker, you mean to tell me you the goddamn governor of the state of California, your stinking ass should have been on signed an executive order and say, guess what? We're seizing all that money from you goddamn insurance companies to help with this situation.
Looks like the National Guard has been deployed.
Oh, hell yeah, and he doubled it too. I mean, look at these motherfuckers when they come out with their weapons. They got banana clips.
Mm-hmm.
And all that gear they got right there, yeah, them motherfuckers is going to dig in for a minute. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. As I had posted a few days ago. I think I posted it a few days ago.
Oh, and by the way, man, your ponies are shut down, man. Great. You had to tell you this. Great news. Great news. Great news.
The Gators shut down. So
now Gators revitalizing their team. They finally did something schmite. They fired the goddamn coach and the motherfucking general manager.
Y'all still ain't got no quarterback, and y'all got to go for that 6th-round draft pick.
Well, Jay, you know it takes about 3 seasons to build a championship team. Shit, look at Detroit.
Yeah,
I'm taking Detroit to win it.
You think the Lions got it? What it takes?
Yeah, I think they do, man. They only lost 1 game.
Look, the family deported together stays together.
That's crazy.
That's what Tom.
Awful.
He said he gonna partner. He gonna deport them together. See, this
when the regime comes in, huh?
These are the $5 Indians, Shabaka. These are $5 Indians. So when we talking about $5 Indians, that's who we talking about.
Well, actually, to quote old boy man during the 1968 Democratic Convention, Walter Cronkite, they look like a bunch of thugs to me.
Mm-hmm. There's your boy.
Impeach his ass. Impeach that motherfucker tomorrow.
He said, Newsom and California Democrats literally decimated, eluding barring police from arresting looters and prosecutors from prosecuting them. Now he's opposed to looting.
He on dope.
And do the interior work. How to keep people safe, no looting, 0 tolerance for looting. That's why these guys are out here.
I don't have no respect for a man that'll go fuck his best friend's
that
wife.
Allow law enforcement to move more mobilely and do the interior work. How to keep.
We have to keep people safe. You mean white people?
Pretty much.
I'm trying to. Oh, here's Chris Brown. This is what I want to show you. 30% of LA
fires are being fought by inmates, 16 cents per hour. The prisoners who are out there risking their lives need time knocked off their sentences. Chris Brown. He's got a point on that.
Mm-hmm. trying to sound that stupid ass Kim Kardashian shit. Let me see.
Oh Lord.
So my timeline. Another Tupac and DMX. Oh, that's a video of some of the prisoners right there.
Yeah, then the morning's jumping.
Say that you a lesbian, girl, me too. Hey, girls want girls,
Yeah,
where I'm
on the
from.
green
Hey,
beat.
yeah, girls want girls.
I don't know what the hell they was listening to Drake though. I guess they didn't really have a choice with what they was listening to.
Now, what is that raggedy ass cop milers up there talking about?
She is her home got burglarized during the fire.
She can afford it? Shit.
Shout out to Nikki, the guy, for posting this. Yeah, reports of Kamala Harris' home burglarized amid LA fires.
Yeah, well, you know. Mm-hmm. Who knows? Maybe the dumpsters did
it. I wouldn't rule it out.
No, what's that man from Chi-Town talking about?
About Karen Bass destroying the LA fire department.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about because Karen Bass does not have no power. She is a figurehead. Blame the fire commission. That's what don't nobody understand about LA politics. She doesn't have the juice like the mayor of Chicago does.
Or Denver.
Mm-hmm.
I can't find
Not
it
so
right now.
much saying that I'm a fan of Karen Bass, but I'm just pointing out facts.
Yeah, but she was up there.
Wait a minute. Show the pony picture where they lost, man.
Oh, I don't. Man, I'm not posting that. I'm not showing that. That was devastating enough. We were winning to start.
Right there. Yeah, right there where they lose.
No, we were winning there.
Okay, but then y'all got shut down, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. The fix was definitely in. But we wasn't supposed to win more than 3 games. All you haters was like, y'all ain't gonna do nothing. Y'all ain't going nowhere.
Y'all got shut down. That's great news. Great news. The ponies lose. Raiders fire the fucking coach, which they did. Fire the general manager, which they did. They fired the offensive coordinator too. Just change the whole goddamn staff all the way down to the water boy.
Sorry, y'all, I can't find it right now. But Kim Kardashian, she posted a picture on X with her cheesing in front of some of the inmates that been fighting the wildfire. She was thanking them and all this shit. All right.
Well, that is a hell of a job that they doing. You know.
Yeah, exactly, Jay. Thank you, Jay.
Raiders get shut down everywhere. Well, Jay Militant, man, you know, that's why they got to rebuild the team. Oh, well, you stole millions of dollars from the people. Not me, Jay Militant. If I would have stole millions of dollars, man, shit, we'd be on, Drake. Got you. Okay.
No, he's talking about Kamala. He's talking about Kamala and
Motown deserves to win it. Yeah, they do, Jay Militant. They're being consistent, man. You know what I'm saying? So I give it to them. You know what I mean? I give it to them. Billy's mad. His child molester man cave burned up.
Oh, you talking about Billy Graham? Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid shit too. Yeah, Lisa Cabrera covered that up. I didn't put it in the topic list for tonight though.
Damn.
People was like, "Hey, ain't this a sign of God? Isn't God trying to tell you something?" And Billy Graham come out there talking about this isn't what you think it is, and all of that. And
we have one of our contributors, Brother Che, who has stated, is the city of Los Angeles. Get it? Yeah. Los Angeles. So put a T. Yeah, put a T right after LOS. You got Los Angeles.
Yep, Los Angeles.
Boy,
Now,
we
more
got some lost motherfuckers out there too, boy. I tell you.
So, Gruesome Newsom would rather pay billions to a
Well, tonight in the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, you know, there was a post that I made on X, and it was based off of a clip that I had seen, just a short clip from Fox News. So let me go ahead on and play that short clip from Fox News, and then we'll get into this because I have some questions that I have to ask the Democrat Party. Because just a legitimate question can educate me. Because I really want to know. Let's check this out.
The thing is, for sanctuary cities and states, they complain about the cost, but they continue to add services. I want to show you California. As of yesterday, California has added a healthcare benefit for migrants. They are now going to extend free healthcare to migrants between the ages of 26 and 49. That's going to cover 700,000 additional people and cost the state $2.6 billion each year. Now, that's added onto New York's, that's added onto California's deficit, which is already $68 billion.
So you saw that they want to give, or they are giving, healthcare to 700,000 illegal immigrants. Now, when illegal, that means you're doing something criminal. Okay, it's called being illegal. It is illegal. You're breaking the law. Now, let me go ahead and show you what I have posted on X, and that has triggered some of them. Let me go ahead on and show you that real quick. Let's go ahead and put it on the screen. So as you can see here, I said, how come lawsuits aren't being filed against this?
Right.
Because Edward Bloom is running around here filing all kind of lawsuits on the Fearless Fund and all of that, right? Just because they want to give black women $20,000 who are in business. But yet he's not filing lawsuits against this at all. I said, where's all those people that talk about their tax dollars when FBAs speak on paying reparations?
Yep.
You never see them. You never saying, hey, that's my tax dollars.
I'm not gonna do nothing just for black
never say a
people.
word.
No.
Okay, but when it comes to FBAs getting reparations, everybody's an accountant all of a sudden. Everybody's a CPA all of a sudden about tax dollars.
All of a sudden.
I continue to say, notice the silence. Free health care for non-citizens, and say, I told them it would be cheaper to pay reparations. And the reason why I said that, because it's a never-ending thing. At least with reparations, you can give that one-time payment and that'll be it. It won't be a constant thing. Now, of course, Great Black Shark has said exactly, Brother Phil, the white supremacists only become expert accountants and lawfare warriors when FBA people push for reparations. So this shows how demonically insane their system is. So they have a problem. They have a complete problem, ladies and gentlemen, complete problem with reparations. But let me show you how far the Democrats go in explaining the criminality. So this is from the California Budget and Policy Center, right? And it says California's undocumented residents. See, they pretty. You know when I told you how Democrats pretty up criminality? It's called prostitution, but they say, oh, it's sex workers, illegal immigrants. Oh, it's the undocumented. That's how they pretty up criminality. Okay, the Democrats are very good at prettying up criminality.
It is called spelling.
Now, look at the key takeaways. California's undocumented residents contribute nearly $8.5 billion in taxes, playing a crucial role in supporting public services while remaining excluded from essential programs. So you mean to tell me that you have so many of them working in California that 8.5 billion you're making off of them in taxes, and we know California is the highest state tax in America, the highest gas tax in America, right? They have given these people free health care, something that you can't get in California as an FBA, but they can get, right? So 8.5 billion. And they talking about how they all these different things, and students, teachers, artists, chefs, business owners, religious leaders, while we have a homeless population can't even get those jobs. Talking about how they pay billions of dollars in taxes and play a vital role in stimulating California's economy. Now, I don't even have to go no further than that to cook. Let me show you how I'm gonna cook real quick. Hear me. There's a lot of FBAs in California prisons right now. They in San Quentin, they all those different places, right?
San Quentin, Folsom,
When
Soledad.
FBAs break the law, California got a prison for them. Understand? When
San
FBAs
Quentin,
break the law,
Soledad,
they got the county jail for them when they break the law.
LA County
But when
Jail,
these people
Alameda
break the law,
County Jail, San Francisco
they don't even
County
call
Jail,
it criminality, they call it
Sacramento County Jail.
undocumented. You understand? They say that they contribute to the economy. Oh, they doing this and they doing that. But technically, they don't supposed to be here because that is considered what? Illegal immigration. Why do you think we have laws on the books? Because if it was a free-for-all, if our borders are just wide open, then we wouldn't have no immigration law. It wouldn't be no legal way to become an immigrant or an illegal immigrant. It wouldn't be no such thing, right? This is why the Democrats lost. The Democrats lost the election because of their open border policy. This is ridiculous. I don't see how any FBA living in California right now. I know y'all love California. I know y'all love that weather and that, but listen, that state is governed horribly.
I don't. Why do you think I
Horribly.
moved out the motherfucker?
The best thing for y'all state in California is if y'all get rid of all those Democrats. Listen, I live in a Republican state of Texas. We don't have these problems now. We are a border state, and yes, my governor Greg Abbott is fighting every day to stop the invasion here in Texas.
Great state, Texas.
And even Mexicans themselves on the border don't want all those people over here. So you can't say it's racism because they got Mexicans don't want them here. Plenty of Mexicans don't want them here in Texas, right? Because they know their own people. They know where they come from. They know what they got going on. And a lot of them aren't Mexican either that's coming over here. So Texas is doing what it's supposed to do, but Texas don't have that state tax and all the things that is going on in California. These people in California are incompetent. Gavin Newsom and all of them. I put it more because he's the governor. Wildfires going crazy, running out of water. What kind of crap is that? But then you get reports that when they've been told to conserve water, Kim Kardashian and all the other celebrities are taking all the water and all of that. They get away with that. While your home burns down in California, Kim Kardashian can water her flowers. That water could have been used to save your house. See, that's the problem y'all also got in California with these Democrats. The Democrats are so wrapped up in celebrity. Now, they will sit up here and give them free tuition. We're talking about the illegal migrants, free tuition, free health care, all of that. But they are never giving FBAs free health care. Nope. You're not getting it.
Yeah, they gave us free.
You're not getting free college in California. When you was fighting for reparations, what did that Gavin Newsom do? Undercut, sold you out.
Not the same thing.
Did FBAs wrong. Got with the the California Legislative Black Caucus to mess over the bill. Then when the Republican tried to put up the bill, they fought against the Republican in California. Come on, y'all remember this? Y'all did all this underhand mess to FBAs. Then all of a sudden, look what's happening in 2025.
Well, this is why you got to
God
get rid
talking?
of the goddamn Yassa bosses.
I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying nothing more than that. I'm just asking questions. That's it. Just asking questions because it's just interesting. And then then they catching people setting fire, and who they catching? They're not catching FBAs,
right?
Are they? They not even catching black immigrants. I go there too. Nobody black. They're not catching them doing it. But who? What's the one woman they caught? Part of the folks community.
Mm-hmm.
They got people actually setting fires out there too.
White woman they caught starting fires out there.
Now, my issue with this is, see, in one instance, I would say, yeah, let all the immigrants come and make sure y'all go to Florida. Make sure y'all go to California. But at the same time, I can't go there because I have my FBA people in California. And now everybody can just pack up and move to Vegas, pack up and come move to Texas. And everybody's in that position.
I got the fuck out of California.
What about the
I'm in
They
Sin
can't
City like a motherfucker.
I mean, sure they can, but where they really gonna go? You know what I'm saying? Gavin Newsom and the Democrat Party, Maxine Waters, all of them have literally destroyed a beautiful state.
Maxine Waters needs to retire.
And I hope Trump come in there and at least take some federal funds from them to get them off of these policies that's harm the people. Because Trump, when you get in there, tell them you're not giving them no federal funding as long as they sitting up here giving free health care to non-citizens while American citizens need free health care. My thing is this: you're not going to give health care to everybody. Now, when I say everybody, I mean citizens. What's the point of becoming a citizen if you're getting all the rights and privileges? Then on top of that, ICE is doing a lot in Bakersfield. And you know, they're protesting again. What are they doing? Even foreign flags. They're not even waving the American flag. Look, this is what I say. If you waving a foreign flag, then obviously you want to go home. Clearly, you don't want to be in America. You think there'll be FBA was more American flag. The country of FBA's origin is going to be America because we built it. Okay, sure, we're of African descent, but we haven't been in the continent. I mean, 400 years, right? So we are Americans. When anywhere I go, people tell me you are an American. When I'm in the African continent, they say you a Black American. They tell me that.
Over there, Shabaka, so you don't know what they would tell you.
They don't call me African. They call me Black American. And I understand. Of course, we are African descent. Of course, our distant cousins. Of course, I love going over there with them. I have a great time. They treat me so well. The FBAs get hella respect in the African continent. Yes, they do.
They're gonna be like, you're a foreign.
But we are Americans. And that's okay.
You is a house nigga. I'm a diasporic African. Now, just because your house nigga, black ass want to be that, you have my sympathy.
We have a deep-rooted history here in America. And you take your...
He's already been there. He hasn't been there.
You know, I've had relatives that been there, but at my age, Brother Che. Okay, but please let me finish. Okay, but please let me finish, Brother Che. Okay. It's not so much that we're in Africa, Brother Che. With us being Afrocentrics, Africa is in us. You see what I mean? Okay. Now, they made it a point to keep us divided amongst ourselves.
Africa the people? Let me ask you this, Shabaka. Is Africa the people or is Africa the land?
I'm going to say that Africa is the land is because the people there, they've been the subject of neo-colonialism. And then our boy over there, man, Ibrahim Traore, man, he's starting to flip neo-colonialism. And next time we come on, man, I'll pull the data up on that is because, see, what we got to do is that we got to control our own currency. You see what I mean?
One African leader out of 55, that's a drop in the bucket, Shabaka.
I know, Brother Che. I know. But at least with Idi Amin, when nobody fooled Big Daddy, he had them crackers bound down to him.
He did, but he was the only one. How many others had?
And I dug Idi Amin for that. You know, where he made them white folks bow down.
He did, but he was like the only one that made them bow down. Maybe
I know.
One or two.
I know.
Plus.
I know.
Black American history and culture, because your culture's all over the world. No matter where you go, you're going to see your...
Thomas Sankara. We got to pay homage to Thomas Sankara and Muammar Gaddafi because, see, they got off the American dollar system, and that's why they were assassinated. You see what I mean?
Yeah, and we put a battery in their backs to get off of the American dollar system. And
to specify.
Because he was going to back the resources, the currency with the resources underneath the ground. We always talk about how rich Africa is.
Right.
People there are starving. They're poor. And the only answer we get is neocolonialism. Why aren't people over there taking advantage of the resources they have right underneath their feet?
Well, but keep in mind is that the neo-colonialists, Brother Che, as you already know, are backed up by the colonialist regimes. France, the United States, like what Obama did with his AfricaCom, you know what I'm saying? And Obama was a huge disappointment, not to black people in America, but to black people throughout the world. And as we stated before, as you already know. He goes over there to Kenya, see President Museveni. You see what I'm saying? Talking about, well, you got to have an alphabetized agenda, and they told him to shake the pot.
Surprised. But I know my friend who went out to Kenya, he was trying to meet up with him when he was out there last in Kenya. He said, I'm a Sun, Scorpio, African, sir. Nope. Yeah, that's who named Africa. They ain't even
I understand that about Afrikaners. That's why it's called the Kibeline.
That's an Arabic name. That's not even an African name.
I know, Brother Chase. See, we got a whole lot of work, to do with it. But like I said, they dummied us down, both on the continent and in the diaspora. Like, case in point, that bullshit ass video that they saw, and I sent it to you, man. Where this dead motherfucker was supposed to be dead in the coffin, man, and then here come the pastor resurrecting this motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. That motherfucker.
Yeah, they got the big old statues of white Jesus in Nigeria.
I know.
Like that. So how you gonna unite with that? How you gonna come to cohesion with that?
Okay, but Brother Chad, I didn't say it was going to happen overnight, man. You're going to need a minimum of 3 generations.
Okay, we're going to keep it respectfully. We're just going to respectfully disagree.
Well, we always do. You say?
All right, let me finish the clip, Shabaka.
Yeah, sure.
Culture. That's why I want black people to travel. Get your passport and travel, brothers and sisters. And you're going to see how respected FBAs are all over the world. But this is why I get so angry about our legal class. All these laws can be put on the books with no lawsuits. And to see, let me tell y'all something. Because the folks have always been lazy. The folks defend the illegal immigration because they don't want to go out there and work and work in the agriculture. They never wanted to work. See, when they say that, oh, well, we should have never brought y'all over here. You're right. You shouldn't have brought some of us over here. Some of us already here, but you shouldn't have brought some of us. You're right. All you had to do is go pick your own cotton. That's all you had to go do. Build your own plantations on your own. Leave black folks where they was at. And you wouldn't even have these issues and problems, right? But you couldn't do it on your own because when you tried, you cannibalized each other within a year. You couldn't do it. You didn't get nothing popping until you brought us in the mix or other Africans in the mix. Just study the slave trade. Y'all whole empire was built off the slave trade, yet y'all cannot do nothing on your own. It's just that simple. Okay? But the Congressional Black Caucus don't say nothing about this. Why?
Man, fuck.
Why the Congressional Black Caucus don't talk about this? Why don't they say, how come black people are put in prison for literally nothing, but yet these other people could come over here, break federal law, and they don't even go to jail? And then how dare ICE go pick you up? How dare they do that? Oh my God. Democrats on Trump's last presidency was teaching them how to circumvent our laws. Trump, I'm gonna tell you this. Any of them governors do that, you charge them with obstruction of justice. And you know what? If I was on here trying to teach FBAs how to circumvent the law, they would be charging me with a crime.
Yeah.
So how come them Democrats not charged with crimes? Y'all lucky I'm not the president, because I'd have caught Nancy Pelosi in there and said, oh, you teaching them? You teaching them, right? Okay. The first one say they learned that from you, I'm charging you.
She got too much juice.
Why? Because that is also a crime. You don't supposed to be teaching people how to circumvent the law. That's a crime. Look it up. You don't believe me. You're supposed to be teaching people how to gain entry into the United States outside of legal means. That's a crime. But yet you go drop off the migrants in Nancy Pelosi house. She got the room. She don't want them at her house.
Yeah, I seen that shit.
You understand?
They just banned them out here in Denver.
The Democrats, man, I'm telling you, they gotta go. They like
we got
that party.
2-3 months.
That party is just oh no, man. They just not it. They are not it. They are not it at all. And to you, Democrats, what I'm saying. Oh, I'm hammering home with all the Democrats. Oh yes, we've taken it up a notch in 2025.
No, he got froze, brother Chuck.
Added, but anything we do, we're gonna make sure we factual on what we're doing. We're not gonna be making up lies on nobody, because that's one thing you don't do. You don't lie on with that. We need to quit, but these other people that just cross the border, you got help, free health care, free money, free college. You got it all. Fine with that. Just the case they may be doing in the agriculture, but that's not all what they're doing. That's just part of what they're doing. They're doing construction jobs. They're doing jobs on the road. Yep. They're welding. They're doing all kind of jobs now. They're not just picking fruit. That's a propaganda. That's only a small percentage of them. The rest of them are working everyday jobs. They're working fast food. They're working all kind of jobs. They got jobs. They're working jobs the FBAs can't even get no more. You can't go in a lot of places, even down here where I'm at. You go to Popeyes, you're not gonna see FBAs no more like you used to. You gonna see migrants in there.
They ought to say he gonna go sling.
It's not that black folks don't want the jobs, because they'll lie and say, well, black people don't want those jobs. There's plenty of black people want those jobs, because they were doing the jobs before. They were doing the job before. So how? What you mean they don't want the jobs? No, they want the jobs. No, you're just not hiring them. You prefer to hire the migrants because you can nickel and dime them and do them any kind of way, because they don't have no rights.
Shit,
that's another thing. They always want to take advantage of somebody. They take advantage of those people because they're not going to say anything. Because if they say something, they say, "I'll just call ICE on you." They love to just to take advantage of people, man, and they can't take advantage of FBAs. But the fact that they're okay with criminality as long as it benefits them, but when it comes to black people, you got a prison for us. So that's why the Congressional Black Caucus and the black lawyer class, y'all should be ashamed of yourself, like the super mayor say. Y'all should feel shame of yourself. Y'all black, like she said, right?
They won't. California spent $50 million to defend these illegal motherfuckers in court.
Are you a successful entrepreneur or one in training?
Fuck the commercial. You got to pay us for your commercials.
Did I call the roll? Did I say call the roll? I'm still speaking. You're out of order, Clerk Key. You out of order, Clerk Key. Like, stop. Y'all out of order. Everybody want to run stuff. Y'all don't run this house over here. Stop, please.
So you have to listen in order to learn.
That's what all the hate is all about. It's all about your super mayor became too powerful too quick. So rare, so unique, and that's what everybody got power. It's all about control. And I stand in the fight because I want the boys and girls of the next generation to see what it looks like to come out of controversy and to come out of all the hatred unscathed. At the end of the day, God gives the test to his strongest soldier. Throughout all the controversy, all the drama, all
So this is the mayor of Dalton, Illinois, which is outside of Chi-Town. I say acquit her. You're going to acquit the dump, acquit her. Let there be some equal opportunity and crookedness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your modern day Harriet Tubman was on the screen, and your modern day Rosa Parks. Well, what a great woman to embody those great black women. Those great FBA women. On that one. I met Tiffany Henry. All right. So let's go ahead and get started, ladies and gentlemen.
No, don't crumb bomb on Rosa Parks.
No, she's out of line. Shabaka, you don't even know the whole story. You just jump to conclusions already. The broad that he was just playing, the one that stole the money in Dalton, Illinois, that came out of her mouth. That she was the modern day Harriet Tubman and that she was the modern day Rosa Parks.
Oh, well, then she lied then. Okay, I stand corrected on that one. Okay.
Let's go ahead and get started. Yeah, you know, if they don't put it back in, I'm sure miss Tiffany. Tiffany's funny. Tiffany is just as funny as Trump. I'll tell you that much. So your boy Gavin Newsom, let's talk about him.
Who belongs in jail?
In what I would call the failed state of California. Even
Which
though
it is.
Say, yeah, we make all this money in California and we send more money in federal dollars back than we receive and all of that. That state is a failed state. It is a failed state because not because the state, not because of the people, because of the leadership.
Taxpayers' dollars.
You see what happens when the Democrats have a supermajority.
Well,
You see how they ruin
Vegas,
states. You see how they
well,
ruin
everybody's
everything.
here.
They ruin everything because they from what we was told by the Democrat shields, well, you know, if the Democrats ran everything, it'll be better, right? You can't get a better example than California. Just like you can't get a better example than New York State, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what you see is when the Democrats have a supermajority, they don't have no pushback, they have no challengers, right? Because they have a supermajority. Look what the state turned into.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not even go there about the music industry. Let's not even go there about Hollywood and all the filth that come out of those places.
Well,
right?
you would get no argument from
really
me on that one, Uncle Phil. Shit.
You know, all the Hollywood elite is out there. Just they don't care about nobody. They care about themselves. These wildfires have proven that they're using the water to water their gardens and anything else. Even though we got a wildfire going, right? They need to conserve water. They don't care. These people is also, when I just read, they're hiring private firefighters to protect their homes. Instead of, if you got time to hire private firefighters, and then maybe they should go help out everybody.
No,
So nobody's
I doubt that. I never heard
Those
about
people don't
that.
care.
I lived in
Those
California
people
for
are the
over 50
epitome of
years.
selfishness. And you know what the scriptures
I ain't
teach
never
about
heard of
selfish
that
people.
one.
I see
Sorry,
why
Uncle Phil, have
the
to
Lord look
disagree
at
with you on
selfish
that.
people as wicked. I really see why. You know, and when it comes to the rich and so-called famous, you see that selfishness. Don't understand. If everybody's house get burnt down, if everybody's grocery store get burnt down, they got nothing to eat. And like Tupac said, they see you just throwing salami, throwing it around. He said, what you think that, remember that he said that we hungry, come, please let us. Rich people don't understand. You want to take care of the middle class. You want to take care of the working class, because if they don't have nothing, you meet and they coming, and there's not enough police to stop people when they really want to get at you like that. It's not enough. Okay. But you can't tell the rich and greedy anything, because I'm sorry, they're stupid. They're stupid. Their money has blinded them where they don't understand that concept. Like, you're actually a minority in society. You're not the majority. Okay. Gavin Newsom here. Put this up on the screen so y'all can see about your boy here. Y'all favorite Democrat, or at least one of them. Gavin Newsom and California Democrats reach a $50 million deal to Trump-proof the state. Now, Trump-proofing the state. Okay. Did he ask y'all on the ballot to do this? Did he ask? Did anybody ask anybody in California this question? Do you want to take your tax dollars to Trump-proof the state? I don't think they did. Maybe some of y'all who stay in California, was it put on the ballot and I didn't know about it? If it was, and okay, hey, then I'm gonna move on. But even though I still would talk about it. All right, so
Jay Millie, if you're still in here,
I say the California Democrats, and I need y'all to explain this to me. The California Democrats have reached a $50 million agreement to shore up state and local legal defenses against the incoming Trump administration. Just a week ahead of the president-elect's inauguration, half the money would go to fending off any mass deportation plan the new president might enact in his administration. The move, the first of its kind in the nation, that positions California to lead as a second-term resistance against Donald Trump.
Not me, Leonard.
Some of the Republicans bash state Democratic leaders for focusing on the highly partisan issue, even as the southern part of the state suffers from historically devastating fires. The deal includes $25 million Newsom had proposed for the
We're losing telemetry. Brother Che, we're losing telemetry up there. Well, Leonard here says, when y'all see these tragic events transpire, I want you to remember what Klaus Schwab said, that you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Well, isn't that there what Renee Sharaf said about Africa?
The federal government, I think y'all need to be up there in the Capitol raising hell about that.
Right.
The reason why.
And the California State Police will
he's
book
taking your
ass.
tax dollars, okay? Because since white people don't care about it, they really don't. They only care about it if they're going to allocate $50 million to FBAs, right? And I think it had some genius say, well, black people only 5% of California. Okay. And if they are,
actually,
that means
sir,
you can easily pay them reparations. It won't be a whole lot, would it? So they're only 5%, right? You're making actually my point a little bit more solidified.
Phil, and we make up over 40% of the homeless.
As of when was it 19%? Because I don't recall being on 19%.
Okay, let me see there. This is 2025. This would be about 2020, Brother Che. This would be about 2020.
So 2020, that's news to me because I don't recall being.
But if they were to say
that high, then they have no excuse then why they could.
Okay, hold on, Brother Che. Hold on. Black population of California. Okay. Population of California. Now, sometimes they lie on these census records. Okay. All right. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's see here. Black population by state. Oh, man. Them and they bullshit. No, they got every goddamn thing up here but what I'm fucking looking for. Damn.
Yeah, you using Bing. That's probably why.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, now we're going to Statista. Resident population of California. We respect your Friday. Reject optional cookies. Fuck you and your cookies. Okay. All right. Damn. Well, according to 2023, black people only made up 2 million, roughly a little bit over 2 million people there in the state of California. That's 2023. Okay, but I can't get the actual breakdown, but you see, this is them that bullshit. And then they got some bullshit in here. They want you to buy an account with these motherfuckers. Man, fuck these motherfuckers. Now, what happened to the Freedom of Information Act, man? You know, seemed to me, man.
Yeah, that went out over Warren Sambo and Junior.
Yeah. And then, too, Brother Che, glad you acknowledged the comment in the chat room. They did have people giving the homeless people poison food a few years back down on LA Skid Row.
Yep, I remember Shabaka. And they also, that's when stupid ass Kanye and Kundis Owens was out there on t-shirts talking about white lives matter.
Oh my God. Oh my God. White lives matter. God damn, when is the Yassa Boston syndrome gonna end? My
when
God.
It stops being incentivized, Shabaka.
Huh?
When it stops being incentivized.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can.
It's cold in the motherfucker out here in Las Vegas. Shit.
It's warm compared to us.
What's the temperature here in Las Vegas?
Like 20-something degrees here in Denver.
And what's the temperature in Las Vegas? Because I can't pull it up. My computer's not reading it.
Demographics on California.
Yeah, they got this goddamn stock market shit up here.
Somebody in the chat, can y'all Google real quick the the California demographics as of 2020 or 2023?
Yeah, or 2024 if you can. Yeah.
It wouldn't be up for 2024 yet.
Yeah, or the last census. When was the last census? 2020.
That was in 2020. The census is every 10 years.
Yeah. Oh.
5% as of 2022. Black people make up 5% of California's population, according to the 2022 American Community Survey. California's population is diverse, with no single race or ethnic group making up the majority. The other racial and ethnic groups of California are Latino at 40%, white at 35%, Asian, American, and Pacific Islander at 15%, multiracial at 4%, and Native American or Alaskan Native less than 1%. California has the 5th largest Black population in the United States. However, the Black population in California has been declining in the recent years. In 2000, Black people made up 6.6% of the state's population, but by 2020, that number had dropped to 5.6%. The decline is due in part to gentrification and high housing costs, which have limited economic progress for Black Californians.
Okay, how much do we make of the homeless population in California?
Shit, like 40%.
So which means is that the majority of Black people in the state of California are homeless.
Yep.
And that's going to get higher because now you're going to have to add in Black communities capacity and outreach.
And the number don't went up since these fires, so.
Yeah.
26%. Black Californians are overrepresented in the state's homeless population, making up 26% of the homeless population, while only 7% of the state's population.
Dang. Well, thank those Black politicians here in California. I'm talking about here at the state senate.
Hey, let's allocate $50 million to start this reparations payments. Oh, it'd be, oh, hell no. It wouldn't even get to Gavin Newsom's desk because he would be the main one sabotaging it with the California Legislative Black Caucus. Go back and remember that time, how they sabotaged the creation of an office to determine who can get reparations or not. Not even payments. They weren't even at payments yet.
Yeah, what's up with that?
They wanted to sabotage the office of being created to see who would get reparations and who wouldn't get reparations.
And to the South for the most part.
Gavin Newsom said at the time that it would take away, it's creating a new state agency and that's resources. We don't have money in the budget and all that kind of stuff. He said they didn't have money to do.
As of 2020.
But you can go find $50 million of taxpayer money to go say, I'm going to take this money, give it to nonprofits and all kind of lawyers to defend illegal immigrants from being deported out of the United States. Let's go back to what it actually said. Let's read that together. Hold on. The $25 million more proposed by state Senate leaders to defend immigrants against deportation. If they facing deportation, that means they're here illegally. People who are here legally don't face deportation. Remember that. People who are here legally do not face deportation. If they are legal immigrants, Tom Homan is not their problem. ICE is not their problem. Trump is not their problem. If they are here legally, if they have a green card, temporary protected status, if they have
no, I hope he does
residency, or they're naturalized, they don't have a problem with Tom Homan or Trump. Not only against deportation, detention and wage theft. Let's go there. Let's not even get into that. We want to read that again. Gavin Newsom will put FBAs in detention with no issue, no problem.
Facts.
That whole California government have no problem putting FBAs in San Quentin.
Yeah,
no
right
problem with that. When has California ever said we want to take this amount of money to, hey, because we got the data actually that shows FBAs are railroaded in a criminal justice system. So we need to take $50 million so we can have lawyers to make sure that they're properly defended so they're not railroaded in the criminal justice system, because the Sentencing Project and all these different places have proven that FBAs get higher sentences than their white counterparts. It's proven they don't have an adequate defense, and all kind of things have been proven on paper for FBAs.
Yeah.
But these people that come into this country swinging a foreign flag, I'll get to that. Maybe I need to do a whole stream about that tomorrow. They come in here swinging a foreign flag, talking about they don't want to go nowhere, but yet they swinging the foreign flag of their homeland. And yet Gavin Newsom and the Democrats, the California Democrats, is going to take $50 million total and use it for people who are not citizens of the United States of America. And where are, like I said before, where are the lawsuits?
Make up 28% of the prison population.
Where are the lawsuits?
In California, but only 5% of the general population.
How come this is happening?
Shaking my head
Death toll is up to 24.
And let me tell you something to these white Democrats in California. It's not because I can't even say it's. We already know how some of them feel about reparations, right? So
it's up to about 35% on the prison population.
But y'all be the main one against reparations. No, we talking about the white Democrats. Y'all the main one against it. Y'all against it. See, Boule Martin is not going to tell y'all that the white Democrats don't want black people to have reparations either. They'll sit up here and say, "Oh, it's them conservatives. They don't want y'all to have it," because when you mention reparations, they be the main ones in there talking too. Not MAGA. It be them. So I don't live in California, but FBA tax dollars has to go to people who are not legally supposed to be in this country, who has deportation orders, who's fearing ICE, who's fearing Tom Homan right now. Right?
We're
supposed to take taxpayer dollars and spend on that. Okay. But you got people right now with the fires. You got a homeless population. You have so many things you can spend money on in the state of California. But yet you had people go to jail for getting a $10,000 PPP loan.
Public Policy Institute of California.
How is it this is not criminal? How is it this not a misuse of taxpayer funds? How is that not criminal? Could y'all explain that to me? How this is not criminal?
That's California politics.
They've had black mayors that got locked up for less.
Yeah. Like Kirkpatrick of Detroit.
That's what I want to know. How is it these Democrats can get away with spending taxpayer funds on this? DC. And they saying that's what they're doing. They're telling you what they're doing. They're not hiding it. They're not trying to even word it a certain way. It don't look like that's what they're doing. They're out in the open doing this. And you Democrats, you still think people are going to come out and vote for you? Didn't you learn from the election that issue right there is it triggers the electorate?
28%.
You didn't learn? So I guess in 2026, I guess you're going to lose again in the midterms because you still on this crap.
It's called bullshit.
Then you say, well, the immigrants, they do jobs that other Americans won't do. Well, hold on. Why don't you go out there and do the job? Why you want to take advantage of people who really have no rights? Why you want to take advantage of those people? Well, because you're lazy. Well, we know you're lazy. Let me hold on. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Yes, I know you're lazy. You come from a long line of lazy people. I know because you were so lazy. You had to get black folks to do everything for you. That's documented American history. You had to get it. Black people do everything for you.
Anything
Black
you
people had to
don't
hold
want to
your
do,
hand.
the colored troops
Black
will
people
do
had to
for
literally
you.
teach you how to,
Anything you
you know,
don't want to
wash.
do, the colored troops
Black
will
people
do
had to
for
build
you.
your house, cook your food, raise your children. Black women had to literally put your children on their breast. Now, what kind of crap is that? Why would I want my child on the breast of another woman? I mean, that's how lazy that is to me. That's laziness.
Mm-hmm.
And with those
But it's
people,
the
the
American
migrants,
way, exploit niggas for
you
everything
still
they got.
on your same tricks. That's why you're defending them so much, is because if they leave, now they'll be looking at you like, hey, them jobs open, they're available to go get them. And you don't want to do it. You'll let the fruits and vegetables rot in the field before you go do it. I think it's time for you to start picking some fruit. Start picking some strawberries, and it's your turn. Black folks sure had their turn, right? 250 years. You had the Latinos out there doing it. Okay, well, it's your turn now. Why don't you want to go do those jobs? In Bakersfield. Now, Trump's not in office. I don't know if y'all heard about what's going on in Bakersfield, California right now. I think that's a test run, but this is happening under Biden. So ICE is clamping down in Bakersfield, California. I just saw a clip, and that's why I may need to talk about it extensively tomorrow. How almost the whole town's a ghost town now. I say, wow, you had a whole town, and most of the town is people that is illegal immigrant. How do you have a whole town like that? It's like a ghost town because ICE has been doing checkpoints. ICE has been running up on people. Border Patrol been running up on people over there. I'm like, and yet the Walmart's a ghost town. Everything's a ghost town. Because either they left or they won't come out their house. Because they're scared that ICE gonna get them. Well, Keisha, I don't expect black folks to go do them jobs. No, we did it for free for too long. No, it's somebody else's turn. We need a 250-year break. That's what we gotta have, a break. You want black folks to go do it, you need to pay them double for a reparation pay and a regular pay. So let's get back to this real quick. Hold on, let's get on the screen. All right. They say this funding agreement cements California's readiness to serve as a bulwark against Trump's extremist agenda. So Trump wanting to follow the laws of the land is extremist, okay? No. The only extremist I see here, the only people I see here who is misusing taxpayer funds is you California Democrat politicians. Mm-hmm. That's a Senate Budget Chair Scott Wiener is a San Francisco Democrat who expressed interest in one day replacing Representative Nancy Pelosi in a statement. As their floor votes on a so-called special session package had come as soon as this week, they give Newsom time to sign the deal before Trump's inauguration of January 20th and shift focus away from the session's partisan feud to how Democrats are responding to the unfolding disaster in Los Angeles. And Democrats can run any bill they want to through there because they have a supermajority. Always remember that. As the representatives for the governor's office and legislative leaders did not respond to requests for comment, as the deal is expected to be announced as early as Monday, the Republicans have agitated for a special session focused solely on the fires, which, yeah, that makes sense. And Newsom told Policy Save America over the weekend he is happy to do whatever moves the needle forward. When asked about calling such a session, he said he and the legislative leaders were going to discuss whether that was necessary. Really? You got fires burning up the place and you want to discuss if it's necessary? Like, y'all, how do y'all live with this man? Newsom and legislators representing LA have also been in Southern California since the fires escalated, but that has not neutralized GOP critiques. Say at a time when California should be laser focused on responding to the devastating wildfires in LA, Democrat lawmakers' priority is creating a $50 million slush fund to hire government lawyers for hypothetical fights against the federal government and to defend criminal illegal immigrants from being returned to their home countries. That's Assembly Minority Leader James Gallagher. They said the provisions of the deal emerged through amendments in 4 special session bills on Friday. let me get back on here and say something before I finish this last little part. Once again, people in California, can you please help me understand? I don't get it. I don't get it. What is your infatuation with this Democrat Party? Please tell me, like, what do they do for you?
Nothing.
What do they do that says I'm going to keep supporting this party because you have an LA burn up? Wouldn't that be more important right now? Is getting the wildfire stopped? But you worrying about illegal immigration? Come on, man. How could anybody in their right mind go out there and vote for a Democrat at this point?
Right.
How?
Well, I quit voting. It
This,
make
like I
no
said, this is
goddamn
stupid.
difference to me. I quit voting. I can't do it no more as a matter of conscience.
Need some water, y'all.
It got me absolutely
But when you
nothing.
voted,
No, I voted in
my trusted thing of
the
water
last
always
election,
had me.
and that there was the first time that
All
I
right.
voted since
How?
1998.
Maybe in the chat y'all could tell me.
Man, I'm done.
You said
voting.
Cali tried to
I'm too old.
recall Newsom and it failed. Yeah, it did. It did. I remember when that happened. It did. Because you still have a lot of people who are just hardcore Democrat, and they will watch the state go to hell before they think about something else. Like, man,
Phil,
like,
the
why
state
don't
is
you try something
already in
different?
hell.
Jesus
Why do you think
Lord.
they got the fires there, man?
What do
Shit.
you think? Like, I mean, shoot, y'all had
California's a doorway
even
to
though
hell.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was a Republican.
Fuck Arnold
But the
Schwarzenegger.
assembly was still Democrat. Y'all need to do it. Look, y'all need a Republican assembly and a Republican
No, we
governor,
don't.
and y'all need
No,
to
we
change
don't.
it up.
No, they
because
don't.
think about it. If
No,
you
they
go to
don't.
Orange County, go to Orange County in California, and go see how that kind of run and how the get down is in Orange County. Then go over there to LA County.
I've been through.
And go
I've
see
been
how
through
that's run.
Orange County. That's what
People that's here in
Disneyland is.
California, you know what I'm talking about. If you've been to Orange County and see how that run and operate versus LA County. Anybody
Well,
from California in
and
the
also,
chat
too,
that could
look at
tell
San
people
Mateo
what's the
County.
difference with LA County versus
Look
Orange
at
County?
Santa Clara County, where all them damn tech giants at, man. Get the shit right, Phil.
Anybody in the chat can answer that for the people?
You're talking about Southern
Because I seen a major difference in Orange County versus LA County. Okay, you say you're near Orange County. Okay, Black Butterfly. Could you tell everybody, since you're near Orange County, what's the difference with Orange County versus LA County? What is the difference?
About
Okay, you
$100
say you
billion.
OTF AJ say you're in Cali too. Okay. So what's the difference? You say you work in OC? Okay. You say you're in San Diego, red versus blue. Okay. But still, how does Orange County operate? How does it look? How does the get down there to the politics versus LA
shit.
County?
And you got your main mortgage
Let me ask you a
companies
question.
there in Orange County.
Would you rather stay in Orange County or Los Angeles County? Which one you rather stay? Based on what you see.
I agree, Crow. He does. He pulls the
Okay.
receipts.
Bakari says he's in Inglewood.
sources.
He said, you're right, Orange County. You say the safest city in America. I'm a visitor to freaking California, and I saw the difference with Orange County. That's why I don't even want to stay in LA County.
Drive your
at
black
all when
ass
I'm
in
there.
Orange
I go
County
to
in
LA
the
and do
middle of the
something.
night, nigga.
But at minimum, I don't
Drive
think
your
this
black
is Orange.
ass in
No.
Orange County
I don't
in the
know
middle of the night.
Hold on, let me confirm what county this city
Ask
is
me
before
how I
I
know.
say something crazy.
Apparently,
Hold on.
no matter where you drive in California, if you black, you're gonna get pulled off.
Type it.
Roger.
No,
That's
not
not what
pretty
he's saying.
much.
He's saying how the government is ran in Los Angeles County, opposed to how it's ran in
Hold on,
Orange
let's search.
County.
Don't be stupid right now. Oh, okay. Okay. I'd rather stay in Anaheim than LA
No,
any
you
day of the
don't.
week.
No, you
I'll
can
stay
take
in
your ass
Anaheim.
out there to
I'll go into
Disneyland.
LA
I
and do what I
recommend
need to do
staying
and
in
come my
Anaheim.
happy self right back to Anaheim. Because Anaheim is in Orange County. The temperature is totally
I
different
know.
in Orange County
That's what
than LA
Disneyland
County.
is.
You say you used to fly in the OC airport and drive an hour into
John
LA?
Wayne Airport.
Oh, you say it's higher pay in Orange County? You say Bakersfield is San. Oh, I don't know about
Bakersfield's in
I don't know about
Kern County, man. Goddamn,
I'm
man.
just talking
Get your
about Orange
facts
County
right, man.
just in itself. What I've seen, you know,
Shit.
going down there, Anaheim, Laguna Beach, and all that.
Orange
I think was it
County.
Huntington is another one in that area, right?
Orange County.
All those areas are clean, nice. Then you go into LA County, you go into LA, and my Lord, like I never seen people with mental health issues like that before. Oh my Lord, I'm like, even our homeless down here don't be tweaking like that. I mean, our homeless may be homeless, you know, and sometimes you can't even tell some of them homeless. But man, I mean, I've never seen that many people on the street with mental health issues. Well, New York City, I've seen it too. Yeah. Anaheim with Disney. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sure is. But what I'm saying is, like, the Democrat Party, when they have I don't know, man. Like I said, if I had to stay in California, I would only stay in Orange County. I would be nowhere near any of them counties that the Democrats are running. No.
You won't be in Orange County. Phil.
No. They do not
And
know
they
how to
wouldn't give
run
a fuck
anything.
Who you are,
They
man.
don't.
They'll look at your black ass and they're going to
you know who get the worst end of it?
Your
FBAs. They get the worst end of it with these Democrats.
They do the same thing in LA, Shabaka.
That's why I will battle with them shields all day long. Because I'm like, look, you talk about Democrats, but show and prove how the Democrats have improved the lives of Black Americans. Well, why don't you say something about the Republicans? Because y'all don't vote for them. Even in this election, more of you voted for them, but that's a choice people made. But reality speaking, we still have to deal with the Democrats because our people are stuck on the Democrats.
Yep.
That's why I quit voting. I can't
you
do
say
it
Dearborn
no more.
has been quiet since the election, so Arabs are scared. Oh, well, that's on them. Let's see here. All right. So the immigration portions of the package have taken on adding urgency as Trump has pledged to carry out mass deportations when he takes office. Even under President Joe Biden, Border Patrol agents recently conducted what advocates say was the largest enforcement action in the Central Valley in years. It says Senate Democrats are particularly proud to provide funding. See, this is your Democrats. It say for providers of legal aid services, not for you FBAs that get in trouble, but for the illegal immigrants, which know our communities needs best and are best positioned to defend and scale the millions of individuals and families that agenda. Now, like I said, where's all the people that's gonna sue? Well, that's what I want to know. Hold on, it said big certification says if I had to stay in California, that's where I'm gonna be. Orange County.
That means you're a Republican, Phil.
Be living there.
You just told on yourself again. You're a Republican.
California,
which is your business.
And all of it. I'm carrying right back to I gotta be around my people. California don't have a whole lot of our people no more like it used to. I remember when California did
they do. They're in San Quentin.
Way more Black people.
Delano,
back in
Soledad.
If you go back to I think somewhere around there, 2009. I think it was the first time I ever gone. LA, and after that, I've been many other times before, But I'm just saying, and every time I go, I start seeing less and less Black people. Every time I start going over there, I'm like, what happened?
I'm just curious, where did Phil stay at?
Then
when
you're
he
seeing
was
all the
in Los
FBAs
Angeles?
are moving to Las Vegas because they said it better funding them.
Right,
That's
okay,
why I just
losing
like, bro, if you're not
telemetry.
gonna stay in Orange County, at least you live in the southern part. Northern California is turned into Gotham City. But it's sad because I've met people here in Texas who's from California, and they was telling me about how, how great Oakland was and showing me pictures. And this one brother had this famous record store. I forgot the brother's name. He recognized me. He sold his record store to Mr. Fab. Y'all know Mr. Fab. Oh, man, so now
I cussed Mr. Fab out on social media. Shit, I cussed out Mr. Fab. Fuck Mr. Fab. Got some white broad up there rapping using the term nigga. Fuck Mr. Fab.
From California.
Rolling on tangent.
I welcome. We love to have you. That's what I would say. You actually gonna be more around your people, because Texas is one of the states that got one of the largest black populations anyway. But I would say, our big populations in the Dallas area and Houston area, San Antonio. Some of us are there in San Antonio too, but the main area for us, Dallas area, Houston area. Then if you go outside of that, where I'm from, like Port Arthur, Beaumont, Orange, a lot of black people. As you keep going to Louisiana, you definitely gonna go run into a lot of black people as you go eastbound. And you can cross into Lake Charles. Oh man, a lot of black people, and you know how Louisiana is, right? But a lot of people, they may go to the casino or whatever.
Foot in the South again.
Lake Charles. Man, I ain't been to the casino in a hot minute.
In the South again.
The trip me and my wife need to take. We need to go to the casino one
just got the largest
one weekend or something like that. Just I'm gonna tell her that. Maybe we should go.
Yeah, you would have stand a better chance in Las Vegas.
Good food at the casino and all. When I at the casino, I'm not one to be playing over there because I know it's rigged. I know that. Because if you study millionaires and billionaires,
gambling, man.
Now they may play high dollar poker and all that stuff, but them slots, it's like I say, it's I think the most I would play at a time, maybe $50 or something like that.
That's
but I plan to pay that. So what I normally do is my plan, I put the money on the card, and whatever I win, I put it in my left pocket. And once it's out, right? Because one time I hit one time $500. I told my wife, I'm ready to go. Let's go. Like, how's that playing? I'm like, I don't want to be here because I don't want to play this 500 I just won. Oh no.
You better take that goddamn.
I said, y'all can wrap up, but I ain't playing no more. I said, I'm gonna go eat something. I'm gonna, sit here and drink. I'm gonna watch y'all. But I'm done. And I left that casino with $500 too. So no, you hit something, you win, you just stop. Yeah. Don't say, ooh, maybe I can win some more. No, because you're gonna give it all back.
I won $11.
You hit anything like a good number.
$11 ahead. I got the fuck about that goddamn casino here in Vegas. I sure did.
Oh, okay, yeah. Detroit. You say Detroit, Flint. You say yeah. California. Brothers and sisters can go to want to go to Chicago. Chicago's a nice city too. I really like Chicago. Chicago's nice. It's real nice. Definitely that area with the Trump Hotel that is nice, and that's right off the water.
Downtown. On the lake
you say you're in DC, the MGM. You say you was done. Okay. Mm-hmm. You say you went in with 20 and 1. Hey, if you went in with 20 and hit something, you stop. Yeah. Do not keep playing. You I'm done, and walk out. Yeah. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. Really appreciate it. Make sure to click the subscribe button. Make sure to click the like button. It's very important, and it's free. It's free. Don't cost you. Don't cost you anything. And as I said before, join us on the African Diaspora News Channel app, so you don't miss out on anything. You don't miss out on any reports, interviews, new shows that we working on right now.
No, man, no. Give a Frontline Black News on that, Phil. Shit, I'm tired up here advertising your shit, and motherfucking you don't even mention us. Check with Frontline Black News.
Oh, he gave me a membership, Shabaka.
Who gave you a membership?
Uncle Phil.
A membership for what?
To one of his channels.
Does he mention us?
Not on the air, but I've been corresponding with him on the phone, and he actually gave me a membership to one of his channels.
All right.
I mean, he don't really shout people out like that on his live streams.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Uncle Phil, for that update. So, what are your thoughts on California to spend $50 million in taxpayer funds to defend illegal migrants in court from deportation?
It pisses me off. It pisses me off because what they could do, them illegal migrant motherfuckers in them goddamn kangaroo courts, like what they did with my ass. Oh, well, we got a public defender for you. Okay, let me tell you some people about the public defender in California. He just picked up his law degree, right? For him to get his lawyer certification, he's got to do 1 year with the public defender's office.
Yeah.
So therefore, quite naturally, of course, the majority of Black people, all right, you know, they go through the LA County courts. They say they plea bargain. You see what I'm saying?
Very cool.
They plea bargain. So what they're going to do in California is that they're going to hit your ass with a felony to get you to cop to a misdemeanor. That's why they got a 94% conviction rate in there. So it ain't no goddamn justice. They just playing with people's motherfucking lives.
Yep.
See,
gambling with people's lives. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're doing with in California. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm glad I moved about that motherfucker.
Okay, so what do you suggest they do to make life better for us in California?
In California, give us some damn real estate, cut the goddamn check for the fucking reparations, give us tax breaks, you know what I'm saying? Give us free home insurance, give us free auto insurance. You see what I'm saying? Give us free driver's license and automobile registration right there. A motherfucker ought to be able to boss up off of that, and if he can't boss up off of that, then something's wrong with him.
And then
in North Dakota, they have a lottery, and regular lawyers have to be public defenders, but the state pays the legal fees. Okay, now, glad you brought that up about the lottery. In California, they got the California lottery, okay? I play it from time to time because California is only 46 miles from where I'm at here in Las Vegas. You see what I'm saying? And if that motherfucker ever hit, if I go down there to Prim, they say this motherfucker's a winner, well, we could pay you out now. Bullshit. Then I'm going to go up here, bribe somebody, hire somebody, bum rush me to Sacramento, drop me off at the State Lottery Commission office. Pay me, motherfucker. And then the person who sold you the winning lottery ticket, you know, they'll get their commission from the state. And I don't think it come out of your lottery winnings, but I think the state pay them.
I think he's talking about they have a lottery for the lawyers.
Oh, he says, and I think he's saying they have a lottery in North Dakota, and he says regular lawyers have to be the public defenders, but the state pays the legal fees. Yay, right. So how long do they got to be the public defenders in California? It's a year.
Yeah, I think it's a year here in Colorado too.
Yeah, I think it's a year.
Year.
And I guess that did depend on the various state laws when it comes to law. And yes, lottery for the lawyers. Okay, could you be more specific, Grand Negus? I mean, they got, okay, so a defendant, you know, like a broke motherfucker like me, if I got charged with a crime in that state, I have to go take a lottery ticket for a lawyer?
No.
Am I understanding that correctly? Please help, for I'm ignorant.
No, you're not understanding it correctly. To explain English. So they have a lottery, like they do a lottery process when they assign a defender in North Dakota, is what he's saying.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Now, is this public defender going to be a quality attorney? You say that's another thing because, okay, exactly. Okay, so once again, to quote the words of Dr. Huey Percy Newton, the law is so ambiguous it cannot be understood by the common man.
Jury duty.
Jury duty?
He said it's like jury duty.
Okay.
But
to assign lawyers to the public, okay, I see what he's saying. Okay.
All right.
Is that for established lawyers or beginning lawyers?
Let's see what he says.
Well, I do know I've driven through the great state of Montana. You could do up to 80 miles an hour in the motherfucker. Give them 75.
Montana's a red state, too.
Oh, hell yeah, yeah. It's straight cowboys up there, guns on the hip. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They wear spurs, ride horses.
Yep. Just like in Wyoming.
Yeah, and you do not want to be lost or broke down on any of them goddamn rural roads out there. You are literally taking your life in your hands, being black, that is.
Yep.
And don't get caught up there in the snow.
Mm-mm.
Montana gets much colder than you guys do, Brother Che.
Yep, they're closer to Canada. Did they share a border with Canada?
Yep.
He said all lawyers have combined, all lawyers.
40 years experience between the two, both very seasoned. Okay, that sounds like a better quality of lawyer public defender that you were getting at ragged ass state of California for goddamn sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, moving along, we got, I wanted to play this for Shabaka before he lays it down.
Yeah, I got about 30 more minutes.
Yeah, you'll get through it, Shabaka. It says what they don't want you to know about the 666 or the 6888.
Oh, the sisters with the mail in World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, from what I understand, they were very effective, very, very effective, and very, very good.
Under the Army Corps, an extraordinary, all-female, all-black unit was created during the throes of World War II. Their mission was to address the massive backlog of undelivered mail meant for U.S. service members in Europe. They operated under the motto of no mail, no morale, and highlighted the vital role played by maintaining troop morale with correspondence with home. So, join us today while we discuss the real history of the 6888. And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. But without further ado, let's get started. When the United States entered World War II after the attack of Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, women were not officially allowed to join the Army. This would change May 14th, 1942, when President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed a law creating the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, which was later renamed the Women's Army Corps. So early in 1945, a trailblazing unit was formed in Birmingham, England, the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion. This battalion, made up of roughly 850 African-American women, made history becoming the only all-black, all-female unit to serve overseas during the war. The women aged from 17 to 52 included primarily African-American women, but some of Hispanic and Caribbean descent, and they underwent basic combat gas mask training at Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, where they faced racial discrimination. They were subject to segregation, had to use separate water fountains, and endured cruel remarks from male officers. Despite these challenges, they would unite under the leadership of Major Cherry Adams. Major Adams was born December 5th, 1918 in Kittrell, North Carolina. She was one of the first African-American women commissioned into the Women's Army Corps in 1942, and one of thousands of women who signed up. Just 23 years old, on summer vacation, teaching junior high school math and science in Columbia, South Carolina, she received an invitation to apply. The reason she joined was simple. The letter emphasized career and leadership opportunities. She would use those skills to overcome racial and gender barriers, which ended up being the key.
And I believe she attained the rank of major.
For instance, while in Glasgow, Scotland, February 14, 1945, while making their way to Birmingham, England, they realized that racial segregation had followed them from Europe. The American Red Cross had refused to accommodate Black Auxiliary Corps members and set up a separate facility for them in London. Adams was furious and led a boycott against the organization's facilities. She famously declared that alternate arrangement would be used, and she created their own food hall, hair salon, and refreshment bar. Now, Once they were in Europe, they were able to see the daunting tasks that faced them. There were at least 6 warehouses full of overflowing letters and parcels that had been neglected for 2 to 3 years in England and France. These facilities, often poorly lit and cold, stored bags stacked to the ceiling. Many packages contained spoiled food like cake and fried chicken, attracting mildew and rats. They had to find and sort the mail. The sorters would work under blackout conditions with windows covered with dark paint to keep them hidden from German forces. This led to frequent eye strain amongst the soldiers. The cold winter conditions also led to difficulties. Without heaters in the warehouses, clerks wore ski pants and field jackets to stay warm. So, to boost morale, the group would often travel into the city to go bowling or dancing or dine at local restaurants. Locals would even invite them into their homes for Sunday dinners, offering much needed comfort. This would lead to the battalion going beyond their duties and fostering goodwill and breaking down racial barriers within the communities that they were stationed. In addition to community engagement and social activities, the battalion came up with innovative solutions to manage their overwhelming workloads. They would encounter envelopes with just first names or sometimes nicknames. So the battalion created a system using an index of 7 million cards with serial numbers to identify individuals with similar names. Working tirelessly, 3 8-hour shifts daily, the team was able to process 65,000 pieces of mail per shift. Although initially given 6 months, they were able to clear Birmingham's backlog in just 3 months. After finishing in Birmingham, the 6888 seamlessly transitioned to France in June of 1945, where they faced another daunting backlog that spanned back 3 years. Remarkably, they were able to manage through that backlog in just 5 months. The 6888 did not only battle logistical issues, they also pushed through racial and gender discrimination within the military and the broader society in general. They faced racial bias and prejudice. Some male soldiers resented simply the presence of Black women in the military. Many officers, especially white males, were dismissive of their skills, reducing them to just a race and a gender, and were given roles that they felt matched their capabilities. Black women were often regulated to tasks like cooking and cleaning. Moreover, the units were segregated, forced to live and work into separate spaces from other military units. Nevertheless, under the guidance of Major Adams and her leadership, they were able to accomplish their mission effectively, challenge these social norms, demonstrating the strength and capability of Black women in the military. Upon returning to the United States in 1946, the 6888 did not receive immediate recognition. Over time, though, their contributions began to be acknowledged. In 2009, they were honored at the Women of the Military Service for America's Memorial in Arlington Cemetery. In 2018, a monument was dedicated to them at Fort Leavenworth.
So they had to wait almost over 50
the Army awarded them
years to be
Meritorious
recognized.
Commendation.
God damn.
Their most significant recognition came in 2022
Nancy
when
Pelosi.
Congress awarded the 6888 the Congressional
Gavin
Medal,
Newsom's
the
auntie.
highest civilian honor in the United States. This was an overdue recognition of their invaluable service during World War II and their role in challenging racial and gender barriers in the United States military. At that time, only 6 members of the 6888 were alive to receive their medals, and as of December of 2024, only 2 members remain. The impact of 6888 during wartime was invaluable. Mail was a lifeline for these soldiers and provided a vital connection to their loved ones and boosted their morale. The swift and accurate mail delivery by the 6888 ensured that soldiers maintained these crucial lines of communication and positively affected their psychological well-being. The 6888 also played a pivotal role in challenging racial stereotypes and social norms during a time when Black people and women faced discriminations and doubts about their ability. The success of the 6888 broke down many of these barriers, demonstrated the capability of Black women in roles traditionally held by men, emphasizing the importance of diversity and inclusion within the military. This success helped paved the way for greater acceptance and integration. Although full integration took decades, units like the 688 laid
Now
the
we down
groundwork.
here
Their
to
contributions during World War II put pressure on policymakers and eventually led to President Truman's Executive Order 9988 in 1948,
I
which
think we're down
desegregated
about
armed forces.
34
The
because I gotta
legacy
wait for it to
of the
come back up.
6888 Battalion continues to resonate today, inspiring service members and contributing to the advancement in military diversity and inclusion. Their story is a testament to overcoming adversity and breaking down barriers, and influences modern discussions about inclusivity in the armed forces, as the military now views diversity as a strategic advantage. The pioneering efforts of the 6888 reminds us of the value of diverse perspectives and the importance of equal opportunities for all, regardless of race. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy. This has been One Mic History and the Real Story.
All right, thanks, Country Boy, for updating us on the 6888. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on the 6888?
Yo, okay, I want to go see the movie just like I want to go see the movie Soul on Fire. That there is very positive of what the sisters had to go through at that time in American history. So hopefully none of these sisters were violated, or pressured into you know what, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, hey, the sisters ought to be saluted. You know what I'm saying? See, people, the thing is you have to understand. If it wasn't for us as a people being kidnapped and brought here, goddamn United States would not be the motherfucking economical powerhouse that it is. You see what I'm saying? And that's real. See? And they get mad at us because they don't want to give us reparations, but we built your goddamn country. Say, and then I'm going to say, like we said on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, but now Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is now defunct. Okay. You invest $100, okay, and you heard me say this here before, Brother Che. Okay, let's see. Old broke down nigga like Shabaka, you probably pay about $25 for that motherfucker. But Brother Che got youth on his side. You pay $75 for that. So me and Brother Che, we go out there, you know what I'm saying, chopping down that sugar cane, working our ass off in that hot humidity. And we out there with water moccasins, snakes, gators. Things is very, very hazardous to a motherfucker's health. Then they go sell this goddamn sugar cane. Okay, well, that's money right there. Okay, so then they start making their booze. That's money's right there. Okay, and then on top of it, you see what I'm saying? Then an old bastard like me, Shabaka die off, and then they'll probably tell Che, well, you got to take over Shabaka's job. You see what I'm saying? So all the work that Shabaka and Che produce, you see what I'm saying, is constantly getting parlayed more and more and more. And a white raping, slave trading pedophile, he's taking that money right there. He's reinvesting it off in agriculture right there, making more money, flipping a profit, flipping a profit, flipping a profit, flipping a profit, flipping a profit. You see what I'm saying? Then the Emancipation Proclamation came. So then they taking that money right there. Then when the Freedmen's Bureau set up their bank, the goddamn feds went and stole the money from there and set up the Federal Reserve, invested again, invested again, invested again. Now we're in the early 20th century. Okay, now all the automobiles is coming off. Okay, they're making more money off of that. But none of that money, then, as you understand the model, would not have occurred had you not would have had the initial investment of the brutalization of the slave, and also too the rape and slave trading pedophile. When he will violate black women, he will sell offspring as that, them as niggas too, you know what I'm saying? Look at a movie called Band of Angels. That'll tell you all about that. Look at a movie called The Imitation of Life. So not just for the physical labor, the degradation, the mutilization, castration, you see what I'm saying? To quote the former world heavyweight champion in 1974, no, we are not brothers. Brothers don't go up there and lynch them. They are the brothers and cut off their private parts and put it in their mouth. You know what I'm saying? Then the white rape and slave trading pedophile, you know what I'm saying? Created the bed wenches and what have you. You know what I'm saying? All kind of shit. You know what I mean? But they call me a racist. They say I'm an idiot. They say I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. And like I said, I talk about what I read, you know, in my youth, and then I also talk about of what the fuck I lived through. So that's my point of reference.
Mm-hmm. All right. Crew says maybe I think if a European state in Europe, America, this land would be as great as it was or has always been prior to colonialization.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him to specify.
Because you said that, you know, we helped them. You said our kidnappers
and then
helped them to build this nation. They parlayed the wealth from the enslavement, parlayed it for generations, for centuries. And now here we go.
And not cutting you off, Brother Chip, but not to mention too that the intellectual properties that they had stolen from us is there too.
Oh, he talking about what was his damn name? Was it Conan the Barbarian? No, what was that damn show? Was it Thundercats? What was the damn show with He-Man? You're talking about He-Man, the Skeletor dude.
Mum Ride, the motherfucker who refused to die. Mum Ride.
Yeah.
Mum Ride. Yeah. Yeah, every time they thought they knocked off Mum Ride, man, that motherfucker was always coming back up in your face. You know what I'm saying? This isn't hatred. We're just speaking macroeconomics. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. He said, Chahaka. I think that's how you pronounce it. Mound City, etc. America was wealthy before colonialization. Chahaka was the world Mecca till the 1400s. Mexico City was grand. We had many great civilizations here. Yeah.
Okay, that's Veracruz because a lot of our people were dropped off in Veracruz. Mexico, that was a large Spanish slave port, Veracruz.
Before anybody was dropped off here, there were already people here. It's like when you always say, poof, we discovered you. Like you always say for Africa, they called it the dark continent.
Those were not my words. Those were the words of Miriam Makeba, sir.
Okay, well, you're always citing Miriam Makeba. So what Miriam Makeba said, poof, we discovered you. Same thing happened over here.
All right. Well, only thing I can say is 39 degrees here. I'm freezing my ass off, man. You know what I'm saying? And I got the fucking heat on, man. I need the sun.
No heat. There's no heat over here. It's 17 degrees outside.
Man, that's a human rights violation, man. You need to sue that motherfucker over there, man. That's a human rights violation.
That's not my house, but yeah.
Yeah. That's a human rights violation. And then I think the X-Man said if you had human rights, there would be no need for civil rights, you know?
Well, Dr. Claude Anderson said, who the hell is civil? Where the hell is civil? Who the hell is that?
Well.
All right, so moving along, Shabaka. Before you go, this is about the delineation movement. So FBAs have forced Fat Sloppy Ozempic Joe to resign from the BET Awards. Now, Fat Sloppy I should call him Jim Crow Joe or Juan Crow Joe.
Damn.
Running with this narrative that so many in the diaspora, Shabaka, keep running with, that hip-hop was created 50-50 Black and Latino. When we know goddamn well if Latinos influence nothing culturally wise in hip hop or any other music genre, because we forget that hip hop is one of many music genres that we created here in America, not in Africa, right here in America.
Okay, but hold on, old brother Che. There's a clip from 1942, old Black Hollywood. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
They were showing these brothers standing up there rapping way before that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
FBA brothers, not Africans, not Caribbean.
Okay, but hold on. Okay, but just like on the continent, okay, they didn't, on the plantation system, they didn't want us having that drum either, because see, that drum would send out the signals as well too, you know, mainly for Sister Harriet Tubman saying that the Underground Railroad is coming through, and once you get on board, there ain't no getting off.
14 in Chicago right now. Oh my God.
That's about right. That's about right. Coming off the Great Lakes, which is coming directly out of Canada. The Smithsonian Institute was stolen. Even some Smithsonian says Black people were already here before anyone else. Well, like I said, I'm in 39-degree temperature right now. Okay, and I'm freezing my ass off. I need the sun.
Shabaka, you ain't getting as much sunlight as we getting here. We get more.
Well, man, you guys, Colorado get more sunlight
than
anybody.
Las Vegas, than LA,
California,
and Miami combined.
Yeah, well, shit. That's why I'm glad the ponies lose, man. Y'all stealing
You're
all the
always
goddamn
glad.
sunlight.
You're always glad when the Broncos lose, Shabaka.
That's great news.
That's the only thing you live for at this point. So
Yeah, to see the ponies lose. Yeah, stop taking them GMO. 14
no
degrees. Whoa.
These shipwrecked pirates ain't going nowhere, ain't doing nothing anytime soon.
No, man, you ain't lying. They shipwrecked like a motherfucker too.
Yeah.
Shit.
10 degrees out here. Damn.
Okay, where you at, homie? In 14 degrees, man. I got to be on the East Coast somewhere.
No, he's in Illinois. He's in Chicago.
Oh, okay. That's about right. Yeah, that's that cold air coming off the Great Lakes. Yep, that comes directly from Canada. I stood on the shore of Lake Michigan in the summer one time, man, and all that wind came from due north, and I could just imagine 6 months after that in the winter months of how cool it gets right there. Hell, probably no wonder Curtis Mayfield made that song, Keep On Pushing. He was from Chicago. Yep. Sam Cooke from Chicago. Jerry Butler from Chicago. The Motions. Yep. Maurice White.
Okay. Cruz
Sam and Dave.
Broncos jersey, Shabaka. You know how that shit.
Correct. Absolutely no influence at all whatsoever. Okay. I'm trying to be more specific. Okay, well, Chicago was founded by Jean-Baptiste Ponte de Sable.
Yeah, and there's some question on if he was even Haitian. I already know where you're going with this. Well, he was a man of Haitian descent. We don't even know if that's even true, if he was a man of Haitian descent.
Well, regardless, it was still French. You know, France, they participated greatly in the goddamn slave trade, too.
Yeah, but what we keep
saying, he used to have a Broncos jersey. Mm-hmm. He forgot who. The only Broncos jersey, man, I'd be interested in having would be Floyd Little. Okay, the lakes keep it warm in the winter. Water can only get so cold. Now riddle me this here, grand niggas. Why do you guys always have them polar bear white folks going out there cutting through the ice on Lake Michigan, skinny dipping, man, with no goddamn clothes on, man, in fucking Lake Michigan in the winter time? They do that stupid shit here in Colorado. Them some crazy motherfuckers. They crazy as hell.
Yeah, they are crazy.
Yeah, that means that motherfucker there don't have no warmth in their blood. Then them some cold creatures by nature. God damn.
Yeah.
Whoa, shit. Give me the goddamn desert. I'd much rather burn up in this motherfucker than freeze to death.
All right, so Professor Blacc is going to give us an update on Fat Sloppy Old Zimpy Joe
Okay, I'm gonna sign out after the professor. I always got to give the professor his props.
After he told FBAs we was broke and we was a hate group and all this unnecessarily just fraudulent shit.
Oh, okay, but brother Che, how can we be a hate group when we control no military, no Air Force, no police departments? We're in no position militarily, economically, or politically
Family
to
and fellow
enforce any
soldiers,
kind of hate.
I'm the
Remember Shabaka's spelling.
Well, casting spells.
Professor, and this is the moment of truth. 3 months ago, it was announced that Fat Joe was going to host the BET Awards because we all know nothing says black excellence like a washed-up has-been Latino rapper from the 1990s.
We got a troll.
And of course, the only name that's more irrelevant
make them pay a toll
is BET, so they certainly belong together.
The rumors true Shabaka's going back to Africa with Umar and
BET Awards. Nobody even knew that he was doing it because nobody watches
how about
BET
that? You understand
anymore.
that? Yeah.
But he was just happy to be getting a paid
I look like a
gig. It's been a
goddamn
while
joke
since
to
he's
you,
had
trick.
one of those. But oh, what a difference putting your foot in your mouth makes.
Disagree.
Because this weekend, Fat Joe announced that he's suddenly bowing out of the BET Awards. He won't be hosting after all. In fact, he won't even be attending. And you won't be surprised to learn that absolutely no one begged him to stay. Word on the street is he's going to be drowning his sorrows in 3 family-sized buckets of chicken from El Pollo Loco. I, for one, certainly hope that he has a good cry because he definitely earned it. But foundational Black Americans were attacked by this guy, and the foundation struck back hard. That's what happened here. And on a side note, this is the second chump named Joe that FBAs have shown the door in the last 2 months alone. I think we're on a roll. A lot of people from across the spectrum have been making sport of the Black community for decades now. They've just been disrespecting us every chance they get, insulting us to our faces. And these people thought to themselves that the bill would never come due. But now what they're finding out is, we've been keeping tally of all that. We've been keeping track of all these debts that they owe.
Hold on. Let me get on this troll real quick. He said Fat Joe is the best rapper ever. Name me 3 Fat Joe songs that don't have no FBA artists on them. I'll literally give you 5 minutes. Come up with 5 Fat Joe songs that don't have an FBA artist featured on the track that were hit songs. Otherwise, go somewhere else with that bullshit.
And then keep in mind that BET, and then keep in mind, Brother Che, I'm putting that out there, BET is not Black owned.
Shabaka, we know that. It's been like that for 25 years.
I'm just letting the general public know.
BET ain't been Black owned in over 25 years this year. Yeah, name one solid solo hit by Fat Joe. Just one. Just one.
It's called None.
Exactly.
It's called None.
None. You can't say All the Way Up because that had Remy Ma on it. Yeah, can't say What's Love because that had Ashanti on it. So what you got? You ain't got shit. BET is my favorite channel. I bet it is. Fuck BET. BET ain't worth a damn in 25 years.
Yeah. But I certainly hope Robert Johnson parlayed his money, man. You know what I'm saying? Because he did put a lot of work in it. So hopefully that brother ain't totally broke yet.
I think this is Judas. Remember the Judas Nazareth troll? I think this is him under another account.
Oh, yeah, what's he saying?
Bullshit. I'm still waiting on him to name these songs since, in his opinion, Fat Joe's the greatest rapper ever. He ain't even the greatest Latino rapper ever.
Okay, riddle me this. Whatever happened to that brother by the name of Eric B. and Rakim? Because they was always talking positive stuff.
Well, Rakim is on some bullshit. He on some coonery buffoonery. That's what happened. And Eric B. What happened with him? I think did he pass away? I think he passed away.
You know what? I think he did too.
Yeah, because he was his DJ. Yeah. Eric B for president. Yeah, I think he passed away, Shabaka. And Rakim has been on some fucking coonery, like Jason Black posted 10 years ago. Talking
So
about
which means they got to him.
Yeah, he talking about Eminem as one of the greatest, or he's in his top.
Yeah, motherfucking colonizer, man. I forgot what they called them motherfuckers, man. It was a term they used. It's a copycat, but they got a term for it. A plagiarist. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck Eminem. He's next to get the boot from FBA.
Mm-hmm.
And now the bill has come due with interest. And what a surprise. It turns out that these people had let their mouths write checks in cash. But you know what? We still took the payment out of their behinds anyway. Now, let me tell you off top, I am highly doubtful that the Latin lard bucket decided to bow out of the BET Awards as much as I think that he was disinvited. That's what probably happened.
Are you serious? Name one track off of that album that did not have an FBA artist on it. That was a hit track. That album was garbage too. Ain't nothing classic about that bullshit. I know exactly what one you're talking about too. That shit was garbage. Name one solo track that Fat Joe had that was a hit. That didn't have no FBA artists on it. That was the question. Like Crew said, you didn't even answer the damn question. So you clearly trolling. Yeah, Light Gang found his mama's mustache. Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly.
That
That's not
was not what was asked.
Shit, if it wasn't for Big L, we wouldn't even know about Fat Sloppy Joe or Big Pun.
Okay, well, see, that's just it, though, Brother Che. That's why we got to safeguard our intellectual property, man, when it comes to genres of music, motion pictures, publications. You see what I mean?
I blame the Pan-Africanist movement for this shit. Because, you qualify for the auction block. Oh, you're welcome in our house of music. Come right on in. And that's what happened with this mug. Oh, well, he grew up around us, so he's one of us.
That don't mean nothing. Now, what does brother here mean, Grand Nexus? That is not what it says. I'm going to make some sloppy joes in the morning. Damn.
Yeah.
Here's some sloppy joes.
And this motherfucker was caping for the demo ass hard, too. He was selling hard for Kamala. But Professor Black Truth's going to give us the rundown on all the fuckery that sloppy Jim Crow.
Hey, Paz, did you read my post on my wall? There go great news, the pony lose.
That's all you have to live for. Your team ain't gonna do nothing anytime soon.
Man,
all you gotta do is hate on the
so much work. Them motherfuckers need work on top of work, man. Shit, you know.
They told him, ooh, you got too much heat on you. So you can go ahead and just tell everybody that you resigned, or you can wait for us to release a press announcement saying that we kicked you out. And given all the heat that he brought down on himself with his big racist mouth, I think that the folks at BET, or rather Paramount, were concerned that if Fat Joe did show up, he would get booed by the few poor souls unfortunate enough to actually attend the BET Awards. This has become something of a trend as of late. Hulk Hogan was recently making headlines for having gotten himself booed at a wrestling show recently. Now, there's another anti-black racist who thought that he could say some slick stuff about us and that it wouldn't affect him long term, and he found out the hard way it does. It can end your career. And in Fat Joe's case, given the way that he was getting dragged by the grassroots, I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that a number of black people from the music industry didn't want him to be there. Not to say that BET Awards are some sort of serious gathering. That's the last thing it is. But it is a place where people like to see and be seen. At least a certain ilk of black people think it's good for that, even if they're wrong. When it comes to disrespecting foundational black Americans, everybody wants to do it. It's a guilty pleasure that a lot of these folks from outside the community love to indulge in. They are all willing to roll the dice and gamble that they can attack us, malign us, insult us, and nothing will come of it. They all want to roll the dice on that one, but in this case, it came up snake eyes. But this is the most attention the BET Awards has gotten in years. They ought to call themselves the Paramount Negro Puppets Awards because that's really what they are. But BET, like the NAACP Awards and the Essence Awards, they have bent over backwards to make themselves a showcase for any and everyone except for the Black community. This is because the Gen Xers, Millennials, and now Generation Z have all turned their backs on these fossils from a bygone era. Black people under the age of 50 have long since been disgusted with these clowns and are ignoring them. So they've all been reduced to having to try to reach out to any and everyone else to keep themselves alive just a little bit longer. They were giving a platform to people like Jennifer Lopez, a woman who hasn't had anything to do with the Black community in decades. And even when she was around Black people, she wasn't respectful, even though she wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for Black men putting her on. Remember, Jennifer Lopez got her start in media as one of the fly girls on In Living Color back in the early 90s. And then she got put on the map when Puff Daddy had her out there on the red carpet wearing that dress, flimsy as it was, a dress that introduced the world to the term double-sided tape. I'm not making that up, by the way. Those of you old enough to remember that media stunt, you recall that people were wondering how that flimsy dress of Jennifer Lopez managed to stay up, and that's when it was revealed she was using double-sided tape. After that publicity stunt, she had her white media clout, and she was finally getting those kind of big opportunities that she wanted, and apparently she could get the phone to actually ring. As far as she was concerned, at that point, she could turn her nose up at the Black community, and she has been showing blatant disrespect ever since. Or rather, she's been showing what she really thinks of the Black community ever since, because that's what it really was. She didn't like it having to have Black folks as the ones that she had to answer to. As far as she was concerned, why wasn't she already heads and shoulders above Black folks? I mean, you've had a bunch of undercover Latinas and Latinos out there in the white media for decades, especially Hispanic women. You've had a bunch of them out there. As far as she was concerned, she should be the next one. How dare she have to actually answer these Black folks? That's where her mentality actually is. But it wasn't Puerto Rico that made Jennifer Lopez rich and famous. It was Black men in Hollywood and in the music industry who, let's be honest, these guys who had a thing for lighter-skinned women or for women who are outside the Black community, let's just call it like it is. They were the ones who made the mistake of putting her on in the first place. She owes her entire career to them. But when's the last time or any time that you can recall Jennifer Lopez acknowledging that? This is the entire problem. And this is the reason why Black folks sitting here trying to do this kumbaya thing. Oh, we're all just human beings and such. Yes, we are all human beings. But unfortunately, everybody else decides to ignore and deny our humanity while we're bending over backwards to show how altruistic we can be for everybody else. And just like Jennifer Lopez, Fat Joe also had Black people who made the mistake of putting him on, lending him their credibility because he didn't have any, opening doors for him because he couldn't get through any doors on his own, literally. Well, it's way past time the Black grassroots put these opportunists on notice that they are at best only guests in our house. And that being the case, we determine the house rules. Fat Joe and Jennifer Lopez and others, these people have been culture vultures since day one. It's not okay. Somebody needs to put their foot down and tell them, you violate the rules, disrespect the owners of the house that you are merely a guest in, and you'll be shown the door. See, what the Fat Joes and the Jennifer Lopez's think is that as long as they get in good with the white media, as long as they're in good with the white power structure, who are the ones who pay the bills, by the way, and own the BETs and the Essence magazines, and they own the NAACP in all but name. They figure to themselves, as long as they're good with the white powers that be, they don't have to worry about what the Black grassroots think, because after all, it's irrelevant. It's what the money comes from. The money is coming from these good white supremacists over here who they're in good with. That's what they thought. They thought that the Black grassroots simply could not touch them. And what they're finding out is they can be touched. They could be crushed by the very people who they disregarded and disrespected. But speaking of disrespect, the BET Awards has been an embarrassment year after year. They're basically ready to set themselves on fire live on air to get some non-Black people to pay them some attention. They're being starved for oxygen because you're ignoring them. This is the reason why you may think to yourself that it doesn't matter whether or not you watch these guys, as if it doesn't matter that you turn them out. Actually, it does. Without you, they don't exist. And if you're tuning them out, chances are you're not alone. Other Black folks are saying, forget this too. That's the reason why we spend so much time as the Black media telling you to turn the doggone TV off. Ignore these people. They will wither on the vine without you. These old crumbling organizations desperately trying to rebrand and reinvent themselves as being deracialized. That's why they've gone out of their way to mostly refer to themselves by their initials. They're doing what a number of white corporations have done. You know, for example, AT&T said like almost 20 years ago that the letters AT&T no longer stand for American Telephone and Telegraph Company, that now their company name would simply be ATT. And of course, people naturally ask, well, if you're calling yourselves ATT, what does that stand for? They said nothing. We're just going to call it ATT. It doesn't stand for anything. And truth be told, doesn't that explain BET and the NAACP and these other little alphabet do-nothing organizations perfectly?
Yep.
They don't stand for anything.
Nope.
And that's the reason why the Black community doesn't stand by them.
Yep.
This is what's happened with these hollow little organizations. Yeah, they call themselves BET, but as far as they're concerned, that's just a brand now. That's what they're trying to look at themselves as. In their minds, they're trying to reinvent themselves as some sort of lifestyle brand. That's what they really mean. And to the few people who might remember, hey, didn't these guys have something to do with Blacc? Well, Blacc, that's just kind of branding when you think about it, but we don't stick too close to it. Yeah, Fat Joe is a culture vulture, all right. But we better start learning to protect our culture jealously from these talentless opportunists. When other groups create something, that's always allowed to be uniquely theirs. Nobody's allowed to make a claim to it. Right. It has cultural exclusivity based on whomever created it. But whenever Black Americans create something, all of a sudden it's not exclusive to us at all. They never allow it to be. We look and everyone's trying to co-opt what we've done, and before long, they outright try to steal what we've made and claim that they were the ones who made it. Whenever Black Americans create something, it's always considered to be community property. It belongs to everyone, especially the non-Black racists who make it a point to attack us. And then they bring out that old saw about, well, you want to be united, don't you? We need to have some unity. Yeah, always whenever it's time to try to take something from Black people, to co-opt what we've done. When they're trying to bogart us, then all of a sudden, it's about unity. You know, we're all just one big, happy, dysfunctional national family. And the other 99% of the time, you niggers need to move. You didn't have anything to do with that. You shouldn't even be here. But it says a lot that it was the Black grassroots who led the charge on this one. The grassroots were the ones who reacted first and most vociferously when this racist punk showed that the suspicions Black music listeners have had about him from the very beginning was totally justified. It's like I said in yesterday's tribute to Khalid Muhammad. How do you find out whether someone's real or phony? Time. Time reveals all. So where does Fat Joe go from here? Well, don't be surprised if he attempts some sort of half-baked apology tour. I'll bet he's going through his Rolodex right now and trying to see if there's any desperate struggle rappers who are really fighting right now, trying to pay their bills, on the verge of getting kicked out of their homes or foreclosed on, and are just pathetic enough to do a photo op with them, or some other disingenuous stunt pretending like he's seen the light. He needs some Negro to vouch for him, and there's a few desperate ones that he can go ahead and sign up for the cause. They'll be there for just a one-and-done appearance, and that's enough for some Negroes. Unfortunately, we have too many of those. But his attempts to try to do some damage control or put the right spin on this, it's not going to work. He can go ahead and call any rappers, singers, athletes, or these washed-up civil rights retreads that he wants. Practically all of them, for a little bit of money, they'll go ahead and smile in front of the cameras and say, I've known Fat Joe for 30 minutes. 30 years. 30 years. And I'll tell you right now, he's all right. I know this man's all right. There's always a few idiots who'll be willing to do that. But if he actually thinks he's going to be able to do some sort of image rehab for himself, and then in about 6 months to a year, he's going to slither his way right back to the Black community and try to see if he can drain some more blood from us, all I've got to say to that is, fat chance. Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Wali Bilal, David Williams, Charles Hairston, 2 Gigabytes, and Terrell Smalls. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Right. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on FBAs forcing Fat Sloppy Joe to resign?
Okay, the only thing, with Fat Joe, Sloppy Joe, his shit is sloppy, man. They need to quit claiming, people's shit. See, this is the part that really kills me about this, because you have so many of these Negroes over the years and centuries, is that, they figure that the only way to validate themselves is get these damn OTBs to take their shit. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it's crazy. A classic example of this, look at a music group called the Beatles. Now, when the Beatles came here to the U.S. Let me make sure I got it right now. So this is the problem about being an old bastard, man. You forget a lot of shit.
1964?
Yeah, it was 1964. Yeah, that's right. 1964, the Beatles landed at New York and they played in Yankee Stadium. But the first thing that the Beatles had said when they got to the U.S., they said, we want to go see Detroit, the Motown crew. So I guess after they fulfilled the contractual rights for those concerts or that tour in the U.S., and Smokey Robinson, Berry Gordy, I believe, and it was a third one. I think one of the Dozier brothers or Holland brothers that got together and said, okay, Smoke, man, you're on to something. Let's go do a tour of Motown in London. And it was a huge success over there. They say, you know, just like you said, you know, just like our people who comment on here, say they want every fucking thing of ours except our struggle. They want every fucking thing.
But they don't want our blues.
Yeah, right. They want every goddamn thing that we got except for the nightsticks gliding gracefully upside our heads. You see, they want every goddamn thing of ours except when the police kick in our doors, murder our unarmed people. They want every goddamn thing that we got intellectual wise except our struggle, such as our people marching in the civil rights movement, man, get hit with fire hoses and all that. They want every goddamn thing of ours except for those brave men and women in 1966 that went up there to the state capitol protesting the Gun Control Act of 1968. I ain't got to say their names. You say they want our fucking resources, but they don't want us. Colonialism. Once again. And on that note there, Brother Che.
White supremacy. It's in the gold. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you for having me. You know what I'm saying? And I get with you. Okay, are you doing the food tomorrow? Or was that today? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot what damn day of the week it is, man. Shit, we're in early Tuesday. And also, two people, you know, normally Shabaka's Black Experience Hands was coming on Tuesday. Please do us a favor. Google our past episodes, you know what I'm saying? And then any comments that you got on the past episode, put it on our like page on Facebook of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, so we're trying to work our magic and our voodoo to try to save and expand the platform. Now, also, too, I want to say this here. This is a disclaimer. Okay, we do not talk about hatred on this platform. What it is that we talk about our experience and we enhance it. You see, this is the shit that we go through. You see what I mean? Because we got, Black family. These other groups, they don't give a fuck about us. They can't wait for us to die off or burn up in fires in Southern California quick enough. Let us just recognize that. That's not racism. That's not hate. And then, if I offended anybody over the years, you know what I'm saying? Hey, it was unintentional. But however, if we have trolls and what have you that trolled our podcasts and trolls our pages and all that and insulting us, then I do mean to insult you because it's unnecessary. Just disagree agreeably. Shit, you know? All right. With that there being said, it's a good 38 degrees. Yeah.
Can they still pull up the old episodes?
Yes, sir. You can Google the old episodes, okay? Yeah. So just Google our old episodes, and then on top of it, with Brother Che's advice, I am downloading the episodes to a terabyte, and we're trying to find a place to move. In other words, we're homeless and social media streets. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. No, we got a home right here. Frontline campaign, Frontline Black Liberals.
Yeah. And we got a home port right here. So we're asking for donations. Brother Che had put it up in there, and we'll be more than happy you know, to recognize you for your donation, and you're more than happy, you know, to be a contributor. You know what I mean? We don't teach hate. Is that what it is that we love our people of where we come from and the contributions that we made to the world since the beginning of time, the 10 minutes ago. Yeah. All right, brother Chat. So I'll give you a call tomorrow, man. I got to save this data. You know what I'm saying?
We're about to hit the 4-hour mark, so thank you for saying that.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to stay right at 4 hours. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm out.
All right. So moving along, rapper, legendary rapper, actually a legendary rapper, unlike that Fat Ozempic Joe. Fat Joe, Jamar, Lord Jamar, Brand Nubian, interviewed Dwann B, comedian and music historian now, on the origins of hip hop. So I'm going to play that right now. It's about it's a very long interview, it's like 2 hours. So.
To the earth on this Friday, knowledge cycle day. All being born of knowledge, yes. Oh, we gonna get the knowledge today, boy. We gonna take the knowledge. We gonna come out with more knowledge.
Me, I work. You know, I played drums in church for 20 years.
Bring truth to light. That's all we're here to do, y'all. We're not here to hate on anybody. We're just here to bring truth to light. So with no further ado, I'd like to bring my brother Dwann B to the Godcast.
What's up, y'all?
Brother?
Man,
how are you, King?
Man, I appreciate the invite, man. I'm a day one subscriber going back to Godcast. You know, I'm a day one subscriber, been a long time fan since the Brand Nubian days. So this is an honor to speak with you because we on the grassroots, man. We always want somebody that's on top to hold us down too. You know, to hold it down for the culture, and you've been doing that. So
yeah,
that goes recognized by the people that you've been doing the work you've been putting in this whole time. So
yeah, even Lord
that definitely goes noticed.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. So give people a little bit about your background. You know what I mean, and what how you got into coming into prominence, I would say.
I'm just a regular cat, you know what I mean? I work, you know, I played the drums in church for 20 years, you know, and when I'm a self-taught drummer, and when I was teaching myself how to play the drums, you know, you get into my dad, you know, putting James Brown in front of me, putting Smokey Robinson in front of me, you know, and then from there, when you a self-taught drummer, you get in, okay, who was this? Who was that drummer? Who was that bass player? Who was that keyboard player? So I'm just somebody who, as I was teaching myself how to play music from the age of 13 on and playing in church, I always just studied. It was really curiosity. Who was this that played the drums on that song? Did you learn their bio? Did you learn who they learned from? Did you learn who they learned from? You know, I went, and then when I went to college, my major was in communication studies. That taught me how to communicate. My minor was in cultural anthropology, and cultural anthropology teaches you how to source information, a primary source from a secondary source with empirical evidence, and how to, when you present information, give 3 to 5 points of references in a scholarly manner. So, but I learned that just because my mama told me I had to go to college. You dig what I'm saying? So that's more so what that was, looking for a major that wasn't math related, you know, but it turned into just my love and curiosity for music. Also a stand-up comedian. Been doing that for a while. I'll be on an episode. I'm not really an actor, but I will be on an episode of The Neighborhood coming up pretty soon on CBS.
Nice.
And you know, so it's really that. And then I worked with kids here in South Central LA at a mental health agency for years. And the thing that got me into my music historical project and really putting this stuff together was working with kids for so long in South Central LA, from Watts to Compton to downtown. I saw that when I when I got my black boys and I taught them knowledge of self, I saw how knowledge of self raised their self-esteem. Raising their self-esteem, you change their behavior.
And when you say knowledge of self, what are you speaking of specifically?
Who you are as a person, but we're also where you come from. You know, your responsibility. And I would also oftentimes teach that through music. You know, we relate through music, and I would teach, you know, this is your people right here. You know, the Moors are the ones that brought these sounds to America, and I would just do that just here in South Central LA with small groups of kids to show them that they were worth something. And then I saw when Busta Rhymes put that video out talking about some Black Americans have no culture, and then Fat Joe said hip hop 50-50. I was like, no. So basically what I did was just bring information that was for me that I talked to a handful of people I never thought would go anywhere. I thought people knew most of the stuff that I knew, honestly. And then I saw people didn't know. And so I started doing videos when I only had like 2,000 YouTube subscribers on music. Tariq Nasheed retweeted one. He supported my Black American Music History Tree product.
Yep.
And that helped turn people on. I was on a popular podcast during the pandemic that had a bunch of followers. And then
is that the Craig Smith show? Shout out to Mo Get It. Said been watching Dwann since Craig Smith show. Thank you.
Yeah, we used to do Craig Facts, and then I would do 5150 sometime with Corey Holcomb. Shouts out to Corey.
Shout out to
and that really helped get some stuff out. And then from there, I just saw the need. So it was just me addressing the need. I wasn't planning on going down this route.
Right.
But I saw the need. So hey, let's do it.
I wasn't planning on going down this route either.
Yeah.
But when I see somebody blatantly not telling the truth, when the facts, when the DNA facts are sitting in your face, like it's one thing to say something and feel a certain way, but what the evidence is there, slapping you all in your face, and you're still, trying to somehow spin this in a different way. Oh, we was there. Yes, you were there. But you didn't influence a goddamn thing. Right. That's what we're talking. That's the essence. That's the nuance that you just don't understand. Right. That your whole Asian is wrong. Like there's creation and there's participation. Your Asians are all fucked up. Okay? Because you don't understand between one Asian and another Asian. Because you want to be down with the creation, and there is no co-creator. First of all, do y'all want to be the mother of hip-hop? Is that what y'all want to be? Because we're definitely the father. Y'all want to be the mother? Is that what you're saying? You want to be down with this so bad that you want to be the mom? No. The foundational Black Americans are the fathers and mothers of hip hop, just like we are of all culture in this country. And there is no two fathers. Like, when's the last time you went on the Maury show and they said, you both are the father? You're both the co-creator. Nah. I hit it first. She had my baby, and then you got to hit it afterwards. Okay? After me. I was the one.
They watch too much Ellen DeGeneres.
I just let you hold the baby. I just let you babysit the baby. I trusted you with the baby to babysit the baby at times. But you're not the father. Come on, let's get into some some Dwann B shit right now, man. Let's break some shit down. Some historical. Hang on, let me read this right here real quick. High Powered 1126, thank you. He said, this is the super power team up I've been waiting for all last year. Much love and power to both of y'all. Why, thank you, High Powered. I appreciate you. Oh, you look like you're working out on them bars too. Go get that work. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk. Like, are we being, let me ask you, do you feel like we're being divisive and exclusionary by trying to delineate the fact that that this hip hop thing is something that we created and influenced from its inception, regardless of people who might have had other ethnic backgrounds? Are we the Are we in the wrong?
No, what it is, we're dealing with people who are divisive, who are projecting what's been their intent the whole time. It's like what political parties do. I'm gonna accuse the other party of doing what I plan on doing the whole time. They're being divisive when they have to divide themselves and say we were there, like we were at the party or we were influenced, and that's being divisive, because if we're all one thing, why do you have to raise your hand and say I was at the party? You paid your money to get in and you had a good time. And unlike with your culture, we wasn't sitting around kicking y'all out and telling y'all can't be here because you don't fit. We weren't doing that. We said welcome to the party. Now you done went to the party, you done ate some nachos, spilled some of that shit on the floor. You know what I mean? You came with this old wild ass dancing, knocking people all out the way with your mullets and jerry curls. And no, them looking like Kid Ray from Lean on Me. You came in messing everything, and we still said cool. And now you want to come back 30 years later and say you the one that created the party, or you were undercover, hiding your ethnic background, speaking like us, talking like us, walking like us, dressing like us, listening to James Brown is like us. And then now that you gotten a little bit on top, a little older, it was your culture that was doing it, when the truth is you were running from your culture. So what makes us respond the way we're responding is we allowed y'all to kick it. Yeah, we crack jokes on you, but we crack jokes on everybody. That's the part I want people to get over. My thing is this: you want to be in the culture? I come from a roasting background. If you green, you in. You want to be part of the culture? We'll take all this culture.
Take it all.
Cracking jokes and talking shit is part of it. You dig what I'm saying? And so, yeah, we gonna clown you for your little Kid Ray mullets. Yeah, we gonna crown you like the elephant in the room when we taught you how to dress. When you said
with your mesh tank tops.
Yeah, y'all can't.
You know that's what y'all was wearing.
Y'all was wearing mesh tank tops. Y'all was wearing white jeans in December, and you was musty. And so, of course, we gonna crack some jokes. My grandfather called me the little fat motherfucker when I was 3. Get over it. The fuck is you grown?
Get over it.
I don't even empathize because black people. You know how it is, Lord Jamar. We walk out the house, we gotta walk out the house fresh. Why? Because we're gonna get clowned by our big brother on the way out the house, your big sister on the way out the house, Miss Alice down the hallway. Then by the time you get to the front door of the school, if your shoes ain't right, if your collar's if your shirt is wrinkled,
if
you done get clowned by 15
easy,
people.
Yeah.
This what make you first start even thinking about your hair. Like somebody call you peasy or something. What?
Bruh.
What is that? And then you realize, oh, this is something you got to think about.
A good clown
yes,
is a
we
call
all
to
go
action.
through it. We all go through it in the foundational Black American community. So stop crying. Like I got people literally acting like, why are you being racist against Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans in your song? Come on, bro. First of all, I shout you out from the first line. Shout out my Ricans and Jamaicans. I know you think I'm hating, but you had no influence in creation of this hip hop.
Right.
Your participation was tip top, but Black Americans showed you how to rip shop. Now, the next part, when I talk about we taught you how to dress, this is the part where they're acting like you're being racist. No, I'm doing a foundational Black American thing, is kind of playing the dozens with you right now, ribbing you for your shortcomings at that time. You overcame them, right? You overcame them because you got with this hip hop shit. Because if you would have kept doing that, we would have still been snapping on your ass. But y'all changed your shit up, right? Fuck it with us. We taught you how to do that.
Hey, can I drop some science on them when it comes to clowning?
Please drop it.
What we now know as stand-up comedy in today's America, the context in which we see it done in the United States of America, was something that comes out of the same juke joints as blues and jazz. How did I reach that conclusion? Let me tell you how I reached that conclusion. There's a documentary you can watch on Mom's Mabley by Whoopi Goldberg. And in that documentary, you guys can see, because I like to give sources that you guys can go to. And y'all like listening to white people anyway. So go to that documentary done by either Showtime or HBO. It was produced by Whoopi Goldberg. It's called Mom's Mabley. And it gives Mom's Mabley the credit for being the person that set the tone to today's stand-up comedy, standing flat-footed in front of an audience, cracking jokes. That historically, she's credited as the first stand-up comic. Well, I had an interview about 4 years ago with Mr. Bobby Rush. He's still alive. He was the session guitarist for Chess Records, and he was on that movie Cadillac Records. He was an historical consultant, and he was in the movie. He talked about being in the chitlin circuit with Moms Mabley, Pig Meat Markham, Muddy Waters, and all these guys. And so I talked to him about that. He said, yeah, when we were coming around the chitlin circuit, it was passed down to us. It's like, when you're entertaining people who are sharecroppers, you can't just play the guitar. You can't just sing. You can't just dance. You have to do it all. These are sharecroppers. And then you got to make them laugh. And he said he tells a story about being around in the 50s and the 60s, traveling the chitlin circuit, and how if you were an MC, you got paid $5 for the night. I'm sorry, if you're a musician, you got $5 for the weekend. If you're an MC, you got $7. So most of those guys, whether you're talking about Muddy Waters, Richard Pryor, and those people, they learned how to do it all. And so what we now know with stand-up comedy is how stand-up comedy was done in the juke joints of America, in the same places that the blues, jazz, and rhythm and blues was created. That's why if you go back and look historically, Bill Cosby was also a musician. He did an album called Silver Spur that was produced
He
by
had
my
some hard
father-in-law.
beats on his album too.
Yeah.
Cosby had some shit on his album.
Yeah, my father-in-law produced 2 of his albums.
Wow.
Before he moved on to Motown and produced the Jackson 5 and the Commodores and those people.
Wow.
But he produced 2 Bill Cosby albums. Richard Pryor was a musician. Every early stand-up comic was also a musician and probably a dancer too.
I ain't gonna lie, not to cut you off real quick, but I just remember as a child thinking about trying to be like a musician, like a Michael Jackson, and in your mind you're thinking, damn, I'm gonna have to do it all. Like at that time you had to do it, you had to be able to sing, dance, play an instrument. Like you had to be able to do it all. You might even have to get in a movie and act. It was just like, and those expectations were very scary almost as a child. So when hip hop came out, it took away some of the anxiety, because okay, well, at least I don't have to sing all crazy and I don't have to fucking dance and all this type of shit. I could just rhythmically, you know what I mean? Fuck with these things. But anyway, continue. I just wanted to interject.
Yeah, because like in today's world, we see it as separate things. And when really they're rooted in the same tree. And that's what this tree explains. It's all rooted in the same. I got to make you laugh. Going back, Muddy Waters, the king of rock and roll, of what later became Jimi Hendrix style heavy metal, he had a song called "The Gypsy Woman Told Me You Your Mama's Bad Luck Child." Tell me that ain't jokes. You dig what I'm saying? Like that was one of his biggest songs.
You your mama's bad luck child.
You your mama's bad. The Gypsy Woman said, "You your mama's bad luck child." You know what I mean? That's so cracking jokes. You go back to Louis Jordan. You go back to Fats Waller. Fats Waller was also a comedian. Fats Waller was a very popular musician as you leave out of the 20s and get into the 30s. He died young in the early 40s.
I remember Fats Waller. I haven't heard that name in so long. Damn, I'm glad you said that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Fats Waller, because the man that really established the sound of jazz is Louis Armstrong in America. He's the father of it all. Fats Waller took what Louis Armstrong was doing on the trumpet, put it on the piano, and he would sit around and joke and crack jokes in his songs. There's a song he had called "The Milkman," and it's a very naive song about basically the milkman. You smashing my gal, but he making himself look like the simp. But that's because he always had it. Comedy in his music, and also when he played, when you see him when he played with his strokes, he'd always roll his eyes and do all kind of funny stuff with the piano, and he set the foundation for bringing in the blues style writing with the jazz elements, and was the early works before we get to rock and roll, before we get to rhythm and blues. There's Fats Waller, and so when you go from the tree of Fats Waller, and then you go into Louis Jordan. Choo Choo Boogie, the king of R&B, the creator of rhythm and blues. You go into Louis Jordan got a song called "Brother Beware." Go back and listen. He's rapping. He's basically talking about he's talking about in today's world what we call a ratchet hoe in today's world.
And what year are we talking about here?
We're talking about the song was originally done in the 40s, but it was recorded in the 50s.
Okay.
It's a song called Brother Beware. Louis Jordan was the black people's champion. You know, the white folks was listening to Chuck Berry and Little Richard. We listened to them too, but the white folks brushed them.
I'm not gonna lie, I never heard of Louis Jordan. Ever.
Louis Jordan
just now. You just put me on.
Let me put you up on game. Louis Jordan is the king of rhythm and blues. He's the person that really codified the jazz elements and singing. He had a song. You ever hear that song on a Tom and Jerry cartoon? Is you is
yes.
Is.
You ain't my baby.
That's Louis Jordan. They took his stuff and gave it to Tom.
Somebody new.
That's Louis Jordan. That's Louis Jordan.
Wow,
Louis Jordan. He had a song called Choo Choo Chaboogie, where he's rapping. Take me right back to the fat Jack. Choo Choo Chaboogie. He's rapping.
Wow.
So the person who really created rhythm and blues also rapped and also cracked jokes in his music. And Louis Jordan was one of James Brown's primary inspirations, and that's why James Brown rapped and sang, because Louis Jordan rapped and sang. And Louis Jordan was it was the same schism in the 50s as it is now. You had your pop guys that the white folks gravitated to, and you had the people that the niggas gravitated to.
Right. You had the Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah.
And you had Mobb Deep.
And when you look at Chuck Berry and Little Richard, they're the ones who, although they come from us and they are our champions, though the white people rushed them. Louis Jordan was the one that the streets was listening to. That's why you don't hear about him as much. He's who the streets was down with in the 50s. He was the person that inspired Ray Charles to go R&B. And when Ray Charles brought the gospel into R&B, that's what codified what we now know as soul music. But that comes out of Louis Jordan and Fats Waller. It's a lineage we can literally trace when we're talking about our music.
Right. So let's for sake of argument, is there anything that we can find in Hispanic or Jamaican music that we can say made its way directly into our music, that it somehow influenced us to the point where foundational Black American youth were trying to copy what people outside of this country were doing? Is there any evidence of this?
At best, when Jamaicans say toasting,
right?
At best, there's something that their forefathers copied from us that they think their forefathers created, and they see us doing it, so they think we got that from them. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why I'm saying, really, the answer is hell goddamn no. At best, your dad remixed something that my dad was listening to too, and so you're under the assumption, since you heard it first in your home, you're under the assumption that's your culture, but your parents were listening to the same Smokey Robinson and James Brown that my parents were listening to. So at best, they remix some things that they got from us and passed down to you. So you're under the false assumption, because this is what, let me explain. When it comes to, say, Latin jazz, Afro-Cuban style, Machito's the father of Afro-Cuban. He came to America in 1939, right after Chick Webb passed away in 1937. Chick Webb was the baddest band in the land. When we talk about hip hop and battle culture in New York, that we could directly tie that back to the Battle of the Bands era. Chick Webb held down a Savoy Ballroom in New York, and if you thought your band was good, you had to come see Chick Webb. Count Basie, Duke Ellington, anybody who thought they was a shit, they had to come to New York and go to that Savoy Ballroom and battle Chick Webb. And Chick Webb,
and that was a New York thing.
It was around the country. It's a Black culture thing,
right?
But New York is where people go to, and so since New York was the last stop on the Chitlin circuit, that's you had to see Chick Webb. And even the white bands, when they came in, I'm drawing a blank to the white boy they called the King of Swing, Benny Goodman. Benny Goodman was the pop guy,
right?
But in 1935, he went down to see Chick Webb. Chick Webb washed and waxed the floor with his funky ass and sent his ass back on the other side of town. But out of Chick Webb, you get Billie Holiday and you get all these other great musicians, but you also get, I think, Barry Salsa. Salsa played in Chick Webb's band, and when Chick Webb died in 1937, 38, don't quote me on the year, but late 30s, when he died, Barry got with his brother Machito, and they formed Machito's Afro-Cubans, and that's the first Afro-Cuban band. But outside of Machito and his brother, the rest of the band was Chick Webb's band. Chick Webb's horn section, it was all literally foundational Black Americans that comprised of 90% of the first Afro-Cuban band. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at then they took those swing rhythms, and then when Charlie Parker and Burt and Dizzy Gillespie came from Kansas City to New York, they brought bebop from Kansas City to New York. When they brought bebop from Kansas City to New York, what you then have is a change in the sound, and that's where you get Latin jazz. That's where you get salsa. That's where you get bossa nova. And these sounds of Black America that when they interacted with those cultures, they picked up our melodies, our harmonies, our phrasing, and our instrumentation. The thing that I always base my point of view off of is the drum set. I'm a drummer. People always say drums were across the planet. Yeah, whatever. They're African, but they're also drums are everywhere. Everywhere in the world has their own unique style of drum. And the drum that's used in the United States of America is the drum set. Kick, snare, hi-hat. That was invented here in America. You can look him up. The man's name is D.D. Chandler. He's in the Smithsonian. For those of you who like white people's information, this Black man is acknowledged by the Smithsonian for inventing the foot pedal and codifying the drum set into what we now know, bass drum kick. And what we see is that's the sound of, that's the bandstand of Black America, the bass guitar, the lead guitar. What happened is when Latin music came, when Jamaican music came, they sat their native instrumentation down and adopted our instruments. They adopted the drum set. They adopted the bass guitar. They adopted gospel chords that we use. They adopted bebop phrasing, because before bebop, Latin music in the horn section had these long sustained sounds. Dun, 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 dun. When bebop came, that's when they went to that was a Spanish version. It's just like a different language. That was a Spanish version of bebop. So we see them incorporate these elements and instrumentation from us, and they sit their native instruments down. Jamaicans used to use a merengue box for the bass. They used to use steel drums that they got from Trinidad, by the way. They used hand drums, but when the drum set came, that's when ska came. That's when rocksteady came. That's when reggae came, when y'all picked up our instruments that we invented.
You get a little too deep with them now, bro. You getting a little, first of all, each one teach one. You teaching me some shit right now. I ain't know about the drum set and all of that. You teaching me some science right now. Keep going. Wait, hang on. If y'all just joining us, we are with Dwann B. Oh, music historian extraordinaire, breaking down, picking apart the DNA of this foundational Black American music, how we've influenced all cultures of music. Shout out to DJ Faze in the motherfucking house.
DJ Faze, what's up?
Yes, sir. That's my guy.
Good dude.
Yes. Oh, and I also, before we go any further, I just want to say shout out to my brother, Doggy Diamonds. Oh my goodness. He did a live last night where he just was bigging me up, beyond, you know what I mean? Like
I was watching that live. That was dope as hell.
Yo, people called me. I ended up watching it myself. I gotta go back and watch the whole thing, but yo, that was definitely like heartwarming. Seriously, like that was some real nigga shit. Like you talk about real nigga shit, that was some real nigga shit. And I fucks with Doggy. And we're gonna do something together as well, y'all. So get ready.
Salute to Doggy Diamond. I thought that was dope personally when I saw
that was super dope because yes, a lot of sucker shit was going on this week. Flunk Flex putting up this shit about Fat Joe did this and that and so then Doggy had to remind y'all what I've done for this hip hop game. And it ain't about giving out turkeys and shit like that. You know what I mean? I'm actually trying to give people opportunities in this game and change people's lives. And I'm still doing that. And you're going to see on my new album that I'm still doing it. But then, yeah, that's his new name, Flunk Flex. Anyway, so we changed the way that many reggae, salsa, all we changed the way they even played their music. Yet you don't see us trying to take credit for any of that music. It's like, we got jazz. Y'all want to make Latin jazz off of what? Go ahead. Knock yourself out. That's how we felt about it. We're not going to say, well, you know what? We was there. We're really the co-creators of salsa and all this type of shit. Like, we don't give a fuck about salsa. So take that shit. But here y'all go. Well, we were there, so I feel like, listen, here's the thing you got to understand. Proximity doesn't always mean a two-way influence. Just because two different cultures are around each other doesn't mean that they're swapping in some sort of equal fashion. The people in Brooklyn that have lived on Eastern Parkway around these Hasidic Jews for I don't know how long. You don't see a community of Black Hasidic Jews on Eastern Parkway just because they're around them. Nobody's going to temple. Nobody's learning Hebrew or Jewish, whatever they call that language. The same way, man, Black people in New York do not know how to speak Spanish like that. Although we lived around a bunch of Spanish people. Why not? Why don't we all speak fluent Spanish if your culture is so influential? But all y'all Spanish people want to say nigga. All y'all Spanish people know all the hip hop slang and, whatever we saying at the time, that's some fly shit. Y'all saying it too. Why? Because the influence is really going one way, sir, ma'am. Like, I'm sorry that hurts you, but y'all didn't influence nothing. Foundational Black Americans influenced everything.
Man, that's why, like, certain things, one thing they teach you in anthropology is you even if you're going to research something, you have to research the context around which it is, the environment, to give it a holistic point of view. And as Black Americans, we are Americans. And what is it about them? What's the one thing people hate about Americans? Is we're extremely ethnocentric. We are an ethnocentric group. To be an American is to not give a damn about anything outside of America, for better or for worse. We don't learn other languages.
Nope.
That's other countries complain about us. They call us dumb Americans because we don't know their customs and culture. Why? We don't give a fuck about your custom and culture.
Facts.
And it is not to be disrespectful, but we too busy fighting is the South, East, West, Midwest. We got so much cultural greatness within America.
And that's not just Black America. That's like America.
That's America.
Yes, America.
To make it even worse on these people, these people who are mad at us, they have the lightest treatment of any immigrant group to ever come to America. Because if you came to America after slavery in the 1800s to Ellis Island, you had to change your name from Christopherson to Christopher, from Dump, like Donald Trump did, to Trump. You had to Americanize your name and get rid of where you come from. That's what being an American is. America, if you just look at the bigger context of America, to the white people that you guys worship, when it comes down to it, to be an American is to forget where you come from. That's really what being an American is. So when you're talking about that, that's just in a greater context of living in the United States of America. We as Black Americans, we have that dynamic going along with we have so much competition within our own culture, from the Midwest to the South, to the East to the West. We so focused on each other, we don't have time to think about y'all, nor do we give a damn. Not that you guys are less than or whatever. We just don't care. And when it comes to sourcing information, you got to give me not only musical, because the foundation, y'all keep talking about inspiration. The foundation for inspiration is the motivation. What are you motivated to listen to and participate in? When it comes to inspiration, one of the other things we can look at outside of the music, going back, is what you mentioned, language. You know, cool, y'all bring up Kool Herc. He named himself Cool. It was Lester Young that came up with the term cool. When it comes to a lot of y'all hip hop lingo, that Lester Young came out of Kansas City, came to New York. He came up with the terms cool. He came up with the term bread, pay me my bread after the show, using bread for money. The term homeboy, homegirl, Lester Young.
Really?
The term prayers, we talk about the group Dead Press. We slapped you, Mr. Lord Jamar, for really putting them a bus on game to them.
Yes,
the
sir.
term prayers, Lester Young. The term dig, Lester Young.
What about rap? Let me rap to you.
This is one black person. These were names that he used that when he moved to New York got pushed around and 50 years. Called himself Bumbleclock.
This bullshit. I'm like, why are you Pete Rock? Why don't you be Petey Ranks? Petey Rankin should be your name.
Right.
But you coming in here want to be Pete Rock because you know that's some hip hop shit. That's some black foundational black American sounding
Soul
shit.
brother.
Soul brother number one you want to be. Why don't you be Bumbleclot Rosclot number one? Why you not be that, yeah?
And that's the thing, man. Hip hop tastes like fried chicken and fries, not jerk sauce and beef patties. You dig what I'm saying? You can taste it in the music.
You could taste it in the music, and it's not sofrito on there neither. There's no Goya inside hip hop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And that's the thing is, it's so insulting. Like, this is, and what we're talking, the reason why it's so insulting, Pete Rock, Busta Rhymes, and all y'all, is because when you go to the scholarship, books like race music, it's talking about from bebop to hip hop. The scholarship, we're not talking about Africa Bambaataa and these made up stories that they don't want to debate. Lord Jamar put out a debate to KRS One and all the people back in July. None of y'all responded. Y'all just running your mouth. When you go into the books, when you go into the scholarship that's peer reviewed by the music scholars, it always talks about the direct line from Black American music out of the slave fields in the South and out of the free Black societies in the North, especially in Philadelphia, how that has a direct correlation to hip hop. And the main reason why hip hop blew up the way it blew up is because they took the music out of the schools. Music industry stopped funding bands. So they said, okay, we can just do some samples. We ain't got to pay this band. Oh yeah. In the early 80s, they took all that music out because it was cheaper for the record industry, one. Two, there was also a massive plan set forth in the early 70s by Kissinger and those folks to lower the vibration of Black American music, because the question was asked, why are Black people so militant? Why are they so knowledgeable? Why are they so on it? And they were like, really, it's coming from the music. It's Curtis Mayfield, it's Aretha Franklin, it's James Brown. So the government set out to suppress these voices. They took the live instrumentation out on purpose. That's why you can listen to a song in 1979 and then a song in 1986. Forget hip hop. Let's talk about R&B. From 79 to 86, you have completely different things. It went all electronic. That was to save budget, and that was also to lower the vibration of the sound. Because when you have a drummer that's playing with a feeling, that's that heartbeat that you feel. When you have a bass player, when you have humans playing instrument, it transmits and it communicates a spirit and a level of connection that if we kept going, we'd still be on a whole nother level. So when we're talking about the whole sampling thing, when we're talking about this, the use of the 808, all of that was brought in the same way these fillers were brought into McDonald's food to take away the nutrition of the music, to just give you sounds and take away your connections and take away really the openness of a song. And when it comes to that, like the whole thing about them doing this on purpose. This is how I drew that conclusion, because I like to always tell how I draw conclusions. I drew this conclusion because I saw old Dick Gregory interview about 10 years ago, Lord Jamar, and Dick Gregory talked about going through. He had this white paper where they were talking about taking the live instrumentation out and really lowering the vibration of the sound. I heard Dick Gregory talk about that, so I asked my father-in-law if that was true, if he heard of that, and he said, yeah. He was actually on a recording session at Motown in the early 80s with a particular big name artist. And Dick Gregory came down to Motown with these papers saying they messing y'all music up. You've heard it through the Harvard report, but there was a whole other part of the Harvard report. And he actually stalled the paper. And he talked to me about, like in the 80s, we were told, okay, you can't use live bands anymore. We were told that if you do use a live band, you're never going to record a sound again. That we were forced into this plastic, authentic sound, and we were basically experimenting. That was something that was driven to us, that was given to us because, they own all the record labels, they own all the distribution. So the only way you're gonna release this album is with this cheaper form of making music.
Wow.
And that was all done to take away our unity. That's why you don't have songs like Family Reunion anymore. That's why you don't have live bands anymore, because a live band speaks to your soul. Background singers speak to your spirit. The live instrumentation is the 4 elements of life: earth, air, water, and fire. Drums and the bass are earth. The air is the woodwinds. The water is the keyboards. The fire is that guitar, and the singer encapsulate all 4 elements through their voice. And when you disconnect and you make these ingredients plastic, you no longer have a trumpet player. You have a trumpet part on the keyboard. You no longer have a string arrangement. Well, my father-in-law, when he did All Night Long by Lionel Richie, he had pulled in well over 100 musicians at some point to get the sound right. You're talking about a full-on orchestra playing these parts. And that's why these songs still last. That's why hip-hop is still sampling music 50 years old, because music is really about the music, but they took that from us and it got replaced with these inauthentic ingredients. Be from our sound.
If you're just joining us, I'm talking to Dwann. He's cooking right now. Let me read some of these super chats real quick before we continue. Let's see. I think Dwann B has been giving Craig facts info about the meaning about FBA. Thanks, brother. Big hurt. Thank you. Eternal love. You going to Umar's school opening in Ghana? Huh? He's opening a school in Ghana? What about the school here? What about the school here? What do you know? You've got to be joking. Thank you, Eternal Love. Eternal Love again say they stay fleeing to the United States, though. I mean, that's some real shit. Like, imagine where you live is so bad that you're just ready to leave the country. Not even like go to another town. Like you're like, anywhere else, it's still going to be bad. I got to leave the whole country because this shit is just bad. Where should I go? Well, man, them foundational Black Americans, they've really paved the way over there. You know what I mean? It's not perfect, but shit, it's better than it is over here. Yeah, let's go over there. But let's go over there with a fucking attitude. Now, not all of them say that, but some of them do. But yes, you're right. A lot of them do stay fleeing. That's crazy. Thank you, Eternal Love. Donald Lyons. Truth. It's the same, though, in Philly. Heavy Puerto Rican, all of them speaking like us. AAVE. Thank you, Donald Lyons. Focus 77. Give Lord J that 7 of clubs reading. What's he talking about? That's something you do? What is that?
Oh yeah, I do. But no, I do. I'm also a card reader.
Oh,
I do that. I do that on my channel. I read the playing cards though. I don't read the tarot. I read these.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you could put us up on the science of that too. You know what I mean? I don't know the full science of it. Thank you, Focus. But would you want to say something about it? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say yes. It's just you got 52 cards in the deck that represent 52 weeks in the year, 4 suites, the 4 seasons, 13 cards in each suite, the 13 weeks within each season, and each card represents a personality archetype. And then from there you can read, and I do some other stuff of my professional business, my professional offline business with the NFL and some other people with this using these.
Okay. Man, yeah, you just a whole. I'm learning a lot from you, bro. I'm glad we did this. Will Jones. To be fair, LJ, the influence is also because massive financial backing in media from magazine, radio, clubs, TV worldwide. I'm not sure what he's trying to say.
Can I answer that? Let me answer that for him. I know what he's trying to say.
Okay, go ahead.
He's trying to say that part of the reason why we have so much influence is because of the United States propaganda machine. And there's a book by a man named Kenneth Starr. I want you guys to go read that. And it's talking about the use of propaganda. Do you guys know, to go along with that, going back to the 1800s, America has used Black music to ingratiate itself to other lands. So although America, you know they always send the diplomats before they send the military. Well, one thing that we Black Americans don't really understand is our music has oftentimes been the diplomat to ingratiate us to other nations. From the Fisk Jubilee singers in 1870, the first Black American to travel to Europe was when the United States was going to war with Great Britain. We sent a man named Francis Johnson out of Philadelphia in 1828 to go entertain Queen Victoria, and he was her favorite entertainer, a woman named Mary Elizabeth Taylor, a Black woman singer from Natchez, Mississippi. They used to travel the world going back then. So like now, going back even in World War II. In World War II, America would send jazz over to Germany to really soften the soldiers. And you can look this up in a white man's documentary, the person who asked that, Oliver Stone's documentary on World War II. And he talks about there was a band named the Rough Riders because, I'm sorry, not the Rough Riders, the Ghetto Boys. Because in Germany, Count Basie and Duke Ellington was making those Nazi soldiers like, hey, maybe America ain't that bad. You know what I mean? And Hitler had a hardcore policy against American music because they knew how American music would affect the people like it does other. They fall in love with our music, which makes them fall in love with us, which makes it easier for the United States to do is diplomatic things to get other nations within our control. So that's how gracious our music has been. Our music was so effective in Nazi Germany that Hitler had to come up with a band named the Ghetto Boys. And what the Ghetto Boys would do is they would play Count Basie on the radio, and they had a band that would basically shadow play. So that way the Nazi soldiers can think they're listening to white people and not Black Americans. So yeah, you kind of got a point that our propaganda is why it's used, but the reason why it's used is because it's good. The minute y'all hear it in your nation, you fall
beyond the creational stages, but when you start to get to the 80s and especially the mid 80s, I feel like there was started to be a little bit of influence, or we started just fucking with Jamaican culture and incorporating it a little bit into foundational Black American culture. I feel, especially when we started dealing with Pan-Africanism and all of that, I think that brought us closer to our Jamaican brethren. I'm seeing some people in the comments saying, Lord Jamar, why'd you have dreads? Why'd you have dreads? To be honest, yeah, man, dreads to me was a symbol of conscious freedom, you know what I mean? To show that I'm not down with the status quo, and you know what I mean? I'm not trying to look how the white man wants me to look. And yes, I was inspired by some Rastas to do it. I was speaking with some Rastas And you know what I mean? I seen the rosters as like the 5%ers, but only of the Jamaican community. You know what I mean? It was like the counterparts. So that was inspiring. And I'm trying, and that, you know, and I'm still about unity because I love my Jamaican brothers just like I love my Puerto Rican brothers. This is not about hating anybody. I think some people really feel that Lord Jamar doesn't like Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans, and that cannot be the farthest from the truth. You don't understand that my ties run deep with both communities, but the truth is the truth, and we're not going to allow emotionalism to, you know, let lies flourish just for the sake of, you know, being cool. Like if I have to let a lie live just for us to be cool, what kind of friendship is that? What kind of friendship is that? If in order for us to coexist, I have to allow you to lie about some shit, like, that's not cool. That's not a real friendship to me. But thank you. Let me see. What is V Lightning Ion? Thank you. My Black grandmother played soul music while their Spanish grandmother played Spanish music. That's enough proof. Okay. Thank you. Karma Siren Vanity Smith, just here to support by contributing a little something. Why, thank you. Well, I appreciate you, Carmen. Free Fall in Cali. Dwann showed up going to work. You damn right he is. Black Tea, thank you. Nice collaboration. I've been checking Dwann B these past few weeks. Learned some of this from the book Music of Black Americans by Eileen Southern. All right. As said by Dwann B. We're going to check that out. Now I put Dwann B's YouTube page in the description. I want everybody here to go ahead and, you know, subscribe to his channel, and really dive into his you know, videos, because, you know, there's only but so much we can cover here. FBAJ, thank you. He said Dwann B dropping jewels. Lord Jamar, not Jamal. Steel sharp on, I think he wants to say steel sharp and steel. Eat to West, love Black American greatness. Okay, thank you, brother.
Sorry.
FBAJ. Bailey Watson, Lord Jamar, you were cooking on Godfrey's Flat Earth show till it ended abruptly. Can you ask Dwann B, where does he see Black music evolving to?
I think I got that.
Where do you see Black music evolving to, Dwann B?
Right now, I look at I've always looked at hip hop. I've always called hip hop the conclusion paragraph of a beautifully written essay on 100 years of recorded Black American music. Meaning, when you put together an essay, you tie in everything that you talked about before it. Hip hop brings in all the elements of our music that we've had and combined it and put it into a bowl. Now, going back into all these creations that we've created over the time and reclaiming all of it. It's no longer about, see, hip hop is great that we've done this, but we got a lot of work to do. Like I'm looking and seeing, I'm at the, y'all see me if y'all follow my IG, I'm at the Hollywood Bowl every week. I'm always doing the live music. What I see is Black people going back in the country. Black people, we need to really reclaim rhythm and blues, because rhythm and blues is a mother to all of it, you know, because as far as once that was put together, when you really listen to hip hop closely, it's basically rhythm and blues looped up, and instead of somebody singing, they're rapping. But it's really this that we got to get back. I see us going back to authentic rhythm and blues with live instrumentation, real singing. I see it going. The Southern Soul thing is popping off. You got trap jazz in Atlanta. You got West Coast jazz with Kamasi and Terrace Martin and J-Mo. I see my man J-Mo, who won Grammys with Anderson .Paak and Jasmine Sullivan. He has a project that he's doing right now where he's going back into more of the heavy metal sound with a trio. So I already see the sound diversifying itself. This whole one superstar thing is fake. Michael Jackson was the last authentic thing that really did that. Everything after that's just been contrived bullshit. You see how quick it was to burst Drake's bubble. You know, I see all that, the industry having one person, that industry pyramid, that stuff is going to AI. AI is going to be the new pop artist as you move forward. But that pop has always been fake music with no soul, no seasoning, no nothing. I see people going back to having cottage followings where you have a lot of greatness that's spread around, and you'll have people that have 200,000 or 300,000 followers making a great living that other people never heard of. So I see it more so the sound being spread back around, us getting back in the rock and roll. You got Kingfish, the blues guitarist out of Memphis. That's a cold motherfucker. You got Tank and the Bangers, what she's doing with poetry and live music. So I really see music, us just really going back to all the music that we rushed and made and rushed through and left behind. I see us going back and picking up all those jewels, and the sound being more spread around than one monolithic thing. That's what I see.
Heck 9 said, peace, God. Peace to the God Pod family. Song fired, Lord. You did it again. Legend. Fuck Fat Joe. Flat power. Yes, sir. Heck 9. Thank you, God. Hold up. There's I ain't gonna front. There's a lot of super chats. So let me just hang on. The Little Gaming Channel. That's my guy right there. Peace, King. He said, this is what happens when you let some outsiders in. Never check them and they get comfortable. This is really, this is really true. But I think we showing these motherfuckers that they are outsiders. And, I'd love to, at some point, us talk about this whole Fat Joe. And if you believe that it was some of the pressure that we applied on this man in order to get him up out of here. I know that that's what it is. Matter of fact, just to let people know, somebody sent me a petition. I didn't start it, but there is a petition to get Fat Joe up out of here. So I actually put a link in the description. Hey, if you want to click that link and sign that petition, it's a change.org petition. If it gets enough signatures, maybe we send it to different places and, let it be known that we have power. And just like any other block, because he would have had to apologize and do sensitivity training and all kinds of stuff if he did this to any other group. But since, there's no real respect for us and our people, this is how things go. Thank you, Little Gaming Channel. I appreciate you. DM, thank you. He said you standing for your people and your people are standing with you, brother. Thank you, DM. I appreciate you. J Bad, we are too inclusive. If you go into an FBA restaurant, we let everyone work there, Caribs, Latinos, etc. But when you go into the Caribbean, Latino, Asian, etc. They don't have FBA working in there. So who is doing? From what I understand, at Fat Joe's sneaker stores, foundational Black Americans are not allowed to work in there. So he had a guy that he grew up with named Percy P or something like that, who just passed away recently. And from what I understand, this guy was begging for a job, and Joe never gave him a job. I'm just saying, this is what I'm hearing. Thank you, J Bad. Prince Raw D said, what up, Lord Jamar? Yo, fuck this white boy Sloppy Joe. He's a culture vulture that got too comfortable in our house. Now he's grinding his muddy shoes on our couch. Yeah, well, we got to get him out, and we got to send him an invoice, for any damages. Okay, we sending out invoices for any damages. That's how we going. Yeah. What do you think about all of this? People being able to come into the culture and benefit in a culture that, again, we let them sit at the table of coolness and said, you're okay, you're cool, you can make money here with us. When most of these people wouldn't be able to do this in their own so-called cultures. I know that Fat Joe couldn't go to Puerto Rico and just subsist off of making records for the Puerto Rican people. Busta Rhymes couldn't go to Jamaica and do reggae music and be successful, regardless if his family is Jamaican, because none of these people are born there, and these people are looked upon differently by the people that live there on the islands. And that's another thing. Again, I want to just point out that these are the New Yorkers that really feel like this. These are the New York Jamaicans that are saying this type of stuff. People in Jamaica don't believe this, that they started hip hop. People in Puerto Rico don't believe that shit. This is some New Yorican myth. And, you know, I don't know what the name for a New York Jamaican is. A Yachty Jamaican, you know what I mean? I mean, a Yankee Jamaican. This is myths that came up to try to give them some sort of self-esteem. And I'm sorry, but it's just not true.
I think it's the other side of the same what you were saying earlier about the dreads. We as a culture, like you pull up your old video. I saw your old video. You can pull up old videos of me using the term African Americans, and we need to all come together and it's African music, because that's what I was taught too. And we've always been taught to ingratiate ourselves to other groups. And that's a two-sided coin. On one hand, we have done things to ingratiate, and now, but when you know better, you do better. We accept people in because we've all know there was a time to where people came from other countries and, you know, and really was down with us. Really, when you're talking about before 1960, people who immigrated here before the 60s, you'll find those who immigrated here in the 30s just came and blended all the way then. The reason why Machito called his music Afro-Cuban is because he knew us as Afro-Americans. He wasn't saying Africa. He was saying that's because of the Afro-Americans. And he said flat out, like, you know, in my country, they don't really mess with us. They really Celia Cruz. She talked about how she was crapped on in Cuba because of her dark skin. It was the Black Americans who ingratiated ourselves to Celia Cruz. So the OGs, Tito Puente, their favorite drummer, his number one inspiration was a Black American named Max Roach. You know, Max Roach is the funny bop that really made drumming a solo skill. So those early class, those who came here for our grandparents' generation, it was reciprocal. They showed respect, but it became a thing to where folks got entitled. And then when you're dealing with the post-1960 immigrants, when you're dealing with dealing with these arrogant ass Nigerians, not all of them, but too many. Y'all don't check your own, so we got to say something. You know, having to deal with these people from now. Busta Rhymes saying we have no culture. Pete Rock naming himself Soul Brother, even though, and James Brown, but saying it's Jamaican. That makes you say, hold on. A good man, an honest man, looks back and sees the errors of his ways, and he'll say, yes, that is what I did. But to put it back on y'all, what kind of dirty, rotten scoundrel are you to deal with a group of people who did extend the hand? You slapped it away. Now that we saying it's okay, instead of you going back and codifying your people, saying, hey, we can't go back to Jamaica because they don't really mess with us. Same with Johnny. We got to go 10 toes down with, instead of you going to your people and saying, hey, we're going to check us, you want to come to us and call us all kinds of crazy. A wise person sees the error within their ways and they change. I used to say all music was African too, until I went down and looked. I was like, again, because I'm a drummer, so I asked the question. I'm like, because I'm a world music person. I love Jamaican music. I love Latin music. Anybody, and the proof is in my IG. You check my IG, you're going to see me at Latin concerts. You're going to see me at Rastafarian concerts. I love music. So I'm going to see everybody. The question was, when I go see Latin music, authentic Latin music, why don't I ever see a drum set? When I go to see authentic African music, they're doing the hand drums, but me being a drummer, that polyrhythmic hand drum sound doesn't work with us. Even when we use hand drums in American music colors around the sound. It's not the driving sound.
Exactly.
So I said, I didn't know we invented the drum set. I looked it up. And I said, who invented the drum set? I went on Smithsonian.org, which you can go in DC and see, and it talked about how the drum set was authentically United States of America. Now, when you listen to white folks' documentaries, they're going to start it in 1919 with the Ludwig Company. But Ludwig, when you go further to the Smithsonian, it goes back before that. I was able to say, okay, where does the bass come from? And what I found was through my research, if we didn't invent the instrument was put into a black person's hands and said, hey, do something with it, because we can't. You know, we didn't invent the talk box, but it was Herbie Hancock that was on the talk box before Roger Troutman. We didn't invent the drum machine, but it was Sly and the Family Stone in the song Family Affair. It was George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic in the song Chocolate City that was using the drum machine layered with
real drum,
with live instrumentation. We didn't invent the keyboard orchestration, but it was Stevie Wonder in the song Village Ghetto Land on Songs in the Key of Life. That's the first time electronic strings were ever used in a song. So if we didn't invent it, it was put into a black person's hand. The Rhodes was put into Herbie Hancock's hand. And when we showed the world what to do with it, everyone copied and traced what we did. That's what made me change my conclusion from everything is African to like, no. We carved out our own unique thing here. It wasn't on me being an American supremacist, as some of you dickheads say. It was because I did research and I was like, whoa, damn.
And they really are dickheads too.
They really are dickheads.
Yeah.
And so it was that made me change my language. It made me change what I used to say. Because when I did further research, I said, no, either we invented it, and then this they'll say, well, the banjo comes from Africa. Do you know that the banjo and the electronic guitar or hollow body guitars play completely different? When was the last time you heard of a banjo in Black American music? We use a guitar, and our guitar is closer to what came out of Moorish Spain, a guitar called the lute. We'll use the lute more than we use the banjo, but that comes out of the Moors. But our current sound, the electronic guitar, it was Bo Diddley. When you hear the Bo Diddley backbeat, don't. That's the sound of America. That's Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley not only created that backbeat, that box square guitar that you see, that was him. And because back then they taught us, we learned electronics and stuff. He invented that guitar. He created that guitar out of a woodshed. The Bo Diddley named himself after Diddley Bow. A diddly bow is a piece of chicken wire or hay wire tied to one end to a brick, the other end to a can, and you plucked on. These are all things that we were just getting scraps of from where we were and putting it together. And when the electronic thing came in, the people who did the electronics created something. A white person, Les Paul, saw what was going on, and he did an imitation of what we were doing. But he still put it in the black person's hands to show you what it sounded like. So the conclusion you naturally draw is, okay, this group of people, either they created the instrument or the instrument was created by another group, but this group of people plays it like this, not trying to be influential. We just trying to be the best one on the block. And your group hears this black person say, that sounds good. Let me try. That shows you who the father is, because we're not saying we're going to play it like you. Your forefathers are saying y'all were trying to play it like us. We didn't tell them to do that. We didn't put a gun in their head. Hey, that was their choice.
Now, to speak what you were saying a little earlier about how we'll take something and we'll use it. So you got a lot of these, especially Puerto Ricans, that'll be like, no, some of the early breaks were Puerto Ricans playing the congas over a soul. Or, listen, man, because we told them to put it on there. Some of the early rap records, Tito Puente is on there, and he's playing in some of the. We're using that sound because we, in our type of way, just like you said, it's not the driving sound. It's just something to accentuate what we're already doing. And again, if we say it's cool, then it's on there. If we say, nah, that ain't cool, we're not putting that on there. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of that early rap shit, I didn't like all those fucking congas and shit like that. When the break would have a bunch of congos and shit like that. I didn't really like, now break, boom. I ain't like all that shit in those early rap, Sugar Hill records and shit like that. But that's the type of shit they talking about. Or they talking about, you know, some of the early break beats and shit. How, well, it was a Puerto Rican guy who played the triangle on a fucking, you know, and it's the ding, you know, like, come on, man. The fuck out of here, man.
You know what I said to them? Okay, what's the break beat? See, you gotta go, okay, let's ask questions. Okay, what's the break beat? Where did those things get popular? Well, I'll tell you, the break beats got popular through James Brown. Because when James Brown switched his sound and put it on the one and made it funky, it was those break beats that, and Papa's got a brand new bag. And break beats when you play in the beat and you break it, give it a little bit of space. And let's break down to the science of a break. If you're going to break something, it has to break something only come with the pop of the snare. When you get that break, it doesn't, you don't really feel it. I gotta on that snare, or I gotta open up that hi-hat.
Yeah.
Or I gotta hit the snare and pinch it.
Right.
And this is the defining chemistry that goes into a break beat. People weren't breaking music like that before James Brown was breaking music. And all the DJs did was, oh, that sounds good, because Black people, we respond to the break. We're like, pop, pop. That just makes us, because the rhythm it does something. And we got to get something clear about break dancing. Break dancing comes from funk music. All the hip hop adapted that as a dance for a period of time. But the music that was being played was funk, because it's a certain tempo that you had to break and dance to, and the music comes in the groove. It comes in between the spaces. And another thing I tell them people is this. Let's break this down scientifically, Lord Jamar. You're a producer extraordinaire. You listen to Latin music, you listen to Jamaican music, you listen to African music. That their snare beats, when they took our snare and started using it on their own music, they play on the 1 and the 3. When you listen, the accent of Caribbean music, Latin music, that's the 1 and the 3. You can find this out going to any white university on the planet. The thing that makes American music unique is the 2 and the 4. The world plays on the 1 and the 3. We play on the 2 and the 4. We play 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Anytime you're in 2 and the 4, you're automatically going back to Black America. Whether you're talking about K-pop, J-pop, any other sound. Your sound in your country is the 1 and the 3. That's why when I recorded my sample packs, when I recorded my Latin packs and my Afro beats packs, they the same goddamn beats. Except for in Latin, I have a shaker. On the African, I'm using a cowbell to accentuate it. But it's the same thing, because y'all play on the 1 and the 3. Let's just break this down music science. We got a 4-bar measure. How do I know this? You always got to answer how. How do I know this? Because when I go back and listen to your native music, the music that you have recorded in 4/4 time, you guys play on the 1 and the 3. Why do I know this? Because as a drummer, if I'm a fill in and play it for a Latin band, which I've done plenty of times, I got to be correct with the timing. So as a drummer, okay, we on the 1 and the 3. Let's do it this way. It's a different feel. It's a different thing. And for me, I've always appreciated. That's why I spent so much time at Latin music concerts. I like the difference. I totally appreciate you guys' music, but it's different. That's just what it is.
If you just joining us, I'm in the house talking to Dwann B, and they done let me bring the wrong motherfucker on here today. Nah, for real. Y'all wasn't ready for this. Y'all was not ready for this. Hang on a second. Todd Bridgeforth, thank you. He said, I say, you are getting the Farrakhan treatment. Tell an uncomfortable truth. They take your words out of context, then say you're spreading hate. This is true, Todd Bridgeforth. Thank you, Todd. The code leads. Ooh, thank you. The code leads. He said FBA are not broke niggas. Obviously not. We are Black Americans. Stopping the disrespect starts at home. Oh, you are so right, the code leads. And we're going to show, like, you calling people broke niggas, but we're the ones that gave you your money. Your whole lifestyle come from us. How dare you? How dare you? Well, we're going to show you. We're going to show you exactly who we are. Because that's just the first thing you're going to be stepping down from. And stop acting like you gave that shit away. We're not buying that, Cap Joe. We're not buying that. We did that. We did that. Christopher Ellis, he said, do the FBA. A team black.
Hey, that's cold.
Team black.
I saw that.
Team black.
And that was a cold one right there. I've been playing that one. I've been riding my car going Team Black. That was a cold one. I meant to say that to you. That was cold.
Today I was gonna sing, good night, sweetheart. Well, goodbye, Fat Joe.
Or you know which one I was gonna do? I was gonna do some Ray Charles. Hit the road, Joe, and don't you come back no more, no more.
Hit the road, Joe. Yeah, man. There's a lot of what. Oh, KRS, out of here. When you shut get out of here, man. Like, we ain't going out. Down with the sound called PDP. Yeah. Oh man, thank you, Christopher Ellis. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know. It's like, you know, you got crazy legs. I'm sorry, lazy legs out here, you know. I want to fight you, Lord Jamar. Let's get in the boxing ring and have fisticuffs. And it's like, if I beat up this old man, it's still not going to change the fact that Puerto Ricans didn't start hip hop. Like, you're not the creators of hip hop. You were the first ones to participate and, you know, uphold, wave the flag and all that. And again, we thank you. We appreciate your contributions. But why? Again, why is it a problem that you didn't create nothing? Why does that bother you so much? Why do you think it bothers them so much?
Cultural imperialism. Like, these are people who they X out the black people in their homelands. So, you know, Latinos, unless you know about Vicente Guerrero, the black Mexican president that ended slavery, or Gaspar Yanga, the person that helped free them from Spain. They don't let you know about these dark-skinned people that created everything. So they think they're going to come here and do the same thing. And this is what I tell people. See, you're a lot nicer than I am when it comes to that. And when it comes to like them coming over here to like crazy legs saying thank you. No, you need to be thanking us, because what you was playing in your household obviously wasn't interesting enough for you to keep playing it. You had a whole culture and sound that you did not ever have to leave. No one asked you to come. As a matter of fact, you took bullets and came to see us and come around and against your culture's wishes. You could have just listened to your mom. If you listened to your mama and daddy, you would have stayed home anyway. We wouldn't be having this conversation.
Exactly.
But to that, because I've been hearing a lot of Latinos and the Jamaicans pat themselves on the back. You know what I tell them? Y'all just the newest immigrants to fall in love with black people, and it's okay. Because when they came into Ellis Island, through Ellis Island, the people that were then known as Greeks and olive-skinned Americans, they weren't quite white yet. The Greeks, the Irish, the Italians. You know who they liked? They loved Scott Joplin. You know, and they loved that ragtime music, turn of the century. Maple Leaf Rag. People associated ragtime with the sound of America for those who came around the turn of the century. And then when the 1900s came, they fell in love with jazz. It's like, oh my God, the white boys were sneaking down to the black side of town to discover jazz. The people who weren't quite white yet, and the white ones in New York. And then if you go over to Chicago, when you're talking about Elton John, Billy Joel, the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, those white boys were sneaking in, going to the south side of Chicago and going down to the black side of town to listen to the music and get ingratiated with the blues. If there was white boys in Memphis, they was going down to Bill Street listening to what the black people were doing. Every new immigrant group to America comes to where the black people are. You're just the newest. And they listen to what we're doing and they copy it. The reason why the Rolling Stones call themselves the Rolling Stones is because they named themselves after a Muddy Waters song called Rolling Stone, literally. Like when you're talking about these other musics, that this is just people who are new immigrants from England, from Germany, from wherever they were, coming to the black people doing black music. When you listen to 80s pop, Boy George, that's nothing but black boogaloo from the 50s. When you listen to Cyndi Lauper, when you listen to Madonna, the only reason why Madonna had a career was because the industry cut the budget for Chic and took Nile Rodgers and Bernard Edwards and say, you work with this white girl instead, Madonna, and then you get the song Like a Virgin. It's always been us through every single genre of music we created. The new immigrants come to our town and adapt what they were doing. Only difference is Latinos really want to be white, but they can't quite be yet. The white groups got to successfully chip it off because there's so much whiteness that goes along with them. The Latinos don't quite have that white status yet. You know, the Jamaicans are never going to get it. So they're caught in this little quagmire. It's like, we like what the Negroes are doing too, just like these white people we want to be like, but we can't chip it off for ourselves and rename it like the white folks did with rock and roll, like the white folks did with other forms of music, because this generation of black people won't let us, and we'll never be accepted in the white. So they got to rationalize to their families, to their friends, their people back on their islands, why they like it. No, we like it because we helped create it. No, you didn't. Just take it. Just take it.
Just take it. What do you know about freestyle music, which in the 80s at some point was a thing amongst Puerto Rican people where I think they thought they were going to go big with freestyle music, and that's take me to the water, summertime, maybe. You ever heard that song? We can fall in love. Fucking like Madonna almost was like mixed in with some freestyle type of songs too. Like that was the Puerto Rican shit. But it seemed like freestyle didn't really blow up like that. It was kind of a little fad, wasn't it?
It was a flash in the pan like Afro beats. It was a flash in the pan like the Daddy Yankee style. It's a flash in the pan little era, but it always dies out because they're always stealing from a black person, taking a black person's mold, and then we move on and do something else. They don't have nobody to copy and do. They're on to whatever we're on to next. So. And I've heard them try to take boogaloo. And I want to say another thing, because, you know, there's East Coast hip hop with New York hip hop, but there's also West Coast. And the West Coast and the South were developed in our own environments. And there wasn't no damn Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans over there. But the sound still exists. It still grew and it flowered. And it grew and it flowered relative to our current environments, you know? And so when it comes down to these other styles of music, that's just them trying to hop on something that we own. If we stay on it, they could probably copy it long enough, like we did hip hop. We've been on hip hop for a long time. So 30 years later, they can raise a generation that grew up on it to sound like us. You know what I mean? But when we move on from it, it doesn't get a chance to really grow, and it just becomes a thing. And they talk about that 1 3 or 4 year period, and that's it.
Can you talk a little bit about, because I think this goes hand in hand with foundational Black American music. Can you talk a little bit about our dance fads? What do you know about how we created different dances over time? From way back, we had all different kinds of dances with different names and different acrobatic styles, and some were things that you can do by yourself, and some were things that you did with a partner. And I just want to talk about like the lineage of that, because my point is, when they single out breakdancing as some sort of element of hip hop just by itself, It pisses me off because they're subconsciously trying to make a stake with the Puerto Ricans, because in your mind, you associate breakdancing with Puerto Ricans, even though they did not create breakdancing, but you associate it in your mind. So by singling breakdancing out as an element of hip hop is a way to try to uplift the Puerto Ricans. I'm saying breakdancing was just another phase in the tradition of Black dancing, and we went on and moved on and we kept moving on with dancing. And yes, breakdancing is a hip hop dance, but it's one of many. So I don't single out breakdancing as an element of hip hop. I single out hip hop dance as an element of hip hop. What do you think about that?
All Black music comes with these things. It comes with its own lingo, its own style of dress, its own dance. Like wherever we created, rhythm and blues, jazz, bebop had its own dances. You know, rock had its own dances. We are forgetting about Jimi Hendrix up in Seattle, what he did and what the cultures that he created. All the whole hippie style comes out of Black rock music culture. Like, you see what I mean? Whatever sound we create comes with a distinctive style of dance, and our dances are regional and they're on times. Like, you'll have a dance that starts in the South, but the Midwest doing something a little bit different, and then we come up with about 2 or 3 dances per summer, generally. Am I lying?
Fact.
About 2 or 3 dances.
2 or 3 dances per summer.
Per summer. And breakdancing is just the one that this group of people caught on because that was one of our dances that they could bastardize and turn into some damn gymnastics competition and call it a dance. Because we have the up rock and down. Yeah, up rocking was the dance. The down rock, that getting on the floor is the acrobatics that you motherfuckers do because you can't up rock. You can't dance. Y'all can't do the bang head bounce. y'all can't see. Y'all was breaking over there, but on the West Coast, we was pop locking. Well, let's see y'all pop
to the
locking.
beat. Y'all were dancing to the beat, and this is what the old school Black break dancers said. Their original break dance, and they was doing stuff to the beat. It had many parts to it. It wasn't just getting down on the floor. That was the part when the break came, then you get down on the floor. But all before that, you had to be dancing to the beat and doing different shit. And then even when you got down on the floor, or whatever they was doing on the floor was to the beat. So they said that the way, like you said, bastardized it to the place. He's like, yo, you could be doing acrobatics over Beethoven. Like, it's the same shit. Really doesn't matter. Like, y'all is really, you're not doing it to the beat. You're just doing acrobats.
We see it every summer. Like, they didn't need to bring breakdancing to the Olympics. You see it on the floor exercise. That's breakdancing, like what they doing. Like that, but that's not necessarily a dance. It's
right.
You just doing some gymnastics. Cool,
Gymnastics.
great. It's great to see you flip and your mullet, do all this other stuff.
Yeah,
and shit.
nice.
Great. But calm down.
Calm down.
We moved on. Calm down.
We've moved on. Well, they'll say, well, no other dance has made it to the Olympics. No other dance is. Shut the fuck up, man. We don't care. Like, people act like the commercial success of something really means something inside hip hop. I keep trying to tell y'all, it doesn't. It doesn't. Just because something did well commercially, like, doesn't mean we give a fuck about it in hip hop. Wasn't there some hip hop potato chips or something for a minute, right? I don't care how many hip hop potato chips sold. We don't really give a fuck about hip hop potato chips, and they could have sold a hell of a lot. Like, but I don't never had a bag, and I don't give a fuck about them. Like, so economic shit inside hip hop means nothing.
Can we tell the truth? Stop patting yourself on the back. Part of the reason why I became an Olympic dancer is because there's an island over there called Japan. There's a country over there called Korea. There's a place called Germany. And these people watch what we do and they imitate it. And that became part of their culture. Difference is the Japanese will tell you we get it from black people. The Koreans will tell you we get it from black people. Your own parents will tell you. Matter of fact, Crazy Legs, you said it yourself in the 80s that you got it from black people.
Yeah, you did.
It's because there's a lot of people, you ain't, like, they acting like they're the only ones. Like, Japan is way more powerful than y'all, and they kids love it. Germans, Russians, Koreans, Chinese, the world do what we do. That's how breakdancing got to the Olympic, because the world agreed.
Now, what do you think when people like, because I just saw a video recently, I think, where Africa Bambaataa is getting up on stage with Lazy Legs and trying to, reinforce the nonsense. And listen, he's talking about, people should respect their elders and all of this type of shit. And I do agree with that, but sometimes your elders do certain things that makes them lose respect. Playing with little boys' buttholes and stuff like that makes you lose respect. Also blatantly lying about a culture, to me, makes you lose respect too. So yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that little virtue signaling thing that he tried to do right there. I'm not feeling it.
To that, I first tell Africa Bambaataa to address Layla Wills, and when she's been on your ass, you ignoring her.
Oh yeah, shout out to Layla Wills.
I'll tell you to first address her, because I've been watching her. I don't know her, I've just been watching her work, and I appreciate her.
Mm-hmm.
But in this book right here called Yes, Yes, Y'all, this is a historical hip hop's first decade where they got a lot of your flyers and things like that. One of my cats from New York, my man Mr. EATON Edwards, he was a baby spade, and he had some flyers that are in this book. And we've had conversations about how Bambaataa was around during that time too, and he knew what it was, But I got some foundational Black Americans who are actually in this book that wrote some of those early flyers, talk about how much of a Black culture it is. So Bambaataa gotta stop acting like he the only one.
Please don't tell me Joe Bozo is credited with anything on that cover or anything like that, because
nah, he ain't on this.
I took the pictures in that book, and now I don't want you to even show it on your show.
Yeah, these are flyers.
Yeah,
and so these are people that this is but it's there are people. There's so many that you introduce. You interview the Day One guys.
Whip, Ruby D. Yeah, come on. I had all kind of Day One dudes on this show that said what it was. Raheem was on this show. Man,
you long, and what they do when they start with Herc and start this Bambaataa lie. Bambaataa, you're doing no different than what the Rockefeller Trust does to all Black American history. You move the start date to when the first non-Black American came around, and that's when you say things started. It's the same formula. That's how you know it's probably some kind of white or some powers that be power behind these kind of people, because it's the same formula. Let's move the start date to where we can introduce ourselves and start, and then let's cut out all the Black people who were around Coke LaRock. Let's cut all the 99% of Black Americans who are around. Start with this one that's not Black American and move it on. Y'all tried it with jazz. Y'all tried it with disco. When I was a kid, I thought the Bee Gees were the king of disco. I didn't know Barry White created the first disco song with the Love Unlimited Orchestra and the song Love's Theme. Polygenesis with the Sound of Philadelphia out of Philadelphia and Gamble and Huff in 1973. I thought when I was a kid growing up watching Michael Jackson videos, I thought the electric guitar was some white boy shit. I didn't know that it was Jimi Hendrix, and Jimi Hendrix got basically everything from Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, and that whole chess record. So Black people understand. Move the start date to when they can insert themselves. Overemphasize and frame the argument to the one or two people that they can include, and have the tree branch out from there, while ignoring all of the Black people that those people learn from, also while ignoring where it came from. You can never understand that. I heard something from Brother Kaba Kamene and Dr. John Henry Clark. In order to understand the beginning of something, you have to understand the beginning before the beginning. Everything is inspired off of something. If you want to understand hip hop, you gotta understand rhythm and blues. You gotta understand rock and roll. You have to understand, especially bebop. When it comes to jazz, the earliest I can start, I can go back further than bebop in the 1940s. But when you really understand bebop, the cultural environment that was created out of it, the slang, the way they dress, when you really get an intricate understanding of what bebop is, And when it came from Kansas, when that culture came from Kansas City to New York in the 40s, and then you see hip hop being done again 40 years later, it's literally 1 to 1 the same thing over and over again, just with newer technology and newer people. But it's the same. It's like, okay, hip hop didn't do. And I'm telling y'all this, I came to this conclusion while I was in college. I took a lot of music history courses in college too. And I remember I was at Cal State Northridge.
Yeah, do that.
And that's where I graduated from. And I remember really learning about bebop, really learning about jazz and the blues and those cultures. And I wrote a college thesis paper 25 years ago talking about hip hop not creating anything new and how this is just a continuation of culture. And they're if you started in 1973, like Bambaataa is trying to do, Lisa Willis, you get this cobbled up, contrived thing that when you really break it down doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and it's like him and Lazy Legs together make sense because they both have, you know, sexual allegations that they need to be fighting instead of thinking that they can fight against us with this hip hop thing.
They both prefer the smell of dookie, but hey, that's their thing, man. But when you mess with when the allegations, I don't know what happened, it wasn't there, but when these kind of allegations out there, that's serious. And as a man, I would expect you to address that for the greater good of society, because it's a bad stain on hip hop when these are the people talking about it.
Focus 77 said, have you noticed that Cologne, Lazy Legs, and their crew all seem to have this same pale-skinned like appearance now? What's up with that? Thank you, Focus. You know, that's probably part of the reason why they're, you know, doing this colonizer type of thing. You know what I mean? They are the paler ones. They're not the ones that are closer, you know, that have the more melanin, who would feel like, listen, we are black. Like if we were there, and a lot of the early ones that were there too were darker Puerto Ricans too. That's why they were able to blend in so well. It's these light New Yorkers now who want to lay claim to something that isn't theirs, and it's very Spaniard-like. It's very conquistador-ish, and we're not having it. Like, people have had multiple musics stolen from us. It's documented. Like, we have so many musics, just like you said, you thought the electric guitar was some white boy shit because that was stolen from us. So we're at a point where, like, enough is enough. Y'all not gonna do this with hip hop. And somehow y'all still trying to flip it and bounce it that we're the bad guys for striving to conserve our culture, our creation, our greatness. We're not going to be gaslighted into this bullshit. Yeah, because there's a whole lot of gaslighting going on out here. And I'm not going for it. Y'all don't fuck with the wrong motherfucker. You don't try to attack the wrong motherfucker. Because I'm telling you, the way Fat Joe came at me, bro, I feel like that shit was like, he tried to assassinate me in a way. Like, you know what I mean? Like he did, bro. He might as well as bust at me, like shot bullets at me, because he was trying to take me out with that same type of malicious intent. But this shit ain't work. I'm Kevlar Jamar. Okay? Kevlar Jamar. Fucking play with me. Okay? Now you gotta come down from the motherfucking you know, from the BET Awards. Stars is next. We not fucking playing with you. We're not playing with you. Watch, I got all kind of shit up my sleeve. I did this.
Let me tell you something, Lord Jamar, and let me tell the people out there listening to you, Tethers and you Fat Joe and you Busta Rhymes type. I'm gonna say something very clear. It's never been about coming at you guys per se, but you put yourself in front of it. You put yourself out there. For a person like me, I don't have a hit record, but I also don't give a damn about how you guys feel. I'm from LA. When it comes to any kind of celebrity thing, like I'm a live nigga from LA. I've been in these parties back when I worked at Washington Mutual Bank. I was at Grammy parties just because I know everybody in this fucking city. It's not about that kind of stuff for me. It's about there's nothing you can take from me that I didn't have when I was a bank teller working in college. There's nothing you can take from me. But what I do have, what is behind not just me, but people like me, I work with my kids, my Black American, my culture. We have this guilt. We have this shame. I always ask kids this all the time when I work with kids. What do you think about being Black? And the answer will basically come back to this. We bad. Why are we bad? Because we always on the news killing each other. We can't get it right. The music is bad. And we were slaves. Yeah, we have Martin Luther King, and now we got Michael Jordan and LeBron, but basically that's all they know about Blackness. I saw 10 feet plus boots on the ground, sleeves rolled up, working in South Central LA, the pride in a Black child when they know they invented the light bulb, when they know they invented all the jazz, hip hop, when they know that this is my thing and I created these things. When you see a young Black child go from this to this, and then you see his behavior and her behavior follow along with now a sense of responsibility to carry along a culture and a lineage of greatness, that's the motivation. The motivation is talking to a bunch of children and a bunch of people who've been lied to about who they are. I don't need to go to a comic book. I don't need to go to a Bible or some, no disrespect to the religions. All I got to do is go to Black Americans who lived and say, this is what your forefathers created. Now it's your responsibility to carry along the lineage. That's my motivation. So when your motivation is rooted in telling the truth about your people so that they can feel a certain pride about themselves, so they can then, because it's how you feel about yourself that reflects on how you treat the world. I can stop the killing. We can stop all the back and forth stuff when we know who we are. In LA from 1966 to 1968, right after the Watts riots, there was one murder in South Central LA for 18 months. Why? Because Black people had access to opportunity and a high level of cultural pride, so there was no need for us to shoot each other. That stuff didn't come back into the war on drugs, and then our education system created this menticide to make us feel like we ain't shit. So I'm not going to allow no Pete Rock or no access to a fucking party to stop me from having this. You guys, when y'all said that bullshit, y'all woke up a sleeping giant, and you took away not just, it's a lot of us out here who do what I do. I'm definitely not the only one. And we here to stay, because the ethnic and cultural pride of our people is far more important than rubbing elbows with you. Who the hell are you?
Hang on. New Jeru said in the 40s came bebop, the first bebop, the real bebop. So let me talk about Diz and Bird, giving the word. Deaf and how a beat could be so complete, Guru. All right. Thank you, New Jeru. Appreciate you. Outstanding, brother. Antoine Richardson, thank you. Say outstanding, good brother. We have to stop them imitating us as flattering or cute. I don't think we should be accepting them in our world at all. I mean, again, we're very ingratiating to different cultures, you know. We worried about other people's feelings, but then they don't give a fuck about ours when it's time.
They don't care.
They don't care at all, especially in times like this. Todd Bridgeford, thank you. He said, before we developed our own style, FBA down south copied everything. We imitated. I was an imitation Melly Mel until LL came. Thank you, Todd Bridgeforth. Real quick, you said you were in LA. Shout out to my man Glasses Loke, who's on my new joint. Just sent me a fire verse from my album Building there, bro. You all right? Is that shit close to where you at? Like,
nah, I'm good because like what Kendrick said, you don't talk about the land if you ain't never been south of the 10. You know, south of the 10 is where we at. We good. We watching that shit burn like damn.
right. So the black people, this is the white people's neighborhood, yes?
Well, I gotta be specific. Palisades, yes. Now, Altadena, it was a black area because Altadena was one of the small areas that black people were allowed to live.
And I heard Altadena burned down, but they're not really talking about Altadena, and that is where some black people is, right?
Yeah, I got four people I know personally who lost everything. One of my homeboys' father just died back in November. He left in the house, and the house just burned down. It's like,
wow.
So for my Altadena people, those are black people that have been affected because the part of Altadena that got burnt the harshest was the part where black people were living. And so I do want to say that if you see anything from black people from Altadena, please help them out. But that was the first time in my life, and I've been here my whole life, first time in my life a fire or natural disaster really affected a black neighborhood. 99.9% of the time it's them.
Right.
And it's still them right now because, you know, when you look at the Palisades, it's a place called Murphy Ranch up there that was a Nazi training facility that was active still during World War II.
Wow.
And that motherfuckers. So for the most part, where we are, where the majority of black people live, where the side of LA where people know of the culturally, where the lowriders are.
Right.
We miles from that. One thing we get is ash on our cars, but we know people who live in Altadena who are affected.
Right. Okay. And so do you have any aspect of what you think this might be? Does this feel natural to you, or does something feel weird is going on?
It, in some ways, it's generally a combination of both. When you see the weather, like being born and raised here, you ready? Me and my wife was just talking about it a couple weeks ago. We was like, man, if we don't get a good rain here, it's about to be some fires because it's been 3 straight years of significant rain. That means lots of bush. So we know when them Santa Ana winds come in from the desert, and it hasn't been rain. We haven't had a significant rain since March. So all that shrubbery, you know, it's a good chance. Now, when it comes to them folks, they know a recipe too.
It's just so hot that shit just.
It's actually kind of cold. It's actually kind of cold. It's just dry.
Right, but I'm just saying the sun is just burning. You know what I mean? Like, what's causing the combustion?
Usually there were people there's the one guy who got arrested for setting the fire that happened up yesterday. Sometimes, like the Thomas fire that happened a few years ago, that was the power line. Edison had to pay $80 million payout for their shit fucking up. These electrical lines, when that wind gets it blowing, it gets to sparking. I'm never gonna put anything past the white supremacists, but at the same time, when you look at, you know, like the time at the fire, I think the wind was going. That was humming. So even if somebody did fire, it could happen like that. So I think it could be a comment. So maybe they did something. I don't know. But I do know that the Palisades is one of the areas for the 2028 Olympics. They were talking about converting Palisades to a smart city. Now it's all burnt down. We also got Rancho Palos Verdes for the last year and a half has been sliding into the ocean. They've been sliding a foot a day. And so you have whole neighborhoods in all these white neighborhoods that is just getting fucked up right now.
Now, this sounds like the second time I done heard about some shit that got burned down and the word smart city in the same breath. Okay. I could have sworn out in Hawaii, some of the same circumstances was going on. And I mean, I'm seeing some of these fires, molten metal and shit is like that's the kind of shit is like, huh? Like, is this really natural or is this some shit? Right. Are they clearing some shit out the way? Are they trying to, cover up some evidence? You know what I mean?
It's like Katrina. It's like the white supremacists, they're never going to let a natural disaster go to waste. You dig what I'm saying? Even if it is natural, they going to do whatever that they got to do to get whatever they got to do to get it done. But being from here, the climate conditions, it's totally natural to have fires like this, especially in those areas. But the jump with the thing is with that Black neighborhood though, that's about 3 miles away from the foothills. See, Palisades is pushed. If you look at Palisades, it's nestled in around mountain ranges from all around sides. It's like a George Jefferson. It's like a cul-de-sac. It's a George Jefferson of mountains around the Palisades, and then you got the water right there. But when you get that offshore flow, you generally know, okay, it's about to be some fires. And then I saw people, because I like when we do, because I am the ultimate conspiracy theorist, quote unquote. I believe in questioning everything. But when people put up stuff like how the trees surviving and the homes not, trees have natural forest fire protection. And me and my wife, I'm a nature nigga. Me and my wife go on vacations in the mountains all the time. And when you go up there, you will see forest fires from 15 years ago where it was a fire, but the trees are now growing. Trees generally don't die. Right. Only a dead tree dies. A live tree is going to stay alive. It's going to stay up. It's going to be charred, but it's going to stay up. So that whole tree thing, that's natural to see trees still survive. You drive through a forest after a forest fire, 80% of those trees are still living. They're just charred. So, right. But it is some funny stuff. And also just time, this is whatever happens, even if they do it, it ain't gonna be nothing that nature don't approve of anyway. You know what I mean? The fires are natural. The fires are gonna happen. It's just in America, in California, people built whole ass neighborhoods where the forest is. If you're in the city, you're good.
Dimples 718, thank you, Dimples. She said, "Peace to the gods, LJ and Dwann B. I'm just passing through to drop a gem on the FBA family. For those that don't know, the word rap is an acronym for rhythm and poetry. That's all for now. Y'all continue to cook." Thank you, Dimples. I appreciate you, Queen. What you got to say about that?
Yeah, and here's the thing about rap. I heard people saying rap started. Rap is we've been rapping as long as we've been singing. As long as we know English, we've been rap has always been a part of our music. Cab Calloway, going all the way back, to the 30s. Like I said when I was at Microphone Check, we don't have a beginning date for rap because Louis Armstrong rapped in some of his music in the 20s. Yeah. Fats Waller rapped. The only thing that makes it unique post 70s is the funk beat. Rap was always just a segment of the song. When we did it, then we get back to singing. What happened when the beat changed, when that funk came, it gave rap a pocket to really pop off, to really, just that groove makes it now to when you jump up in a cipher, and now the rap, it just really takes on a much bolder point. When you're looping a 2-bar beat or when you're looping 4 bars, it gives the pocket and the bass to really pop off. Versus if you're doing swing, it's all this other instrumentation going on. You almost don't even notice that they're rapping because there's so many other things going on in the environment of the song. Funk created an environment for the rap to now stand out, but the rap was always there.
TM said, "Dwann, please speak on lowrider culture. Thanks."
That's some shit that they're trying to steal from us here on the West Coast. I just interview, I haven't put it out yet, but one thing I do, I go around and interview a lot of the originators. And I interview the wife of Big Red. She created the term lowrider in 1955.
And this is a Black person.
Black people here in LA. My dad was a lowrider back in the 70s. So that whole lowrider culture means something to me because I was raised off Crenshaw and Rodeo. I remember riding my bikes down there and seeing all the lowriders on Crenshaw take over the gas station and take over everything. So this is my culture that I'm now seeing them put a Mexican face on. Not saying Mexicans didn't do it, but Big Red was the first. What you had was here in LA, people don't understand in LA, the auto industry was very big out here. A lot of auto manufacturers. So a lot of your original lowriders worked at these places. Also, the Lockheed Martin, the Boeing, the airplanes for the Black people worked in these jobs. So when Big Red first started doing lowriders in the early late 40s into the 50s, he worked at Jack Northrop at Northrop, and he had these shops that they used, and he changed those shocks to lower the car. And we were the ones low riding. When the 70s came, when the whole switches,
Right.
that comes from airplane parts, from spoilers. The part. I forgot the man's name who worked over here at Boeing, who took that part, put it in shocks, and that's what made the car start popping and doing this kind of stuff. Black people and Mexicans live on, especially back then before the 90s, Mexicans were in East LA, Black people were on the West Side. We weren't even interacting. Mexicans low ride down Whittier, we low ride down Crenshaw and Broadway. It was us that was doing the low riders. And then when Mexicans did low ride, they had the big old boat cars from the 40s. My dad in 73 had a 69 Riviera. That was his car. You know, and then when you get to the 70s and into the 80s, them 6.4s became them 64s, Chevys became the thing.
Right.
That's what we were doing. The Mexicans, their low riding they were still doing them old 1950s dome hubcap cars.
Right.
But we was the ones putting the Daytons on them. When we was the ones doing all this stuff, got to give credit to Ohio and their car culture too. But all I got to do is say, okay, listen to the music. The first big song about low riding was by War. War is Black people out of Long Beach and Compton. The original, one of the original funk bands. When you listen to Cruising Down the Street in My 6'4", that's Black people. When we tried to get that song, when Cube tried to get that song, I'm drawing a blank to the name of the group out of New York that he tried to give that song to. They rejected it because out of New York, it makes sense to cruise down the street in Yo 6'4". That's some LA culture shit. And so that's why I go into talk about how hip hop.
We used to ride 9.8s out here, Delta 98s. That was some New York shit back then.
And out here, though, it was a whole thing on Crenshaw, and all up and down Crenshaw, you had us low riding. The first people ever mentioned in a published newspaper were Black low riders, and I interviewed the lady who's in the article. You know, when it comes to Lowrider Magazine was created in '69, but we were already 20 years into the culture when Lowrider Magazine was created, and the style of lowrider that they use on TV commercials today, that Modelo commercial. The style of lowriders that the Japanese are buying $100,000 a car,
right,
are the styles that we invented. You know, so the whole lowrider culture, man. You go watch remember that scene on Boys in the Hood when they was lowriding,
right,
and they shot the gun in the air,
right.
When I was a kid, I was on my bike watching them. I rode my bike down there to watch them on that scene. I didn't actually see them film the scene because it was too late. It was past my bedtime. But earlier that day, I was there on set. We was on our bikes looking for Ice Cube. We heard Ice Cube was here. Like that, that scene was every Sunday on Crenshaw until the LAPD, the city of Los Angeles, came up with an ordinance in the mid-90s called it was called a no cruise zone. So if you were caught going down that street more than twice within 6 hours, they can tow your car. So it was those laws that stopped Black people from low riding the way we did. It was because they didn't want to get their shit taken. But no, that's our culture.
Yeah, I remember being in Cali, you know, when early in our career, I want to say we were in Palo Alto area. So I forget where we was at. It wasn't LA per se. We was in one of those type of towns. And they had some car shit, you know, like all the cars was out, like, you know, and some real low rider type of Black shit too.
Bay Area,
yeah. So why do you think, right, just like breakdancing, why do you think Spanish people get associated with low riders if it's something that we started?
It's like the white supremacists. People got to understand that the war is Black versus white. So if they got to throw in another group to disinherit us, that's what they're going to do, especially a white identifying group. Because just say in some way they take hip hop. Say somehow they take low riding. All the white folks is going to do is kick them off to the side, and they won't fight back and say this was ours. So it's like a white person can't say I was down on Crenshaw. They didn't come down there. They cannot say I was low riding. But these white identifying Latinos can.
Right.
So we're going to pay you to basically disinherit them because you already did this in Puerto Rico, in Cuba, in Mexico, and wherever else you are. So you're already 300 or 400 years into this Spanish style conditioning of whitening everything. So you already know what the game plan is because you did it at home.
Right.
So let's bring these groups here. And then since we have all these black people saying black and brown this, black and brown that, the younger generation can come up. It'd be easy for a person under 20 to say, well, it's black and brown. So if we were all doing it together, why couldn't the Latinos? No, Latinos were over there doing that. We were over here doing this. And what we now know is lowrider culture, the face of it, is the style that black people were doing, not the style that the Latinos were doing. But that's all about, again, the menticide against the black race. If we're going to keep you black people in control, you cannot have cultural pride over inventing nothing. And so it's just a continuation of what we've been going through since we've been freed here in America.
It seems like the Hispanics have been used to be a conduit for, you know, a bridge between the black culture and the white culture. And like you said, they have no problem taking from the black culture and giving to the white culture with, you know, no real reward. Little pats on the back, but nothing substantial. Yeah, and it just seems like that's definitely their job. Like they will, because I remember white people that could cosplay as Puerto Rican. You know, a white person can't cosplay as black, but they definitely can cosplay as Puerto Rican, and that was their way to sometimes get around and shit like that.
And here's the thing, going back to black people, like when I hear Latinos saying, I'm not saying y'all didn't, y'all had your own lowriders, but y'all had your own style of lowriding that nobody cared about outside of your community.
Right.
All you gotta do, when I went down to the Peterson Motor Museum where Biggie got shot, I was there for, they have a lowrider museum right now where they talk about the history of lowriders. They got Mexican faces on it, but the style of lowriding that they're putting in front of the world is a style that we created. And not only, and let me piss y'all off even more. Black people are the ones that got Harley Davidson popping and everything going on like that. That's our stuff. You guys didn't like. Y'all, white people did Indian motorcycles. We did Harleys. What? We did choppers. Choppers is our culture. Look up a man called Sugar Bear and the Sugar Bear front end.
Yeah, I used to love choppers when I was a child. Like when I was a kid in the 70s, choppers was the coolest fucking thing to me.
We had to
chopper bicycles too.
Motorcycles together. And it was a black man named Sugar Bear who created a front end for choppers. That's in his shop was about a mile and a half where I'm living right now in Gardena. And he created a front end that white people around the world would come down here to the hood to buy, to put on the front end of their motorcycles, because it's known as the most perfectly engineered front end for a chopper that you could ever buy. Look him up, Sugar Bear. And so when it comes, because we as a people, look at us. Everything we do, we got to stylize. You know, we ain't the kind of people, we don't, that's culturally, we don't just take stuff out the box and turn it on. We take it out of the box, we woompty wamp, we boomty bamp, we put it this, we put it that. We just a flavorful people, and we got money. Instead of putting it in stocks, and unfortunately sometimes we put it in our shit. We just trying to be the flyest nigga on the block. You guys come and say, hey, I'm going to stop doing these big old boat lowriders, and I'm going to do what the Negroes are doing. That's your choice. But again, you were told by your mama that these people, these black people, stay away from them. You were told by your uncles and your society and Telemundo that black people wasn't shit. So you got to rationalize y'all love for us by saying you created it. Stop it. It's not good for your mental health. Get to telling the truth so you can love yourself and love your culture more. That's the only way you're going to love your culture more, is to be truthful about your culture and what you brought.
Damn. Damn. This brother dropping fucking bombs on y'all. Goodness gracious. Antoine Richardson said, question for Lord Jamar, please. For one, you aren't or were you a part of Brand Nubians? No, I wasn't a part of Brand Nubians. I was a part of Brand Nubian.
Right.
And I remember when my homie Serge from Cleveland came and a feature with y'all. Hell of a rapper. He was also a singer. He was Drake before Drake fucking existed. Will Jones said, brother, so accurate. The origination of hip hop so deep and hard to pinpoint. No, it's not hard to pinpoint at all. What are you talking about? It's not hard to pinpoint. Look at that. See, that's that lira. That's that a pound or whatever. You know, Will Jones is from across the pond. It's not hard to pinpoint at all. Have you not been listening? We pinpointed this whole shit for 2 hours now. What are you talking about?
And let me tell the person like that, like, and whenever something, this is just not for me, it's for anybody. Whenever you're getting information, they have to be able to give you names, dates, and locations. And we're giving you names, dates, and locations and time. And true research is being able to go to that, and that information is abundant. And not only dates, locations, and times, just listen to the music that hip hop is sampling. Just that's your key. Who are you sampling? Okay. Oh, I'm sampling Donald Byrd. Oh shit, where's Donald Byrd? Donald Byrd is the person that put Herbie Hancock on. Herbie Hancock is the person that really legitimized the hip hop sound to the older generation with Rocket. It took it took Mtume to do Juicy Fruit in the R&B side for that. But Mtume is a jazz musician that created the beat that ended up being one of Biggie Small's biggest hits. And then when you do find a white artist, say they're sampling the Bee Gees. Cool. Now research the Bee Gees. Well, the Bee Gees said that they were trying to sound like the Rolling Stones. It didn't work. When the Bee Gees didn't take out in their own documentary, if you listen to the Bee Gees speak, the Bee Gees were trying to sound like the Stylistics. So even when you go to a white person, the musicians themselves generally have no agenda. They just want to tell you who they liked. It's the media and the people around them that have these alternative agendas that twist and warp things. If you listen to people sample, you either go directly to a person's gonna tell you, well, they got it from church. Example, if you just say you look at the song, they say they sample Steely Dan. Okay, let's go look at Steely Dan. What was Steely Dan's music? That was what we call blue-eyed soul or yacht rock. Go watch the documentary on yacht rock. What do they say?
That too. Yep.
These are white musicians that was trying to sound like the black guys.
Yes, sir.
So when you just
Michael Miller, all niggas.
Yeah, and we gave life to white musicians, and then hip hop took a Michael McDonald song and created, Warren G.
Yes, sir. Shout out to
Michael McDonald. He was trying to sound black. He wasn't.
Yep.
So it always 100% is music. If you care enough, read the biographies of the people, musicians that post this music. They're going to make music. Body's going to tell you sort of like Gladys Knight and Smokey Robinson. Lee Scratch Perry is going to tell you he was trying to sound like Chuck Berry. Like they tell you the truth.
Book list on topics. Do you have a book list for people?
I could do a quick one just from the books that are in front of me. These are the ones I've been in lately. All right, cool. One we got by Nelson George, Death of Rhythm and Blues. We have to understand, never, and then in the 80s came around, all those budgets, all those black-owned labels that we owned in the 60s and the 70s, they all got taken out, took that money that used to be for rhythm and blues and pumped it into hip-hop. So we have to understand that R&B did not die a natural death. Funk did not die a natural death. It was defunded by the people in order to push a music that was a little cheaper to produce. You got Jazz Injustice by Gerald Horne. This book talks about the political economy of black music and about all of the different the culture around our sound. There's another book called, it's down in my basement, it's called Souled, talking about how American music, S-O-U-L-E-D, sold black 1800s, talking about how black American music going back way created the culture for America. There's race, but here is talking about the black culture from bebop to hip hop. There's also this here when people want to talk about me, when I say that black music was stolen and that it was purposely, the texture and the love and the live instrumentation and the lyricism was removed to lower and dummy down the sound. You can find a lot of that in this book, Rhythm and Business. This talks about how basically the business attacked the soul of black music to degenerate. Called Hitman by Frederick Damien. This book talks about the power players, the ones who purposely, some of the ones who actually pushed black music and made it and really saw it, because there was some small hats that truly didn't give a damn. They just wanted to make some money, so they were doing everything they could do to elevate our sound. But it also talks about the deviants that overpowered them and their economic agenda and the psychological agenda behind taking away our sound. Our sound was stolen from us. Our sound was degenerated on purpose by the people who control the industry, because they had to make sure everybody else could participate. So our was turned to accident. That's a little Nas X. That was by design 50 years ago. And this is just some of the books, but Death of R&B by Nelson George, Jazz Injustice by Gerald Horne, Race Music by Gary Randy, Rhythm and Business by Norman Kelly, and Hitman. And then also, like on my Patreon, I have full courses that I teach on this, because I combine the books with me being a musician, and like a lot of the musicians that taught me when I was growing up, these were guys that played with Earth and Fire, guys that played with all the great bands of the 70s. Just 30 years of conversations that I've had. I just had an interview with Val Young, the great singer from Death Row Records, who started with Parliament Funkadelic, on her stories. My father, Mr. James Carmichael, I've been with my wife for 20 years now. Me and him have had 20 years of conversations, just, on his producing Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie and the Commodores and B.B. King and Kenny Rogers and down the list. Some of the stuff that I know is not in books. It's just from being born and raised in L.A. and always being around a lot of these people and them giving me the information for me to pass it back to you guys.
Speaking of L.A., we got the Queen. Oh, my God, I didn't even see that. She done went crazy today. We got the Queen, Asia M, in the house. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Queen. You are always so generous and so gracious to the show. We appreciate you, Queen. She said, peace, Lord. Amazing show. Dwann, did you go to Dorsey High School?
No, I was actually raised right across the street from Dorsey. I lived on Chesapeake, but I went to Westchester, because growing up across the street from Dorsey, I saw too many niggas get shot out my front window. So I said, let me go to Westchester instead.
She said she graduated from there in 1995. I grew up on 30th and Crenshaw.
Right around the corner. I'm class of 99 from Westchester. But no, I didn't go to, I grew up right.
That's funny. And I grew up in Westchester County. here in New York. Man, thank you, Aisha M. Much love always. And yes, we strive to, bring that in. Heard Team Supreme colonize the 5% nation. You right about that. Some of them have. Yes. There's a couple suckers in there. This dude named Sunez, he need to get the fuck out of here. Like this dude. These dudes think they try to come in and try to act like they extra smart or something like that. And they, like this one, man, I don't even want to get this dude no real pub, but there's a couple of them that I'm not feeling them dudes, and they're going to end up getting their ass exiled. They keep fucking around with me.
That's bullshit. Puerto Ricans, what?
Okay. That is a foundational Black American organization that we allow Puerto Ricans in because the ones that are going to acknowledge that the Black man is God, cool. But don't get beyond yourself.
I got 2 more books. One is called, this is just for more of a study of the Latin mind. It's called Racial Innocence. And this is written by an Afro-Latina, Tanya Hernandez, and she talks about the white supremacy within Latin culture. And this is a college edition book that talks about the white supremacy that goes on and why Black people need to keep our culture. If you want some scholarship on how Latinos view Black people and how they treat Black people at home and how they treat Black people in America, if you want scholarship to back up what you see, this is a great book. It's called Racial Innocence by Tanya Hernandez, because you always want to get a cultural context along with the direct information. And back to music, this book called Blue Monday. This talks about, in this book specifically, it talks about Fats Domino and the black soul sound out of Louisiana being the sound of Jamaica. That's directly in here, talking about how ska reggae and all that stuff was built. If you want a more scholarly point of view on how Jamaican music comes out of Black American music, get this book. And in this book, what you'll find is you'll see that radio stations out of New Orleans, some good, strong radios in Jamaica can hear radio in America, and it talks about how a lot of your World War II brought to the sugar fields, the United States of Jamaica, and the Jamaican musicians were imitating this guy right here. So there's scholarship to back what I'm saying with first-hand testimony, with everything.
I want you to follow my brother Dwann B on IG. I put a description on the channel. I want you guys to subscribe. Let's definitely get his channel up, some thousands immediately. Man, this is excellent, bro. Like I don't even seems like
I appreciate the look, man, for real.
Go on and man, I appreciate the scholarship of it and just the I could just tell the love and that you have for the music and the culture and this is what happens when you truly care about something.
Y'all get I created this Black American tree because I was trying to figure out, okay, how can I know not to shade, but I know that oftentimes we have the greatest intentions, but even if we buy the book, we don't finish the book. How can I teach Black music without? And then I was on a mushroom trip, and this vision popped up. And I woke up out of that trip, and I put most of this t-shirt together by memory. And then just put it together, and then I use these books to make sure I'm right, because I don't want anybody to come back and say, "No, you're wrong. Look at no dickhead. I made sure I went back and watch my talking. And this dates back to the 1600s, what Black Americans were doing in the 1600s, 1700s, and how that got to jazz, how that got to blues, how that got to vaudeville, and how out of that sound we got to rhythm and blues and where we are right now. And it talks about all the different genres that we've created throughout time.
Well, yo, Dwann B, I'm probably gonna have you come back another time because this
anytime. I watch almost every episode, so I'm here regardless. I'm just not. I don't really be in the chat that much, but I'll be here regardless.
Nah, that's what's up, man. I appreciate you, man. I didn't know that, but now I know, and I'm now subscribed to your channel. I clicked all, so I will be notified every time you drop a new one, and I suggest y'all do the same. Yes, definitely follow suit on that note. Man, I appreciate everybody that's coming through. I ain't even gonna front. It was too many joints to even read everybody. You know what I mean? Like all the super chats. So I just read a lot of the bigger ones. You know what I mean? But thank you to everybody that was in the super chat. If I couldn't, read your joint, I apologize. But yeah, there was too much information for the brother, So yeah, we just had to let him cook, man. Just let him cook.
We could talk all day, man. Anytime I'm available, man.
I'll put you yeah, we're gonna exchange math after this, and you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
That's how we do. But man, I suggest everybody rewatch this. This is when
Yeah, that's why I want to play it for y'all, because when I watched it, I was like, oh my God, this got to get out. I got to make sure this gets out on the Frontline Black News. So I'm going to end the episode now. Thank y'all for tapping in. Appreciate everybody that tapped in for season 4, episode 42, part 3. Appreciate Shabaka for coming through. Appreciate Crew for coming through. Twin, of course. Glad you made it home safe, Twin. Appreciate Kahari for coming through. Even your punk ass trolls that came through earlier talking about Fat Joe had a classic album or a classic song. He's the greatest rapper or some dumbass shit like that. I'm like, man, Fat Joe was a joke. And nobody was rocking with him. And damn sure ain't rocking with him now. He had a whole album come out last year. That shit completely flopped. Who else was in here? Matt, shout out to Matt, shout out to Jay Millie, Cuzzo, and anybody else that was watching but not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations. Oh, Leonard came through. Appreciate Leonard coming through. And I think that's it. Oh, Daniel was here, and Kelly came through. I appreciate all y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which for all intents and purposes has gone to StreamYard. So we should be doing an episode tomorrow. So make sure stay tuned for that, or now it's today. I just realized the sun's about super high. So peace and black empowerment. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. Check us out tomorrow for Shabaka's, or later on today. I keep saying tomorrow because I started the show off before midnight. But check us out later on. Season 9, episode 56. So we'll see y'all then. Peace.